Good morning, Commissioners. This is the public hearing and public meeting of August 18th, 2015. Chair Sir Navasan.
Here.
Commissioner Barron. Commissioner Bland. Commissioner Chapin. Commissioner Devonshire.
Here.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Here.
Commissioner Gustafson. Commissioner Voss.
Here.
Commissioner Washington.
Here.
Commissioner Chen.
Okay, Commissioners, first item of the day will be an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan. It's docket number 159697, 130 Duane Street, aka 182-190 Church Street, located within the Tribeca South Historic District. It's a building designed by Gene Kaufman and built in 2006. The application is to install bifold windows, metal awnings, light fixtures, planters, and clad and paint the ground floor piers.
I didn't even know. I don't look at this.
The world is full of irony.
Good morning, Commissioners and General Preservation staff. This application is for 130 Duane Street in the Tribeca South Historic District and is to install bifolding windows, metal awnings, light fixtures, and clad and paint the ground floor piers. 130 Duane Street is a new building approved by the Commission in 2001. The applicant, Mary Derricks, is here to discuss the proposal.
Thank you, Anne.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mary Derricks, the preservation consultant for the project. With me are representatives of the Herschel Hospitality Trust and Michael DeLiso of Tarlin Design is the architect. He's here for questions. As Anne said, this building was approved in 2001 and finished in about 2005 or 6. This is the building on the corner. This is the scope of work. We are adding black painted perforated steel cladding to the pilasters on Church. We're adding steel awnings to the bays on Church. And they're going to have LED light fixtures, new folding windows in the center bay, which you can't see here. And on Duane Street, the canopy and the columns are going to be painted black with white letters. These are the existing conditions. Right now, the ground floor is relatively nondescript, and hotel people have get a lot of comments about how people can't find it. This is more existing conditions.
Is that precast on the base?
This is limestone and granite, as far as I know and from what the permit said. This is existing and proposed. So the proposed are perforated steel caps really on the pilasters and metal awnings. Here's the Duane Street side. They'll be painted, the columns will be painted black. Here's a close-up view. And here's the rendering. This is the perforated steel, or this is the steel of the awnings, which are going to be substantial. And the perforated steel of the pilaster caps is going to be painted black and twice this thick, but this perforation. So here's the drawn elevation. This will show you in a better detail the bifold windows, which are in the same plane and otherwise the same as the existing windows. This is a small bar. This is more of the drawn elevation. There is a plan. This is to open up the bar, give it a more outdoor feel, and let people know that it's there. Here's the plan. This is where the bar is. It really is small. The section shows that the caps are going to go directly onto the pilasters, and there's going to be an additional granite base at the bottom. More sections. Here's the awning. The awning is going to have an LED light at the back, which is going to be welded. The fixture is going to be welded, and it's going to be at the back by the facade. Here's the materials. This really is black and not brown. Here's the LED strip. The Tribeca, well, one of the reasons that they're doing this is they noticed the building next door had a very nice dark base and a light top. It's very common in the district to have dark bases and light top, and also to have a different material on the bottom than on the top, typically cast iron on the bottom and masonry on the top, if not cast iron all around. So you see this all over the district, dark bottom, often with a different material, and lighter top. Canopies, of course, are a feature of the historic district. This one was nice because it shows you what the lighted canopies look like. These are maybe lighter than ours are going to be. That's a lot of light. But they're normally over the entire building, but sometimes they're in individual bays too. That's basically we decided not to do planters on Church Street. That's part of the description, but that has since been taken out of the scope of the project. And that, I believe, is it.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Are there questions for the applicant? Yes, Michael?
First, do you have written documentation that people can't find this?
I'm sorry.
Just kidding. On page 13, it says build out existing granite. You're going to reuse the same granite. You're not changing out that stone, right?
We're adding granite.
But the same granite.
The same type of granite, but
Okay.
not the actual one that's there. That stays, and we
Okay.
add extra.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll take testimony. Are there speakers on this item? Any speakers? All right, any other questions? Okay, yes, Roberta.
The canopy's over in every bay.
Yes, the canopies will be in every bay on the Church Street side only, and not the Duane Street side.
Okay, if there are no other questions, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes, contemporary, I think it sort of brings it more to
The
it.
thing will be a dirt sieve. I mean, it's going to be, all those holes are going to be very dirty very soon, but because that's their maintenance problem. I mean, yeah. It's okay. I mean, it's okay.
Just a comment? Okay,
guess I hate to say, for landmark districts, we should be inviting disgusting situations that could arise, but I guess it's their maintenance problem.
There may be a maintenance problem, okay. But otherwise, we're okay with it? Okay, all right. Wellington, do you want to read that? Okay.
In the matter of 130 Duane Street, Tribeca South Historic District, the application is to install bifold windows, metal awnings, light fixtures, planters, and clad and paint the ground floor piers. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed alteration to this recently constructed building will have no effect on any significant architectural features on neighboring historic buildings or the streetscape, that the perforated metal cladding over the piers will recall in a contemporary manner the articulation of ornamentation and profiles typically found at cast iron piers at the base of buildings throughout the historic district. That the black finish will be compatible with the historic color palette of buildings found throughout the historic district. That the juxtaposition of contrasting colors between the base and upper portion of the building will be consistent, typical treatments of buildings with cast iron at the ground floor and masonry above. That the bifold windows will be detailed and finished to match such aspects of the infill at the adjoining bays and will be consistent with the neighboring bays in terms of their simple rectilinear form, thereby helping them to be compatible with the overall design. That the metal awnings and the use of laser cut letters in conjunction with their traditional placement, size, and form will help the awnings to relate well to the materials palette and simple geometric organization of the building, while also remain harmonious with their surrounding context within streetscape views. That the light fixtures will be small in size, painted to match their context, and discreetly located at the underside of the awnings.
Okay, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the second item is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 171637, 17 Leonard Street, located within the Tribeca West Historic District, utilitarian commercial building built in 1855-56. The application is to modify the roof, construct a rooftop addition, redesign the rear of the building, alter the front facade, and excavate the cellar.
Good morning, Commissioners. Emma Waterloo, Preservation Staff. The item before you is for 17 Leonard Street in the Tribeca West Historic District. The building is located mid-block on the north side of the street between Hudson Streets and the intersection of Varick and West Broadway. The proposal has several components, including modifying the masonry opening at the ground floor and replacing infill, replacing a door with a multi-pane window at the third floor, constructing a 2-story rooftop addition, and at the rear facade, demolishing the existing rear facade and reconstructing it 15 feet back from its current location and excavating the cellar approximately 12 feet. The rooftop addition is primarily visible over the front facade. There's also limited visibility through a break in the street wall here from the cross street along Varick and West Broadway. The project applicant is here to further explain the proposal and answer your questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Emma.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jordan Rogoff. I'm with DXA Studio. We're here to present 17 Leonard. As Emma mentioned, a 2-partial story addition on an existing 3-story building. The building was built in 1855 for the Knickerbocker Ice Company. What we're proposing is 2 partial stories, and we think the circumstances that the site allows for a multiple-story addition, which is appropriate given the parameters of the site, being a very narrow street, 50 feet at its widest, and surrounded by buildings significantly taller, creating a sawtooth condition that minimizes visibility up and down the street. This is a tax photo from 1940 on the right, and this is kind of the most significant artifact that we were able to discover in our investigation. And learning from both this photograph and some analysis of the building, we pieced together what we believe was the original appearance of the building. This lintel served as signage a little bit later after the Knickerbocker Ice Company moved on as the Liberty Paper Stock Company, obviously, with a central door for a stable, later converted to a garage, and then symmetrical doors about the side, and a glass transom up above, and then obviously some original steel shutters, and kind of an odd little door that we believe was used for hoisting large ice cubes down the carriages. These are photographs of the existing conditions of the site. Here is our building. Currently it has a bridge up, originally for the construction for 11 to 15 Leonard, just to our west. It remains given some remedial work being performed, site safety being performed to the masonry envelope of the building. This is the current roof of the building. Our neighbor to the east, this is 19 Leonard? 19 Leonard. This is the rear of our building. You'll see that we're right up against 149 Franklin. This is something we want to talk about. There's no real rear yard condition on this block. So we are 3 feet 5 inches from the back of 149 Franklin. And so here, this aerial view gives you a sense that our building is currently built almost full to the property line, all the way back, and you have no donut here. The irregularly shaped block just really sandwiches those buildings up against one another. Another thing you can glean from this image is the size of the buildings, that we are one of the shortest buildings on the block and for the most part in the neighborhood. Did a comparative building height analysis to give you a sense of this. The darker buildings here are in excess of 200 feet. Our site here, even with the 2 partial story addition that we're proposing, is a little over 60 feet, and is at the kind of lower end of the spectrum for building heights. This is a zoning analysis performed on the building. The white portion of the building is the existing portion. What we're proposing are 2 partial stories again. The building actually slopes up, and we'll show you in a section in the back, a little more than half the height of the first story we're proposing. So in essence, for our neighbors around the rear, the addition is more of a 1.5-story addition. Another aspect of the design is that we would like to very much maintain the garage functionality and appearance on the facade. And in looking back at the history of the neighborhood and of Leonard Street in particular, there's a history of these kind of garage buildings. And in fact, the 2 buildings that were demolished to make way for 11 to 15 Leonard were garage facade buildings. This is us right here to the east. And then walking around the neighborhood, that you still see kind of remnants of that history, and then also some more contemporary buildings that have integrated garage doors as well. This is a side-by-side analysis of the project, with this being our best understanding of the original appearance of the building. The current appearance of the building, showing that the entire base has been changed, altered significantly through the ages. And then what we are proposing, which is bringing aspects of the original design back in, the symmetrical doors. Transom, although we are enlarging the transom to help with the residential conversion, as there would be a room located behind that. And then the 2 partial story addition up above that. To zoom in on the ground floor, give you a sense, we have the garage portion in the center. We have doors on either side. This is essentially a faux door. For the garage functionality, these panels fold open so that a car can drive in. What we did bring back are these 2 kind of slender columns or piers that were part of the original. In the original, they were done as brick, but given the trying to make the garage function adequately, we've done this in wood, so it all belongs to the same infill language, and then that can essentially fold open for garage use. On the lighting, we just want to install a single light that illuminates this pier, and then the address for the property is located right above the light right here. For windows, we want to restore full painted wood windows. We want to use the same system we used right around the corner at the 7 Harrison conversion. It's a dynamic wood window, very high quality, high performance glazing. Context elevation, again, to substantiate what I said in the beginning. We have a unique condition for a multiple story addition, in that we are sandwiched between 2 very large buildings. This 7-story building, which is just being completed right now. I think it's 11 to 15 or 13 to 15 Leonard. 19 Leonard Street, which is, while it's 4 stories, those stories are in excess of 13 feet each. For the rear of the building, what we're proposing is, again, this elevation is right up against 149 Franklin Street, just about 3.5 feet off of its back. We want to cut that back, the bottom 3 stories. Following the conversion, Article 1, Chapter 5 in zoning, we are cutting that back a full 15 feet for light and air. And then the partial stories sit up above 30 feet back from the property line, so about 33.5 feet off of the back of 149 Franklin. So we think we're dramatically improving the quality of light for both this building and the neighboring buildings to the north. Here's a building section showing that, where the cut back here to 15 feet, and then the addition up here, full 33.5 feet off of 149 Franklin and 30 feet back from the rear property line. These are plans of the existing building, which will be entirely renovated. As Emma mentioned, we also want to dig down and create a sub-cellar beneath the existing cellar. And then the 2 partial additional stories that we are creating are here, the 4th floor and the 5th floor, with a roof located above that. Noteworthy on the roof is that we are pushing the elevator back about as far as we can go, so it's not visible from the street. We have a mechanical located right behind the elevator, and then a bulkhead which slopes up as to not be visible from the street. These are the visibility studies, the mock-up that was constructed on site, starting from 150 feet west, there where it's not visible, to 120, where it just starts to become 60 foot west and straight on probably represent the greatest visibility, and then barely visible from 60 feet, and then not visible beyond that. This is the same mock-up study where we've rendered and photoshopped the planes of the mock-up to give you a better sense of the presence of the vertical enlargement. And then as far as, other than Leonard Street, there's only one incidental view that we could find in the neighborhood, and that was on Barrack Street with just a very little sliver behind our neighboring building. This is blown up to show you that all that's really visible right here is the top of the 5th floor addition, and then what you see are the mechanical screens that would mask the HVAC equipment that sits on the roof. Finally, this is a rendering of the building facade, showing the fourth story, minimally visible, and then just peeking out above is the 5th story. We want to maintain also that door feature. I think when we were community board, and that might come up when they read their testimony, that they had recommended that we fill that back into a window. We thought that this was a nice piece of the history to maintain. As far as kind of precedent for vertical enlargements and additional rooftop additions in the neighborhood, I think there's an abundance of examples of both over secondary facades and primary facades throughout the neighborhood. These are a number of those examples. As far as materials go, we want to do full restoration of the masonry of the facade. For the vertical enlargement, the 2 partial stories, we want to do a very similar glazing system that we did at 7 Harrison, and that is a sky frame system you see on the model right here. These 2 stories, primarily very clear glass with a steel frame that goes around that. We'd like to paint a charcoal gray in concert with the gray of the fenestration and infill panels on the lower stories. And yeah, very, very clear glass. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, Jordan. Are there questions for the applicant? Yes, Michael?
Go back to your front facade rendering again. Okay, we're seeing, but when I put a 6-foot person on the other side on the section on 13, if I put a 6-foot person against the building across the street, I see a 3-foot piece of the lower portion and a 6-foot piece of the upper portion. And it doesn't appear to be, my drawing doesn't seem to match your rendering. Is that, are you sure?
Yeah, no, we have it built on site. I think what's happening here is that this masks what's happening up here, right? So you would also draw another line here.
Jordan, maybe you could show that on the...
So then that's why it's just
Jordan, do you want to just point that out in the section? So if you could just point...
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, on the section, sure.
Yeah.
No problem. Good idea.
Okay, so...
Okay, so Michael was mentioning
Yes.
that a 6-foot person right here, looking up,
Yeah.
if you were to draw a sight line,
Yeah.
you're also clipping a significant portion up here. And my point was that with the presence of this,
Okay,
that is masking the majority of the story above.
Okay. Yes, Diana and then Roberta.
Yeah, this goes to the same issue, I guess, but how far back would you have to set? It's set 11 feet back. If it were set a few more feet back, the first story, it would become much less visible, I think. In other words, how far back would you have to set it?
Well, there's 2 ways of doing it. There's either setting it back,
Or
and for us, we have very
top.
limited floor plates up there. So I think the thing, if there are concerns about the visibility here, the first thing we would study is bringing it down.
Right.
And maybe you could slant the tops a little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So it's
okay.
really kind of what your concerns are about the appearance of this. There are a number of things
Solutions.
that we do to
Okay.
mitigate if there's concern about visibility.
Thank you.
Okay.
What's the interior height on that top?
The 4th floor The first story we have at 11'6" floor to floor, so it's going to be about 10 and a half feet clear. And then the story up above that, we have at 12 and a half feet. So we
Okay.
do have wiggle room.
Right.
Brought that down, I think, a foot and a half or 2 feet, would virtually disappear.
I think it'll disappear.
That lower front.
Right. I think there's difficulty in making the fourth floor entirely disappear because it's also doing a good thing. It's also masking
Masking, okay.
bulkheads and everything, so it's a much cleaner line.
Right.
There is great flexibility in bringing down, if there are concerns about the fifth floor, making that vanish. Right. And so
Okay.
that we can bring down, I think, another foot.
Okay, good. Roberta?
My question is about, I guess it's a screen or there's greenery.
We did. We had that, and that's since been removed. So in your package, that reflects the most current thinking.
Because the other.
Right.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we'll take testimony. Barbara Zay?
Good morning, Commissioners. Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC appreciates the restorative approach taken with the historic structure, but asks that the applicant go a step further by restoring the brick piers at the first floor and the hoist door on the third floor, a nice feature that speaks to the manufacturing history of Tribeca. Concerning the rooftop addition, HDC asks that further study be undertaken to bring down the floor-to-ceiling heights and set the addition back so that it recedes completely from view. We would also suggest the use of an elevator whose machinery can be housed in the cellar in order to bring down the height of the bulkhead. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christabel Goff.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. The distinct character of Tribeca is commercial and 19th century, a world away from the current residential fashions at Architectural Digest, which would preferably be enjoyed without becoming part of the streetscape. This highly visible glossy rooftop addition is placed so far forward to accommodate some design features that could be juggled. A substantial portion of the rooftop enclosure is devoted to an empty space open to below in what is called formal living, an extensive spread that dissolves into formal dining, together with the obligatory powder room and elevator landing. All this could be moved back or compressed so that the addition does not need to be visible. Within recent memory, the LPC was not approving two-story rooftop additions at all, visible or not. When the pressures of contemporary life take precedence over preserving the visible character of Tribeca, everything that made it a destination in the first place is diminished bit by bit until perhaps there may no longer be a reason to be there.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, Community Board 1 recommends approval. They had just a comment, excuse me, that some committee members felt that there was too much gloss in the garage door and would prefer that the garage door pillars be constructed as originally with brick rather than the design which used wood. Okay. Jordan, do you want to respond to some of the comments
Yeah, I can respond.
just on the pillars and...
Sure, I can respond to first the elevator comment that we
Yeah.
are using a machine roomless elevator, so it's the minimum bulk height that we can as an Otis Gen 2 elevator. So we're going to great lengths to reduce all the bulkhead size. The size of mechanical, we're reducing to a split system, which has the smallest condensers available. As far as the piers go, I understand the interest in bringing that back as brick piers, but for the functionality, to maintain the functionality of the garage door, this point needs to be a little bit wider, which makes the brick piers impractical. We also prefer the appearance of this as a kind of more, a more cohesive infill than broken up by the brick piers, which we felt originally were kind of undersized and a little odd.
Okay. All right. Any questions for the applicant? Yeah.
But there's no brick here now. There are no.
There's no brick pier now.
So bringing it back would be doing.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
What was the comment about that window on the top? That used to be something else, and now it's a window.
This
It used to be a door.
No, this was used as
We call it
the hoist door. Right, there was a discussion in it at Community Board 1, like why didn't you infill and repeat the windows that you have everywhere else? We thought that that was an interesting part of the building's history as a hoistway, and that it better functioned as a full-size window than kind of bringing back the original door. It's just a memory of what the building once was.
So, but why not, so you didn't want to do it at the same size as the other windows that you're doing?
Right, so we could match the brick and, bring the sill up and just repeat those windows, but we thought it was just kind of a whimsical detail or something that, had a historical significance.
Right, the historic opening was the larger opening.
Yeah, we believe that's the original opening. When we look at the brick, it all looks like it was built that way.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we can close the hearing then. All right, we can move to comments. I think that there are many aspects of the proposal which are really quite nice, including the sort of restoration and approach to bringing back the historic character of the facade. So I think that works very well. And I think that I understand that in the past the Commission may have been daunted or reserved about doing the multi-tier additions, but in this particular case, given that it has very, very limited visibility, I think it's okay. It's actually it's a smaller building in a district which has much more bulky and higher buildings, and I think if they move towards reducing the visibility, which I think they can easily do by reducing the heights of either one or both of the floors above, then in fact that tiered approach cannot be seen. So I think with these modifications, it would be a very appropriate project. Yes, Michael?
Yeah, I don't think he necessarily has to take both floors down,
Okay.
but I think if you take that top one down 1.5 feet or 2 feet, actually those front edges will blend and it'll just appear like one.
Yes, Roberta?
Maybe I'm saying the same thing. I just think that since it is possible to reduce the height and the visibility, that should be what they do.
Yes. I agree. I think, yes. Any other comments?
Yeah, I think so. I agree. And also, you could do a little slanting of the very beginning of one of the, also to reduce visibility without necessarily losing a lot of the height on the lower, the first one, I think, but that should be worked out with the staff. But, to try to, I think they could come to almost not seeing it at all, really. Yeah. From the front, from the front.
I think they could, yes.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that the top floor, especially, it's 12.6 floor to floor, higher than any of the other floors in the building. I would ask that, I think that the applicant's direction with that door thing is right. I would just ask that maybe the thing that is inserted into there looks a little bit more like a door and maybe a little less like a window. It just looks a little bit like an oversized window, which I think makes it look peculiar. I think the door, the rendering of the existing building was, in a way, for me, a little bit more compelling in that regard because it really looked like a door. It's just like, and it accentuates the oddness of it, which I think is what they're going for, and also serves a restoration purpose. I think, just parenthetically, I do agree with the comments that were made about scale. We did used to be much more concerned about the relative size of the additions to the building. And I don't think that's inappropriate, and I do feel that this kind of, for me, feels a little bit on the big side. I think that what mitigates it for me in this particular case is the fact that it's wedged in between some much bigger buildings on a very densely developed block, and I think that my concern could be addressed if it became not visible. But this might have been a case where a model maybe did not serve their interests as well as other forms of presentation. It kind of tends to emphasize the bulk.
Okay. So why don't we do this? Why don't we just, in supporting this project, we could include a condition that they work with staff to eliminate visibility, okay, because I think there are options, so that may require both, or or one, so they can test that with the staff. And just in terms of the door slash window, I think Michael, your suggestion is that they go back to what it was historically.
Well, it can just be some compromise, with a wider frame perhaps, or maybe if they want to do a half glass, that's fine too. I think that they could work that out with staff. Just something that was a little more doorish.
A little more doorish.
We could do that.
Okay, you're good with that? Okay. That's good. Is there any other comments? Okay, that's great. We can close the hearing. Michael?
Very nice feature, I think.
In the matter of 17 Leonard Street in the Tribeca West Historic District, an application to modify the roof, construct a rooftop addition, redesign the rear of the building, alter the front facade, and excavate the cellar. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed alterations to the highly altered ground floor of the front facade and the simply designed third floor door, roof, and rear facade will not eliminate any significant architectural features of the building. That the basic organization of the ground floor elements of the front facade, as well as the configuration of the multi-light windows and materials and finish palette, will replicate these aspects of the historic conditions at the building base. That the material of the wood piers and proportions of the ground floor components will recall closely the character of the historic masonry piers, and ground floor proportions will be in keeping with the character of the building. That the installation of fixed multi-light window at the third floor without altering the opening will help this opening to continue to recall its historic character and use. That the building is surrounded by significantly larger buildings and does not have a rear yard or face a unified central green space. Therefore, the alterations to the roof and rear will not disrupt the unity of the row or detract from a central green space. That the rooftop addition will be set back from the front facade and only the upper portion seen from the limited views from public thoroughfares between the upper floors of the larger neighboring buildings, thereby helping the addition to remain subordinate to the building and a discrete presence within the streetscapes. That the simple detailing and neutral finish of the addition will further help to recede from view. That the existing rear facade, a simple brick wall with a few punch window openings, has no significant architectural features, and its removal will not result in the elimination of its significant historic fabric. That the rear facade is not visible from the public thoroughfare. That cutting back the rear of the building will not change its overall typology. That the proposed rear facade will retain horizontal bands which reflect the floor levels and historic scale of the building. That the cellar level excavation will occur within the footprint of the existing building and therefore will have no impact on neighboring rear yards or the center of the block. That the excavation is to be designed and executed in compliance with DOB regulations to protect the building's facades and the adjacent buildings. However, the applicant will work with staff to reduce the height of the upper floor of the building to make it less visible, upper floor of the addition, sorry, and will modify the design of the upper west front facade window to be more door-like.
Yes, and that's just to add that they'll work with staff to eliminate the visibility of the top two floors. Okay?
Second.
Eliminate, yeah.
And that's eliminate the top story.
Eliminate reduce the height of the top two stories to eliminate
their visibility.
Visibility from the frame.
Or whatever they have to, we don't, you just eliminate it, that's what they want. There are other choices too.
Yes.
Right,
It's to eliminate visibility of the rooftop addition.
yes. Reduce the height of the rooftop addition to eliminate visibility from the front facade.
Yeah, from the front, because the side you're always going to see.
The side you can't see, but it's really... Okay?
Okay.
Second? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item number 3 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 171678, 27 North Moore Street, located within the Tribeca West Historic District, a neo-Renaissance style cold storage warehouse designed by William H. Berkmere and built in 1905. The application is to construct rooftop pergolas and screens.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ann Jennings, Preservation Staff. This application is for 27 North Moore Street in the Tribeca West Historic District. And it's to install two pergolas and a screen.
That's so weird.
The pergolas and the screen will be visible from public thoroughfares.
Wow,
I'd also like to
really?
note
That is so cool.
That this building is required to be maintained in a first-class condition as required by their restrictive declaration for a modification of use in bulk. The applicant, Hitesh Parikh, is here to discuss the proposal.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just going to walk you through the slides, and then we'll go over some questions if you have.
And I'm Gabriel Farrell. I work for Evans C. Lai Landscape Design. We're the designer for the project. Hitesh is the architect of record and engineer.
And this is the ice house at 27 North Moore Street. This is just a brief site reference diagram just showing you that it's bordered by Hudson on the west, Varick Street on the east, North Moore Street at the south, and the outbound Howland Tunnel lanes at the north, bordered by Erickson Place. That's fine, doesn't matter. The roof images show you the mock-ups from various angles, and you can revert back to the first sheet to show where those angles were taken from during this presentation. And again, the proposal is for an east pergola, a west pergola on the roof, and a screen at the middle to block out the large skylight that's already existing. And these are just some nuts and bolts of the pergola elevations made up of Ipe purlin lintels and painted steel gray to match the bulkhead that surrounds it. As far as the materials, we tried to go in line with the bulkhead that is of a light gray shade, and we are using a marine gate grade starboard that I can pass along if you need. That's what the screen itself would be comprised of, and the pergolas would be Ipe members that would weather and gray naturally, and the posts of the pergola are metal with a light matte gray finish. And the top is just a screen elevation. As far as the visibility, this is a little more expanded site reference with Varick at the east and Hudson at the west. The blue lines depict the west pergola visibility. The red lines depict the east pergola visibility, and the green lines depict the screen visibility. For the most part, because of the fact that there's no notable buildings here, and it's the outbound of the Howland Tunnel, you'll see the most visibility there. And as far as visibility east or west of Varick and Hudson, there's a small portion at the southwest corner of North Moore Street and Hudson Street where it's visible, and a small portion east of Varick Street, just east of the first precinct, where it's the east pergola is visible. The next few photos, 7 through 13, just show the context of the mock-up in relation to the most visible locations. It is not visible from the frontage or the rear of 27 North Moore Street. And page 6 will show the exact location for each image, starting with image 2. From image 2, only the east pergola is visible. And then further east from that corner, it's slightly more visible. And the last few slides will show photo montages just to give you a better idea. Moving north on Varick, the east pergola becomes visible from a different vantage point, and the screen mock-up is shown here, masked by the bulkhead behind it.
And the purpose of the screen is to prevent occupants of the common roof from being able to look into the penthouse owner's private space.
And
It's not an issue during the day, but at night when the lights are on, it's certainly an issue.
And the screen is also masked by the gray bulkhead behind it, and we tried to match the color. Moving further west towards the corner of Late Street and Hudson Street, the east pergola is no longer visible, and the west pergola becomes visible on the screen as well. And then moving further south to Hubert and Hudson, the screen is visible from this vantage point, and the east pergola becomes more visible. This building behind it is a different lot, south of it. The rear of the building on Erickson Place, obviously because of how tall the building is, nothing is visible. And then the southwest corner that was visible on page 6 shows the pergola not visible from the corner of North Moore Street in Hudson, but only for about 30 square feet south of it. And these are just some elevations of the west and east pergolas. The screen close up with the marine grade starboard. And from the 4 most visible intersections or locations, taken from 6 feet above grade, the photo montages of the pergolas and the screen. And finally, just some historical information.
Okay, questions? Yes, Roberta.
The main purpose of the screen is to prevent people from being able to look down. So on that, is that your number 4 image? So you would see a screen, that screen along the entire length of the building?
No, only in the middle.
Only in the middle? Okay, so then show that part. So what is it on the other side then? So it's clear?
Yes, because of the setback of the railing. Because of the setback of the railing on the left and right skylights, it's impossible to walk up and actually look down into the skylight. But in that center section, the walkway is only about 4 feet wide. So there's no opportunity for us to put a planter or anything like that that would have viable plant material in it.
Right, if you look at page 15, that's a good drawing which will show you the extent of the screen.
And we wanted to kind of keep it within the confines of the bulkhead as well.
See, the railing jogs back to either side, preventing that same condition where you can just look down into their living room.
Okay, so you don't need it on the 2 sides because the railing anyway is set back. Okay.
And the railing is existing?
Railing's existing. Any other questions? Yes, Kim?
How tall is the screen?
It's 6 feet tall, and the existing railing is 48 inches tall. So we're only going 2 feet above the railing, and we're going to put the screen to the inside of the railing. So from the street level, you will only see the top 2 feet. It's not really meant to be a complete visual screen. We're going for about 50% openness. It's more of just to sort of prevent casually being able to look down. Based on the building's, the current occupancy of the building, we don't feel like people are going to be hanging out there looking down. We just want to give the owners a little bit more sense of privacy.
Okay, any other questions?
Visibility of the pergolas? Could you go over that once more? So they're both visible from that side?
From different locations. The east is visible more from the east. So this east pergola is visible from within this red dotted line. Mostly the sidewalk locations are where you see the visibility, and also from the sky bridge there, or from the overpass pedestrian bridge.
Yeah, this is the pedestrian bridge over the outbound of the tunnel.
And then the primary visibility of the west pergola from the southwest is just on this sidewalk here. Traffic is southbound here, so
northbound.
Northbound, apologies. So it's only limited visibility in this section when you're driving.
So what's driving the location of these pergolas? Because both sides you have very large terraces, so you could place it anywhere. But you've chosen to place it right at the edge where it's most visible.
The issue is mechanical equipment. There's a number of air exchangers spread throughout the rooftop.
Is that not seen on page 15? No, it's okay.
It's seen on page 2.
Okay, so, but just on page 15 where you've shown the axonometric or the perspective, That doesn't include the mechanical pieces that are all over the place, is that correct?
No, just a few of them as placeholders, but those are not representative of their actual size. We're going to be screening those with non-visible items that have been approved at a staff level as a separate application.
I see, so this doesn't show you the full extent of
Yeah,
the
we're
mechanicals
only
at the...
showing what this application is.
But then it's important, I think, to see it, since the justification for the location is something else. Well, I mean, I don't want to see it now, I'm just saying that it's like, there's a lot of, I'm just saying that you should show that, I mean, I think that's something that we should be looking at now from that screen, to understand why you're saying it must be where it is, because looking at this, it doesn't seem like it
where it is
is.
because the guy doesn't want to close the shades.
Explain, yeah.
They're not proposing any mechanical equipment at staff level. The only equipment that's there is existing units.
Okay.
And there are some locations, maybe you can show the photos where there are some open areas, but they would be adjacent to the equipment. So, yeah.
Yes, basically, they'd have to stick it next to the equipment. They'd have to stick it between the equipment.
There's a lot of exhaust fans and this type of equipment. That
Okay, all right, so,
But there are other locations where you're facing adjacent to the bulkhead where there isn't equipment currently.
Yes. Yes.
okay. Any other questions? We'll take testimony. Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers?
Shows more.
No speakers. We have, let's see, Community Board 1 that recommends approval of the proposed screen and pergola. Right? Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can, any other questions? All right, we can close the hearing. We'll move to discussion. All right, comments? Yes, Michael.
I'm okay with the pergolas, but I think the screen is not acceptable to me. I mean, I don't, you know, he wants to screen people from looking into his apartment. He could shut the blinds, and this is very visible from everywhere. So, you know, and it's taking a building that's already got a lot of junk on the roof that I think personally is too much, and it's just more, and it's at the facade, and I think it's starting to look really. It already looks too much. I don't think it's necessary or good.
Okay, other comments?
Yeah.
Yes, Michael?
I agree with Michael. For me, the pergolas actually screen some of the other appurtenances up there that aren't necessarily nice to look at. But I agree about the screen. If you want to screen off the penthouses, put the screen inside at the top of the skylights.
Okay, any other comments? All right, are we okay with the recommendations made by Commissioner Goldblum and Commissioner Devonshire? Okay, good. So we'll ask them to eliminate the screen and find something internal to address issues of privacy, and we're okay with the pergolas. Okay. Close the hearing, and Michael? Yeah.
All right, regarding 27 North Moore Street in the Tribeca West Historic District, the application is to construct rooftop pergolas and screens. I recommend that we approve it with modifications, noting that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute, thank you, to the special architectural and historic character of the Tribeca West Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the work will not alter, eliminate, or conceal any significant architectural features, that the presence of the pergolas within many of the streetscape views, which features a surrounding context of buildings in varied heights and forms and varied rooftop accretions, will be compatible with these views and with the industrial character of the historic district, and that the simple design and great finish of the trellises and screen will help them blend with the surrounding rooftop accretions from many views. Period.
Yeah, okay. Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioner, the next item is item number 4 on the agenda. The application is for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 146520, 27 Van Dam Street, located within the Charlton King Van Dam Historic District. This is a federal-style row house built in 1823. The application is to legalize painting the windows without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. Gabriella Gutowski, Preservation Staff. This application is for 27 Van Dam Street. It's located in the Charlton King Van Dam Historic District, and it's located mid-block between Varick Street and 6th Avenue on the edge of the district. And the application before you today is to legalize painting the windows of the primary facade black without LPC preservation permits. So here's an image of the building as it appears today, and here's an image of the building in 1918.
Bless you.
Here's time of designation photo, approximately 1965, and some historic images of the streetscape, and then the rest of it, and here's the historic tax photo, circa 1940. And then the rest of the images are examples of other buildings of a similar style and age within the district with black painted windows. The building before you today dates from 1823. And I will go back and let the project architect answer any questions. Thank you.
Good morning. As Gabrielle stated, it's a somewhat straightforward application. We are asking to legalize the black painted windows on the front facade. We underwent a large historic renovation over the course of 2011 and 2012 and restored the front facade as well as renovated the rest of the house. And one of the things that has come to pass in that time period is that the zoning of the south side of Van Dam Street has changed and is now home to some multi-story residential towers and has become a truck route. And the street has accumulated a lot of traffic and soot along with it, and the white painted windows were proving to be a maintenance issue. Along with that, when we were renovating the front facade, as Gabriella noted, it's an 1823 building and a single white brick facade, and a lot of the openings were not square, and so the brick mold and the caulk joints are doing a lot of work in this case to fit square windows back into them. So we found that the kind of oversized caulky white joints were aesthetically unpleasing. So as Gabriella noted, the 29, 25, and 27 have all kind of changed over the course of the years between dark and light painted windows. And as you may know, Van Dam was developed by John Jacob Astor and kind of were end-to-end matching row houses. And over the course of the historic photos, we can see that they've sort of interchanged between window colors and whether they have shutters or not, and the lintels being painted and not painted. And here 27, but yet 29 to the west is black painted windows, 29 to the east or 25 to the east has white painted windows. And then you can see throughout the district that these kind of two historic colors are really interchanging.
Okay. Are there questions? Any speakers on this item? Okay, no speakers. Community Board 2 recommends legalization of the windows in their current color. Okay, any concerns with this? Okay, any concerns? All right, good.
I have a comment.
Okay, sorry.
Of course.
All right, so let's, and no more questions, any other questions for the applicant?
It's a question. But the reason that you said that you wanted the black over the white is because it was easier in terms of maintenance?
Well, it's for
You're saying
aesthetic
the white
reasons as well. We
windows
thought it was a kind of more handsome facade that way. But one of the things, we intended to paint the windows white during the course of construction. One of the things that we actually painted the block on site that came pre-painted white. And the window openings were not very square, and the caulk joints in the brick mold are quite large in this case, and it's a truck route, so it's been accumulating a lot of soot over as a kind of a regular thing. We found that they just don't hold up as well on this particular street.
All right, any other questions? Okay, we can close the hearing.
John?
All right, comments, Michael, you wanted to say something?
The issue of lighter paint, first of all, these wouldn't have been painted white anyway. They would have been an off-white to try and match limestone. But I can certainly approve this. I just have to say, what drives me crazy about the facade of this house is the fact that there were shutters installed on this thing that if you close them, don't actually close up the opening.
Understood. This came up during the discussion during the original application and renovation, and actually the commission asked us to match the narrower shutter type, which was the condition when the owners purchased the house. And I think when you can see the neighboring house to the east installed the wider shutter, and I think part of the reason is that it's hitting into the drain pipe, and maybe there's a negative space that's left is too small, but that was actually a request from the commission.
Okay.
Our fault.
All I can say is,
I know, okay, so anyway, the shutters are not before us, so do we have any concerns about their paint? I think we can legalize it. I think they've shown that other buildings have them as well. Okay. Kim?
Okay. In the matter of 27 Vandam Street, the application is to legalize the painting of the windows black, legalize painting windows without landmarks preservation permit. I find that the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Charlton King Vandam Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that over time, windows in this historic district have changed in terms of color from light to dark, that the proposed black paint at the windows will be in keeping with a number of other buildings of similar age and style within the historic district, and streetscapes that also feature black painted windows, that since before the time of designation, the cornice has been finished in a dark color, so the presence of dark colored windows will unify the color palette of the facade, and that the work is easily reversible, therefore not permanently alter the facade.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 173088, 32 West 76th Street, located within the Central Park West 76th Street Historic District. Okay, sorry, which is also located within the Central Park West, Upper West Side Historic District. It's a Renaissance Revival style row house designed by G.A. Schellinger and built in 1991. The application is to alter the rear facade and excavate the cellar and rear yard.
Good morning, Commissioners. Bernard, Preservation Department staff. This application is for 32 West 76th Street. The proposal has several components. These are photographs of the existing building. At the back, there is a... So most of the work is at the rear of the building. The building currently has an existing L. They're proposing to construct a one-story addition on top of that L that you see here. They're also proposing to excavate, so that you see here. This will come all the way to the rear lot line. Typically, the commissioners ask that we pull back 5 feet from the rear lot line. This is a property that has a very short rear yard. They're also doing some alterations to masonry openings at the rear of the building and the rear of the L. I'm just going to call this out in the section reads. They're creating kind of a little alcove area that will connect to their rear yard. So look at this photographs. This is the existing rear facade. So here you can see the building. You can see it has the existing rear L. They're proposing the one-story addition here, the excavation. They're also going to be changing masonry openings both at the L and the rear facade as well. You'll see there's an existing bay. They have photographs documenting that. And here's the proposal. There's the one-story addition of the roof. Here you see the masonry openings that are changing at the rear facade and the rear L. Once again, this is kind of an alcove, like a covered patio effect. And there's also a slight grade change at the rear yard. These drawings also show a rooftop bulkhead that's not occupiable space and not visible from a public thoroughfare and is being reviewed at staff level. I just wanted to also, so here you're seeing the existing conditions. You see there's the extension of the L. That's the portion that's going to come out. And here's the proposed, the bulkhead that's being reviewed at staff level. The one-story addition on top of the L. These are where the masonry opening changes are occurring. There's the alcove. They're also doing excavation as mentioned. So just wanted to show the photos of that oriel and the back of the square. And you see it here. This is that bay that you see in the elevations that's going away. So this oriel, and you can see the bottom of it, the detailing on it. And the architect is here 10% of the story to discuss the proposal.
My name is Brian Connolly with Cecilia Connolly Architects. We're representing the owner on this project. The subject building is this one here with the subject building is this one here with the half-round bay on it. It occurs approximately mid-block. As Bernadette said, it has a deep L on it already that extends quite far into the rear yard, leaving very little amenity space outside, and that was one of the decisions that informed some of the, it was one of the features, I should say, that informed some of the architectural decisions we made. The house forms part of a row of 6 buildings built at the same time by the same architect and same developer. They're characterized by uniformity of the cornice, some of the horizontal string chorus lines, although they vary in style. We're not doing anything to the facade except repair the stucco, replacing all the windows. That'll be done under a separate application, and the owner will be replacing the windows on the bay with curved glass. The drawing on the left is the existing elevation. The drawing on the right is the proposed. And as Bernadette said, the addition cannot be seen from the street. This is the current section. One of the first things we did is we did test pits in the building because the owner had a large program. We wanted to find out if a lot of the new work could be done below the building rather than having to address rooftop additions or rear additions. We found that we could do test pits down to about 13.5 feet. This building, it seems, is built at the confluence of 2 streams. There was a ravine in this area, and we found the foundation walls went down to at least 15 or 16 feet. So we were able to do a proposal that involved excavation between foundation walls, therefore not requiring underpinning in this area. By accommodating a lot of the program below ground, it eliminated a lot of the need to consider extensive rooftop additions or rear alterations. This is the proposed section. As Bernadette said, there's mechanical equipment space and a bulkhead at the roof level. There's a small rear addition at the 3rd floor. This line here indicates the existing cellar floor, and we're proposed to lower the cellar floor and create a sub-cellar as well. All of this happens within the 2 parallel foundations walls of the adjoining 2 buildings, except for the rear yard portion, which would have new retaining walls. In terms of the block diagram, you'll see that about 75% of the buildings on this block already have L's. Some of them are quite extensive, as ours is, and about 75% of the buildings also currently have rooftop additions. These photographs show the existing rear yard. The building has been covered, as have the adjoining buildings, with waterproofing material on the brick. We would like to try and remove that, and if we find it successful, expose the brick. If it's not successful, the owner is willing to work with that. These windows here appear not to have been original. We wanted to remove those. This is a photograph from the inside of this bay window. You can see where there was a former window in this position. Brickwork was modified and changed, and this bay window was attached at some point. It doesn't appear to be part of the original historic fabric. There's further modifications done around here to the widths of windows. Again, these do not appear to be the original configuration. You can see the two of them here, and they're very similar to the ones on this side. These photographs just show the interior of the donut, and most of the roofs already have a rooftop addition of varying size, varying heights. A lot of the rear L's already have large openings and cutouts in them so they can be made more useful for habitation. These photographs show the space immediately inside. Sorry, this one's looking over to the west. This is a third-story addition on that L, two buildings away from us. These are the buildings to the east. Again, just showing the variety of materials, finishes, and so on within the L. This is building two buildings to the east of ours. It's the largest rooftop addition with mechanical space on top. Ours is smaller than this. This one cannot be seen from the street. We did a mock-up of ours, and it cannot be seen either. So this is the current rear elevation. The subject building forms part of a neighboring group of two, but the window fenestration was already widely varied. They didn't match to begin with, so we felt making changes was not going to compromise the similarity of the twins. This is the proposed rear elevation. To maximize light to the interior, because it's such a long, narrow L, we wanted to create a three-story opening with a curtain wall system and a window system in that to maximize light. And then for continuity, we replaced these windows on the narrow alleyway with a similar fenestration pattern. This is a small third-story addition, and then the bulkhead cannot be seen from the street. This is a close-up of the This is the side view of the L. It projects out slightly in the bay. We're keeping these upper windows here. We're keeping the windows on the first floor. On the lower floor, there's windows and there's some light scoops that went down into the former cellar. We're extending those openings, basically joining the existing window with the opening below it by removing that sill, so that these are now consistent with the new floor level of that space inside. This is the current rear yard. As Bernadette said, it's very shallow. It's only 5 or 6 feet. That's the same rear yard looking in the opposite direction. These photographs just show neighboring rear yards adjacent to ours. These are probably the most telling diagrams. The gray shaded area is the existing building. This is an existing bulkhead that we're looking to remove. This is the existing ground level that we're looking to lower by about 8 inches. We're looking to take 2 openings out of the bottom of the L to create some more amenity, at least at the ground floor area where there's a space that's large enough to put an outdoor table or some furniture. This is the proposed addition on the rooftop, which cannot be seen. We're also extending chimneys, which are required to do by the building code. This is the 3rd floor addition. It's being done in dissimilar materials, so it's clearly an attachment to the building, and therefore not directly altering the continuity of those floors through there. And then this is the cutout in the back, largely to give light through to these narrow spaces here, and then the extended rear yard area going under the lower portion of the L. These are the 4 windows.
Okay.
This is the current rear yard amenity space. It's just a very narrow slot on 2 sides. Hoping to take this portion out to give some amenity there. And these are the upper floors where the rear, talking about removing this portion of brick and creating a tall 3-story opening similar to approval we've had with landmarks before. Same thing on the 2nd floor, remove this part of the brickwork here, put in a continuous window there. This is the 3rd floor rear extension, which is an attachment to the back of the building in a lightweight, dissimilar material. This is the roof bulkhead, which cannot be seen.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? Any questions?
The top line of windows on the rear, that's the original, right? You just did one door, but the rest...
That's correct. We made one door. There are several windows here, and the one immediately over there will be lowered to become a door.
But the other two are the original size?
They're the original size, that's correct. This one here is being lowered as a door. These two are remaining the same size, lining up with the ones on the adjoining buildings on either side.
Just a
Michael? Yeah.
question, a code question. How'd you get that much windows in your back facade 5 feet away from the rear yard line?
They'll be fire-rated glass.
All right. Must be a great view.
Well, it's not so much a great view, it's a matter of getting light in.
All right, light in an area which doesn't have much, doesn't have really, has a non-compliant rear yard. Okay. Any other questions? All right, we'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. The house's top 2 floors are nicely intact most of the way down this row, making this alteration lamentable. There is no precedent for the amount of glazing proposed on the rear, and we feel that a better proportion of masonry to glass should be explored here. The 14-foot excavation is quite significant, warranting extra care for this building and this row. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Corsandi.
And Commissioners, Sean Corsandi for Landmark West. Our Certificate of Appropriateness Committee has several strong views on this application, both in support and against. We appreciate the attention the applicant is paying toward restoring the street facade. Similarly, while we preferred the original intact rear masonry openings to remain, we are relieved that they are mainly being altered on the rearmost facades and find the new composition to be glazing heavy yet ordered. Further, we commend the applicant for recognizing the importance of the original design and retaining the distinctive rear yard dogleg, a feature too frequently obliterated for seemingly ubiquitous lot-wide extensions. However, we have strong reservations about carving out the garden level of this dogleg. Creating a deep mock carport in a rear yard is at odds with the applicant's assertion that this property is dark and gloomy. Setting a wall of glass roughly 10 feet in from a garden level, which is only 8 feet off a property line, will only further shade the natural light levels and exacerbate their lighting concerns. The committee also appreciates the architect's efforts to minimize the rooftop addition and set it back so that it is not visible from the street. The committee does question the catch-all elevations of this tier, whose mix of rain-screened stucco, painted doors, variant railing, and hopper window arrive in contrast to the rhythmic order of the rest of the ensemble. Design aesthetics aside, the committee notes the significant additions to this structure, above, behind, below, and then below again, which compete as further additions to a grandfathered but not compliant rear yard dogleg. Adjusting, chopping, and then topping this dogleg challenges its unique identity as one half of a pair and its very special character within the district. Lastly, a fully built-out rear yard roof as ground plane alters the intention of the gardens, both in mechanics and in spirit. This action suggests that rainwater runoff, demand on New York City sewers, and alleviating flooding, i.e. the environment, is of no responsibility to this applicant within the residential district, a concern the community shoulders in part due to the prevalence of sinkholes along this specific plot, and most recently in front of this address. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Bolanos.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be talking to you today. I am the president of the West 76th Street Park Block Association. I attended the Committee Board 7 Preservation Committee meeting last Thursday, where they also disapproved the rear yard due to the glass on the level, and they also disapproved the type of windows that were being proposed. Now, I'm here to tell you that I oppose, on behalf of 85 of our members, I oppose the bulkhead on the top simply because it's too close. If you notice on one of the slides, it's less than 10 feet away from the residential duplex on the rooftop, and it's less than 10 feet from a bedroom. I know because I live there. So if you look at that and you consider the elevators that they're going to put in and the HVAC units that they're going to put in, that's going to be disruptive to our quality of life. But more importantly, regarding the streams, I brought a PowerPoint, but I know we can't do it, so I printed some things. According to the civic engineer, who was very famous, Egbert Viel, he has a waterworks map, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. The stream that we're talking here is very significant. It's not just a stream, it's actually a widening body of water that's coming out of Central Park West at 75th Street, goes northwest across 75th northward toward the church, which is the Fourth Universalist Church on 76th Street, bears west in the center of the street, and gets to 35 and 39 West 76th Street and goes north to 77th Street. Now, in the last 7 years, we have had at least 7 incidents on our block where we have had, for example, 35 West 76th Street, when they were renovating that, they found that the foundation had sank 18 to 22 inches simply because of that stream. So they had to shore it up with steel when they were doing the renovation. When it came to 39 West 76th Street, in 2009, a fire truck fell into a sinkhole, as you can see here, on the way to a call. That sank 2.5 feet. Okay? Then we have as recent as 2015, between 16 and 14 West 76th Street, there's a conflict between the owners of 75th Street and 76th Street rear yards because the sinkhole is getting pretty substantial. So much so that the landlord, Castagnolo Realty, rented the garden apartment to a family with a child, and they actually installed a laundry room so that they wouldn't be able to use the rear yard. That's how dangerous they consider it. Moving on, as early as 3 months ago in 2015, in front of the subject location, the contractor didn't drop, rolled the dumpster in front of the building, and it collapsed over 2.5 feet, falling about 1 inch from the main gas line coming in. There were three agencies that had to repair this over a 2-month period: DOT, DEP, and Con Edison.
I'm sorry, your time is up, sir.
All right, we strongly oppose this, and for the record, we really think this is a very dangerous condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, do you want to respond?
Yeah, with regard to the incident of the dumper outside the building that merely exposed an existing flaw in the soil because it was a sewage pipe under there which had been leaking and washed away soil. But with regard to the excavation itself, our geotech engineer couldn't be here today, but he just asked me to just read out a brief explanation of what's going to happen at the site. He says, in this case, we have confirmed with test pits that the existing foundation walls extend as deep or deeper than our proposed excavation. Therefore, there will be no loss of soil during the excavation within the existing building footprint. And by that, he means because we're working within 2 parallel walls, we can't create any subsidence on adjoining properties because the foundation walls divided between the two of them would prevent that. In addition, during the excavation, the existing foundation will be braced to offset the pressure from outside the foundation walls. These braces will be sequenced to ensure that the forces are held back sufficiently before digging too deep and will remain in place until new walls and floors are in place and capable of resisting side loads. In the rear yard, we will incorporate sheet piles prior to excavation. Note the design of bracing sheeting is prepared by licensed professional engineers, reviewed by the Department of Buildings Excavation Unit, and also inspected by the profession during the construction process. There's nothing being done at this building that has not been done at other brownstones or other buildings in the city of Duane.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Any questions? Okay, we can then close the hearing. Comments? Yes, Michael.
I mean, I think that the quantity of glass on the back facade is crazy, but I don't think it's inappropriate. It's in a crevasse that no one can see, and it's certainly in line with approvals that we've made before. I do think, though, that the request to excavate the entire rear facade is inappropriate. I mean, we have for a long time held that it's important to keep open the possibility of planting as an essential quality of the backyards, and I think the applicant uses the fact that his building is way bigger than anybody else's to say, oh, therefore I have a hardship, so let me excavate my rear yard. I don't think I buy that. He could always make his rear yard addition smaller and thereby have a condition similar to the rest of his neighbors. So I think that even though it is right now a concrete gully, I don't think that allowing for it to be constructed such that it never ever could be planted would be in line with the approvals that we've made.
I understand. I just want to make just a few comments on what you said regarding that. I think also just to clarify, the rooftop addition, that's not really before us, that's being done at staff level, right? Okay. So we did hear some comments about that, but that's not before us. And I agree with you regarding the treatment of that rear wall. We've allowed a lot of glazing in the rear wall. I don't see how this is any different from what we have routinely allowed. I think in terms of the excavation and the comments regarding its extent, we've always incorporated the fact that when we have this kind of excavation, that they review that with the buildings department as well. I think there are two issues regarding the excavation. One is just a safety issue, which clearly addresses issues like the water table, et cetera, and a stream flowing through, and what kind of construction is required to withstand those geotechnical conditions. And then there's an aspect which has to do with developing below grade and its impact on historic buildings, and that is something that I believe we've worked with the buildings department in putting together guidelines or a TPPN to address that. We normally do ask for a setback of, I think, typically 5 feet from the rear lot line to allow for greenery. I just think, for me, in this particular case, I think that you have a rear yard which is already compromised. I think historically they have an L which is deep, and yes, they could set that back, but they've chosen to retain that L. So for me, I don't really have a concern in this particular case of requiring them to set back, but I think if the commission feels that that's really critical, I don't think there's any problem for us to require them to set back 5 feet if that's more in line with what the commission has felt comfortable with in the past. Yes, Roberta?
I agree with the view that Michael explained before. I think that it's possible and that we should. We spent some time on other projects discussing why we thought that was important. And I think since they can do that setback and give us the 5 feet or something that could actually be heard, that it's a good policy. And I agree in terms also about the glass, that we have approved many projects with this much glass. And I think the thing that we don't usually approve is when it's just all glass without any intervening masonry piers or walls. And so, and the fact that it's not visible from anywhere, I think that the glass is appropriate. We may think personally it's too much, but I think based on what we've seen and approved before, that this is in line with that.
Okay, other comments?
Yeah, I agree with my fellow commissioners, and I also believe that the setback at the rear is something that we have struggled over on many hearings, and I think it's something that we need to retain.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, so why don't we include a condition that they set back 5 feet in terms of the excavation, and we can include that in our resolution. Diana?
In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, 32 West 76th Street, Central Park West, West 76th Street Historic District, Central Park West, Upper West Side Historic District. The application is to alter a rear facade and excavate the cellar and rear yard. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that no significant architectural features will be eliminated or altered by any of the proposed work, that none of the proposed work will be visible from a public thoroughfare, that the proposed addition on top of the existing L is modest in scale and in keeping with additions at surrounding properties in terms of its size, and will not extend to the top floor of the rear facade or overwhelm the building, that the existing oriel is to be removed, is simply designed with utilitarian detailing and is not original to the building or a part of a significant later redesign, that the enlargement of the masonry openings and replacement of infill at the rear facade and L will not remove the full width of these facades and will include metal spandrels relating to the floor levels, thereby helping to maintain the residential scale of this row house. That except for the lowering of one opening to create a door window, the window openings on the top floor of the rear facade will be retained, thereby helping retain the unity of this portion of the row. And that the removal of infill at the ground floor of the L, creating a covered patio, will be a modest alteration which will not alter the character of the building. That excavating beneath this small paved yard to the rear yard, 5 feet short of the rear lot line?
Of the lot line, yeah.
I guess, yeah, well, within the context of surrounding small paved rear yards, will not eliminate any existing landscape or the presence of the rear yard, and by retaining of 5 feet of the rear yard will allow for some future green space planting which might occur. Although the rear yard will be built at a slightly lower grade, this modes change will not alter the perceived scale of the rear facade or affect the relationship of the rear yard to surrounding properties, and that the proposed excavation will be done in compliance with the Department of Buildings regulation under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer or registered architect to protect the building's facades and the adjacent buildings.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item number 6, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan. It's docket number 173153, 470 West End Avenue, aka 262 through 270 West 83rd Street, located within the Riverside West End Historic District, Extension 1. This is a Renaissance Revival-style apartment building designed by George F. Pelham and built in 1927-28. The application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of windows.
Good morning, Commissioners. Carroll from the Preservation Department. The application before you is to establish a master plan for this building on West End Avenue, which historically had multi-light 6/6 windows, which show up in the side elevation of this historic photograph. Presently, the building, most of the windows, almost all of the windows have been replaced with 1/1 double-hung aluminum windows, except for one line in the stairwell, the multi-light windows are retained. And the proposal is to maintain this configuration with a window that has better profiles in the panning. It will also be have a brown painted finish. And Doug Lister, as the architect, is here to take you through the presentation.
Thank you, Carol. My name is Douglas Lister, architect. I'm the architect for the co-op board. Sorry. I'm not familiar. Oh, there we go. These are existing photos of the building, and this shows the one line that still retains the 6/1 configuration, and that only existed on the street elevations and one row on the return. On the rear facades, which are visible from Broadway, this is a view from Broadway, and this is a 1/1 configuration. These were originally all 1/1. some other views you brought up. And this is a close-up of the remaining fire-rated windows in the stairwell. These are stained glass windows at the entrance, which will not be affected by this. They will remain in place by the master plan. A typical existing window and also the configuration that we propose to maintain. Our drawings, existing conditions, these lines at the rear indicate the level of visible and non-visible windows. There was a question at the community board level regarding the mullions. This is the correct mullion configuration of the windows, and we also have the area calculations, which they fall within landmarks guidelines for window area calculations. And part of the reason, this is a master plan, and the owners are very concerned about having a situation where they have, if they go back to 6/1 configuration, they'll have a building over a period of probably 20 years that has different types of window configuration, 6/1 and 1/1. And that's a condition that they would like to. That's
All right, questions? Any questions? All right, so the intent is the replacement window is going to have a different it may have the same configuration of 1/1, but it has a different profile than what you have right now?
No, it'll have the same profile, the same panning configuration. There is one window, and this may be in a community board report, that doesn't match the, I don't know if this is important or not, that doesn't match the 1/1 configuration, and that will be changed in the master plan. The panning profile will be the same, and so there should be no change to the configuration that exists now. Over 90% of the windows are same.
Okay. Any questions? Yes, Roberta.
So how, in terms of numbers, so how many are 1/1s now existing, and how many are, so the originals were the 6/?
The originals on the street elevations were 6/1. There are probably, I'm just giving you a rough number, 500 windows on the street elevations, and the only ones remaining are probably 15 or 16 windows.
At one row.
So a few percent, 3%.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Figure out this one here. What's the change?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. Considering that there is very good technology now for convincing synthetic divided lights that are not significantly costly, HDC feels that 6/1 windows should be required on this apartment building. Window muntins are a big part of the rhythm and texture of this building and the historic district, and their loss would be unnecessary and detrimental. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Crisandi.
Good morning, Commissioner. Sean Crisandi for Landmark West. Our Certificate of Appropriateness Committee appreciates the organizational efforts of the applicant to prepare a windows master plan and is happy that they recognize the value of the existing 6/1 windows that remain, as they largely intend to restore them in the stairwells. We hope that with the physical examples of the original windows, they would choose to follow this primary resource as a model for the rest of the master plan. Instead, by proposing 1/1 windows, they're choosing to defer to a 1980s renovation that has already outlived its useful life. This building will still be here in another 30 years, but most of the windows will again be replaced within that time. Approving an altered window for the short-term benefit of consistency does not make sense, especially given the reality that this series of existing 6/1 windows will be restored and remain in stairwells regardless of the master plan. Accepting the application as is will yield a permanently disordered facade. Our committee is in support of a windows master plan that depicts a model of each unique condition or includes a schedule of variants on standard details, but one that also maintains the building's original look, and in this case, that is 6/1 true divided light windows. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Yes, Christabel.
I'd just like to say that the Society for the Architecture of the City completely agrees with that, as we have done on occasions too numerous to say that they should go back to 6/1, even if there is a temporary inconsistency. This is the character of the building. It will change the texture for the worse if the 1/1 are allowed.
Speak a little louder.
Can't hear, sorry. Is this better? It will destroy the texture of the building. All of the apartment buildings of that period had divided lights, and it's necessary for the architect's original conception, which you have every reason to follow. I think that a temporary inconsistency is a price that has to be paid if they can't do all the windows at once for having the building right in 10 or 20 years. That's worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, are there any other questions? Yeah, yes.
So it was just the street facade, this facade that had those?
Yes.
The others were always two?
They were always 1/1, yes.
It's just that. Oh, is it all facade? I thought it was just one facade.
It's a corner building. Sorry?
It's a corner building.
It is a
but
corner building.
So that all facades have the 6/1? So three sides had the 6/?
The West End Avenue facade had 6/1, and the 83rd Street side elevation had 6/1, and then one window on the return. I'll show you. This row of windows is on the south elevation.
Probably because it was in the same room with windows that had it on the
right
front.
Here.
Okay, any other questions? All right, then we can close the hearing. So I know that the commission has struggled is the right word, but definitely have considered and reconsidered master plans. And just to let you know that our staff has been doing some research on master plans. We have approved master plans in the past with changes to windows that are 1/1. We have sometimes said no to that and asked them to go to their historic configuration. There are factors that we take into consideration when we make that judgment. So I think in this particular case, we should think about whether there are reasons why it's appropriate here, and not. I would urge you not to think about the fact that whatever we decide here is something that has to be applied everywhere, because we have been more nuanced as we look at these buildings. So just to identify a few issues that have at least been taken into consideration in the past that may apply here is that when we've seen buildings that have, especially buildings with a lot of windows, where a significant number and sometimes all the windows have been already replaced prior to designation, we've taken that into consideration. We've taken into consideration where, in fact, the existing building type and typology has historically also had the proposed configuration so that it's not incongruous. And sometimes we have taken into consideration the effect on the facades and their visibility. There are different sort of schools of thought regarding whether the windows are critical to the facade of the building and its historic character. And there have been views that if you have a very embellished building, the windows are not that important. In other cases, you may have a case where the buildings are very stripped down, and therefore the windows have more importance. So that's something that I think we should think about and discuss in this particular case. So, comments? Yes, Roberta.
One of the elements that we look at too is how important the appearance of the windows are to, or how important the appearance is to
the district,
the overall character of the building's facade.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And I think that that's usually where we come, if it really is important to the the integrity of the facade, then we usually try to, I think, go with replacing the original style. This one to me is sort of the middle ground, but I think that having that 6x1 is, I think, still an important thing for the facade. That's my thing.
Okay, others? Other comments? All right, I mean, I think for me, in this particular case, I feel that these windows were replaced a long time ago. I'm not sure whether, it seems to me the 1/1 window configuration doesn't detract from its historic character. I think we've seen that before. So I would find in this particular case, it's appropriate to support a master plan. Other comments?
I agree with the 1/1 because I don't see a lot of the 6/1, even on the major facade. So, and it's on all of the secondary ones, except for that stair.
Okay, yes, Diana.
I was going to say, I often look at, how simple the facade is and whether the window is really critical to it. I think that one thing about this that makes me feel a little more sympathetic toward the 1/1 is that there is quite a bit of variation in the window type, which does create some interest and variety to the building, even though it no longer has the 6/1. So I feel a little more comfortable than I would if it didn't have that, variation in its window fenestration rhythm, but interested to hear what others have to say.
Okay, other comments? Well, I just want to read into the record that Community Board approves the replacement master plan. So it seems, I know, Roberta, you have concerns about this, but the rest of the commissioners are fine? Okay, so then we can take this to vote. All right. Is it Diana that, yep. Okay, so we'll close the hearing. Diana? Okay.
I don't mind.
All right, then, Wellington? I know, you can, but I think you're not supporting it, so.
I don't mind reading. That's okay.
In the matter of 470 West End Avenue, the Riverside West End Historic District, the application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of windows, noting that the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features which contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Riverside West End Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the establishment of a master plan governing the future replacement of windows will provide for consistent fenestration at primary facades over time, which currently feature a mixture of replacement windows and a few historic windows. That the vast majority of windows at this apartment building were replaced prior to designation, typical with 1/1 double-hung aluminum windows with a brown finish, and therefore the historic integrity of much of the overall fenestration has been compromised. That the remaining historic windows are in a deteriorated condition that warrants their replacement, that the historic stained glass windows at the ground floor will be retained, that the proposed 1/1 double-hung aluminum windows at all floors of the primary and secondary facade will match the historic wood windows in terms of operation and details, that the profile of the proposed aluminum paneling will more closely match the profile of the original wood brick mold, that the proposed brown bake-on enamel finish is consistent with finishes over window historically found on buildings of this age and style, that the precedent exists for other buildings of this age and style having been designated with 1/1 double-hung windows, that the work will not detract from the special architectural character of the building.
Yes. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Roberta. This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item number 7, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 174022, 328 West 108th Street, located within the Riverside West End Historic District Extension 2, a Renaissance Revival-style row house designed by Janes and Leo and built in 1898-99. The application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Graham with Landmark staff. The application before you is for a row house on the south side of 108th Street, right off Riverside Drive. The applicants are proposing to construct a rooftop addition that is partially visible above the adjacent shorter row house, and also a rear yard addition. The architect of the project is here today.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Sherman. I'm the architect for 328 West 108th Street, a Renaissance revival row house. You can see the site of the project there, and the rooftop addition and rear yard addition. It's an unusual circumstance for this project because we already have DOB permits. We filed this when the district was just calendared and received approval back in March. And we're in the process of getting permits when the district changed over to a landmark district, and the DOB proceeded to give us those permits. So,
Have you started work?
Well, we have not started work,
Okay.
but the design was certainly set. So we're presenting to you the design that was approved. You can see that the building has an existing rear yard addition. We are creating a full width addition in its place that is set back a bit from where it is to increase the green space in the donut. The rear addition is 4 stories. The rooftop addition is a bulkhead for the stair and elevator. We are replacing windows. This is the front facade. Existing conditions and are proposed. It's worth noting the rooftop addition is set well back from from directly in front of the building. The rooftop addition is not visible. It's only when you go down to the intersection of Riverside and 108th Street that addition becomes visible. This is existing rear elevation right here and showing you the adjacent buildings. This other adjacent building we actually can't see the back of because it projects quite a bit out into the donut. This is original and similar to the neighbors. This stuff are later additions that the neighbors do not share. That's our proposed addition. Steel windows for this zone, aluminum windows for the 2 top zones. Metalwork will all be to match, so it's all powder-coated black to match the steel windows below. I should mention the cladding is brick to match existing here, the actual existing brick here, and for the rooftop addition, we're using off-white hardy plank clapboards here and stucco up at the very top there. Here are some photos to orient you, and you can see it's only when you get to we're all the way down at the end of the street where you can start to see the addition of the bulkhead there. I should show you this. The mock-up here, now we're all the way at Riverside, we're at the intersection, you can see the rooftop bulkhead there. As you continue around Riverside Drive, there is a gap between two existing buildings on Riverside, and through that gap you can see the railing, but not the bulkhead. And I think I'll stop there.
I'm sorry, what? Yes?
He's finished his presentation.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm sorry, I was just distracted for a moment. Okay, questions?
Yes, so what is it that you're seeing when you see from Riverside, the bulkhead? What is that? Is that the building or railing, or what is it that you're...
From that corner of Riverside and 108th Street, you are seeing this corner of the bulkhead.
And what is that? That's a stair bulkhead?
It is a stair bulkhead.
And is there anything that could be done to, I don't know, eliminate, decrease the visibility from that point? What is that? That's the stair.
It is the
There's
stair
no way it's
bulkhead.
not possible.
We could conceivably drop the ceiling height a bit, down to the minimum allowable. You would still be able to see it.
And the second question is about the rear. Since you're not proposing modifying the top floor, you could conceivably leave those existing windows, which are identical to at least your neighbors on one side, and work with that instead of cutting out the whole thing, I think. Do you know what I'm talking about? Just
That's
have
correct.
a door.
That's correct.
You can still have a door to your terrace.
Okay, other questions? Okay, why don't we take testimony? We may have more questions for you. Jay Adol? Yes.
I had signed up because I was divided and hadn't gotten any resolution.
Okay, we've got...
I understand you have.
We do.
So I'll pass.
Okay, and since you've mentioned...
As long as you refer to it.
I'm going to refer to right now that... Okay, so the community board believes that the proposed rear yard addition and facade modifications and the expanded rooftop bulkhead are all reasonably appropriate to the historic character of the building and of the historic district, with the exception of one important component. The new fenestration at the fourth floor should be articulated as punched openings within the masonry, typical of the top floor windows in the rear facade, rather than being widened and combined to create one large glazed opening. Therefore, as a result, the Preservation Committee of Community Board 7 Manhattan disapproves the rear yard alteration and new bulkhead unless the fenestration at the top floor of the rear facade is treated as punched openings. Okay, that's Jay. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC feels that the top two floors should remain intact on the rear and a more appropriate ratio of masonry to glass should be investigated. The rear addition should also not exceed the height of its neighbor. Thank you.
Okay, Sean Crisandi?
Good morning again, Commissioners. Sean Corsandi for Landmark West. Our Certificate of Appropriateness Committee urges the Commission not only to consider this application in its own right, but recall today's findings when reviewing its two adjacent neighbors, numbers 324 and 326 West 108th Street, which will come before you in September. Our committee mainly had concerns over the visibility of the rooftop addition from Riverside Park and also directly across 108th Street. This block exhibits a unique confluence of building types and sizes and requires a heightened level of scrutiny. This site is in a distinctive position as the last in a row of row houses punctuated with a much shorter landmark. While the photos are obstructed by leafy trees, our site visit revealed that the mock-up is still visible when viewed from two vantage points over the rooftop of architect Frank Freeman's picturesque Romanesque Revival row house at number 330 West 108th Street, marked by its dormer windows and panelized faux Spanish tile roof. The applicant has assured us that this is just the railing, but we still ask the LPC to limit its visibility as much as possible in keeping with LPC rules that rooftop additions are not visible from the street, but also in recognizing the significance of this side view. This exposure is increased when viewed from Riverside Park. Due to this side exposure, we request special attention be made to the appropriateness of the rooftop bulkhead cladding, which will be seen from the park and 108th Street when looking south. Overall, we want to thank the applicant for the restorative efforts of the street facade, and we find their design interventions are largely discreet. While we typically advocate for the retention of rear yard dogleg into the donut, in this instance we are faced with a heavily deteriorated and already altered rear facade on a narrow 17-foot wide lot. Our committee finds the steel windows in material and composition to be an appropriate option for the rear facade and appreciates the restraint and glazing at the upper levels. Several members were curious as to the choices of materials as the design moved up. While wood windows are being restored and/or replaced on the front facade, the rear facade is being rebuilt with 4 floors of steel and 2 floors of aluminum. The committee would prefer limiting the introduction of new window types to just steel. Lastly, and to echo Roberta and the community board, the committee would request the retention of punched windows at the 5th floor level of the existing to remain rear facade. These features would more closely tie it to the context of surrounding neighbors and allow it to retain the original characteristics native to the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? All right. Do you mind just going back to the, do you have a floor plan of the top floor?
Yeah, I'm just having trouble with the clicker. There you go.
All right. So the top floor is basic. It's okay. So it's a staircase and the elevator. And which is the portion that's being viewed from the side? It's the staircase?
The part that's visible from...
Yeah, visible from the street.
Is this corner right here.
Okay. All right. Yes, Diana and then Roberta.
Yeah, this is on, I just noticed the issue of the special windows, which are, I guess, on the front facade.
Is the front facade being done at staff level?
Front facade is being done at staff level. There is a leaded glass window at the rear facade noted in the staff.
Oh, it's the rear facade. And where is it located?
Can you show us where the leaded glass window is in the rear?
I still feel like
This is the leaded glass. And
But you said that, I think in your presentation, you said that's a change that took place after the building was constructed?
That is correct. May I make one comment
Yes.
about that? After we presented to Community Board 7 and they weighed in on the punched openings,
Yeah.
The owner of the building suggested actually taking this leaded glass window and reusing it at the top as a way to comply with CB7's requests. The existing windows, as are the neighbors, are nothing particularly nice or attractive. So while this is an addition, the owner is fond of it, so he would be happy to reuse it if that would satisfy the community.
To the top floor.
So,
Yes, Diana, go ahead.
just to pursue this for a second, I actually was more interested in, truthfully, in the front facade, which is being improved at staff level. So I assume that window, though special, there's no indication that it was, the one in the front was original, because obviously the other buildings do not have those windows, but...
The other windows on the front appear to be original, Commissioners. Right now in the picture, they're hard to see because there are storm windows over them, which in the photographs gray them out considerably, but they do appear to be original. on the front facade.
But,
And they're being restored.
oh, they are being restored. That was unclear. That's what I was asking. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Roberta, you had a question?
Yeah, I think I was just going to say something else about the stair, that maybe there was a way to reconfigure so that you could get it lower on that side. It's a little complicated because you have the stair running up on your plan. You go up on one side, but then the part that you see is the part that has to be the highest because you're continuing around. But if you went in your plan up the other side, then you could actually make that side a little
but,
lower.
but then that would be visible from Riverside Drive, from the mid-block position on Riverside, if we went towards the back instead of towards the front.
Okay, but in the photograph that you showed, it wouldn't be as visible.
Correct.
But there's another shot you're saying which would make it visible. Okay.
Yes.
So you can't win.
Yes.
Wide opening on Riverside Drive.
Right. Okay, any other questions? All right, if there are no other questions, we can close the hearing. Okay, comments?
Well, I just think that we should still work to make this lower. That it probably is possible. It looks like it has some height that you could drop, but maybe you can't make it disappear.
Right, I think their height is something like, it's a little less than 12 feet, and so it seems like it could easily come down a couple of feet. Okay, they can work with staff on that. Yes, other
is just the upper floor, which we always try to get the sense of the row to preserve that by having a door and two windows rather than taking out the fenestration. So.
Right, now what about the recommendation or the suggestion that the architect made of relocating the window at the lower level and incorporating it at the rear?
It could.
I don't think it's the same thing. I think that the reason that we try to preserve the windows at the top is
It's to maintain the historic.
To the row, yeah, right. So we know what it was.
Relate to the character of the adjacent building. So that's the last little piece that sort of said we used to be twins.
But I think they should put the bay window on the lower levels. We have in the past, on several occasions, been outright protective of bay windows of that nature in their place. So I think that it is a piece of real historic fabric, and I think that it could be easily relocated and retained, and I don't think you'd be losing anything by having it to be on the addition, and having, and then, keeping the top floor with the existing fenestration.
I think that they can easily do that. So we could recommend that. So the top floor, we'll say to go back to the punched openings, but one could be converted to a door. I think we were okay with that. And that to relocate the special window to the reconstructed or the extended facade. And they could work with staff with that. Does that make sense? Okay.
Even though the window is not original to the house, you want to relocate it to the rear facade.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not original to the house. And
It's not brand new.
And how long has it been there?
That I cannot say.
Right, yeah. Okay, so the,
Push out of the box.
I don't.
okay, so here, the issue is this.
I think it's necessary.
The top row, I think the recommendation that they said to relocate this window to the top row is not necessarily what the commission, I think the commission feels more comfortable with having. So the second question is, do we want them to relocate that special window given that they have said that it's not original? So it happened at some point, we don't know when. Do we know when, John?
No, Commissioners, but these three houses that are shown are matching houses as called out in the designation report. And you can see the other two remaining houses have at that parlor floor level this double hung window with square transoms. So we believe this was added after construction.
Do we call this out as a special window in our report?
Not mentioned in the designation report
Okay,
because
so
it's on the rear facade and you can't see it from the street. And it's only the transom that is actually a leaded glass window.
What's the cladding on the bay?
It is copper cladding on the bay.
So it's probably early 20th century.
It's not.
And there is a photograph in the handouts, Commissioners.
As we do all the time to respect the Dolcartian modifications of buildings over time and try to hold on to that stuff.
Well, it seems to me they can easily incorporate it, I think, into their facade. And if we feel, okay, notwithstanding that the report doesn't call it out and it's not a part of the original row, if we feel that this window has historic merit, regardless, then we can ask them to incorporate it. So you can work with staff, I think probably on the top portion of your extension, you could incorporate it. Okay. Over, well, I think it has to make some sense within that facade.
Yeah.
But, okay, middle, that's fine too. Okay. That seems like a reasonable sort of change. Okay, we can close the hearing. And Roberta, you want to read those out? Okay.
In the matter of 328 West 115th Street, Riverside West End Historic District Extension 2. Application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions. I recommend approval, finding that demolition of the existing three-story rear L will not eliminate it down to any significant features. That the construction of the proposed rooftop addition and rear roof deck will not result in the loss of or damage to any significant architectural feature of the roof or building. That the proposed rooftop addition, consisting of a stair and elevator bulkhead, mechanical equipment, and a rear deck, will not be seen directly above the primary facade, but only at an angle above the shorter adjacent buildings to the west. That the proposed rear yard addition will not be visible from any public thoroughfare. That the proposed rear addition will not project into the rear yard further than the historic rear yard extensions within this block, and therefore will not further diminish the central green space. That the proposed rear addition will not rise to the full height of the building, thereby preserving the center of the building's original volume. That the existing bay window is not found on other buildings. That we're saying that it is. Yes. And so I'll read that. And that the brick cladding multi-light windows and the spandrel panel dividing the large window on the basement and parlor floors will maintain the scale and character of this building as an individual row house. However, we recommend that the top floor of the rear of the building maintain the original punched openings, at least two, with the possibility of creating a door out of one of them, and that the special window now found on the second floor of the rear be transplanted to some place in the rear, the new addition.
Working with staff.
Clarification, you want the entire bay, not just the stained glass transom incorporated into the rear addition?
Yeah, the bay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay, so second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, this application is approved.
Thank you, Commissioners.
The next item, Commissioners, is number 8. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness at 120 East 106th Street, the St. Cecilia's Church, an individual landmark, docket number 16-9373, Borough of Manhattan, Block 1633, Lot 61, a Romanesque Revival-style church designed by Napoleon Lebrun and Sons and built in 1887, and the application is to install new fences and railings.
Good morning, Commissioner Sandy Chung, Preservation Staff. 120 East 106th Street, St. Cecilia's Roman Catholic Church is an individual landmark located mid-block between Park and Lexington Avenues. The proposal is to modify existing railings. Here's the existing elevation. At the main entrance, the proposal is to install gates that would match the design, height, and details of the existing railings found on the building here. At the two side entrances, the proposal is to remove the wood sheds and install fences and gates. The design of these gates would be based on the historic railings, but they would be approximately 8 feet 7 inches high and have an incorporated mesh for security reasons. And the applicant is here to answer any questions and discuss the project.
Okay, thank you. Sandy, yes. Oh, they're here to, are they making a presentation or just to answer questions?
If you need them to discuss anything or if you have any questions.
All right, I just want to understand, so if this is being driven for security reasons? Because, yes, maybe you could just speak to that issue. Has the church had problems in the past? Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
This is based on the proposal and the changes, including the taller fence, that's related to security issues?
Yes, the existing, I'm not quite sure I know how to use this one. If you could just advance it for me. Oh, that's it? Okay, thank you. The courtyard behind the church, these alleyways are either used for egress from the lower basement space, or as you can see, there are fire escapes on the side of the building. This church, the interior, has a wraparound gallery, so there's seating in the upper portion of the church as well. So those fire escapes provide egress from those areas to the alleyways and out these side doors. So the side doors actually, historically, had a 4-foot-high fence, but obviously that was in the 19th century and was suitable then for security, but not suitable now. These gates are proposed to service those alleyways securely. Right now what's there are wooden sheds with hollow metal doors, and they're also equipped with panic hardware because they are means of egress from assembly spaces. So this is as it exists now. Those doors that are dotted, this is the demolition plan. You can see off to the sides here and here that you can see the configuration of those doors. They're two single doors side by side for that means of egress, and what we're proposing is to put up gates of similar design, all details replicated except height, and to provide the security that's needed for those alleyways and for those courtyards.
So it eliminates these unsightly sheds?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
It's blocked right now.
Yes, Michael?
How high is the belt course, the top of that belt course, to which it is, the fences are immediately adjacent?
Probably about 60 inches.
5 feet, huh?
Yeah.
To the bottom of it or to the top?
To the bottom. When I stand...
Your fence is 8'6".
Correct.
Right?
I'm wondering if you can line it up with it.
Okay.
Yeah. He's just wondering if you could line it up
Why are there that 4, 5, 6?
to keep people from climbing over.
Yeah, when I stand next to that building, my head is basically at the top of that belt course.
Okay, thanks.
That gives you some
And the
indication of
reason,
scale.
and you're not doing a top on these things, you're just doing a high fence.
That's correct, but at the top of the fence, if you see the detailing,
Some pickets, some
it has the pickets, which gives it, you know, some additional
Current
security.
value.
Yes.
Got it. What's the point of the screen?
The screen is something that we need to add because obviously the space, we're emulating the spacing of the verticals of the fence that exists, and they're about 5 inches apart from each other. So you could easily put your hand in and operate the panic hardware just by sticking your arm through. So obviously it wouldn't be much security without having the mesh.
So could you, by that logic, kind of just limit the mesh to a certain area maybe and not have it to be the whole way?
We could, but then we studied that actually, and we said, well, what would that area be? You know, and would that appear to be more like a patch? And would that be more unsightly than simply having it across the entire gate? And it's a very subjective judgment, but we made the aesthetics judgment that having it appear as a field rather than looking like a patch was preferable.
And we just have it on the front side of the gates, not on the sides, just the front part of it. So the sides are completely open.
What color is that mesh? So
It's painted the same color as the gauge, which is a dark charcoal gray.
So is it going to look all? I mean, so it's going to look much more solid than if the gate was black and the mesh was lighter, then I guess.
Well, that's a possibility. I mean, it's a galvanized mesh, so we could paint it any color. Once again, I mean, in my experience, you know, if you have something perhaps that's gray, it might disappear more than if it's black. In this particular instance, I mean, for instance, if you put something that was gray or silver up against the sky, you wouldn't see it, or you would have to really try to see it. So we're open to painting that mesh any color that this committee would entertain.
Okay.
And one more question,
Yeah.
just about the height again. So the idea is that it is, what is this height?
It's 8'6".
8'6" because, so it couldn't be.
For security. If we made it lower, it wouldn't be much. It wouldn't be very secure.
What, you're expecting that someone could run and jump over it if it was 6 feet?
Well, they can scale it.
A 6 foot or a 5 foot high fence is going to be less secure than an 8'6" fence, and I'm not quite sure the purpose of putting up the higher fence would be if we had something that was 6 foot. If it wouldn't be as secure as an 8'6" fence, we're looking for the security. Right now, the way
The person would do would be 8 foot. So
What does the 8 foot? Right, the 8 foot, does that cover the entire opening? Is that?
It does.
Okay, so
It does.
it fits within that opening.
Yeah, and the opening itself, right now, the sheds that are on the opening, they are indeed sheds. So you have the vertical plywood wall with the doors in it, and then there's lean-to sheds which go back to the wall. So that's how much security they have now, where somebody couldn't even climb over the top of the wall.
Okay. Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? All right, Community Board 11 agree that the proposed gates and fences are in keeping with the aesthetic character of the building. All right, do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing.
So moved.
All right, comments? But it's one of those issues that I think often institutions and other owners sometimes confront, which is that of security and safety. And they are trying to incorporate and extend the historic fence in areas to provide that security. So I think it's okay and it's appropriate. It seems that the locations that they put it make sense. And I think if the commission feels that we want the other sort of layer of fencing behind the pickets in a color that is more, that will recede more and blend more, then we can ask them to do it. It seems they're very open to that. I don't know what that color is, but we can decide here as a group. Yes, Michael?
I think it's in general an improvement. I mean, those plywood sheds were nothing to get excited about, and I think that it's good. I would just ask them to I think the idea about exploring the color is a great idea, and they should also make sure that the staff looks at the color of the hardware. I mean, that stuff comes out in one color pretty much, or silver, and it's pretty awful. So they should just try to coordinate it.
Okay, and so why don't we ask them to work with staff on the color and to make sure that the hardware that they're proposing as a part of the fencing is also has a minimal effect on the historic character and features. Is that okay? Okay, so Roberta, did you read last time? Okay, so you did. Michael? Yes, thank you. Can you read us the resolution? Thank you.
In the matter of 120 East 106th Street, St. Cecilia's Church, an individual landmark. I recommend, an application to install new fences and railings. I recommend approval, finding that the removal of 2 sheds at the side entrances will eliminate features that detract from the architectural and historic character of the building. That portions of historic fence to be removed will be reused in other areas to restore deteriorated sections of the historic fence. That the proposed fences and railings will match the design, details, materials, and finish of existing historic fences at the building. And the presence of fencing and gates along the entire length of the grand staircase leading up to the church will not diminish the character of this bold, highly ornamented facade. That physical evidence on the existing historic stairs indicate that historically gates existed at the proposed locations leading to the side entrances. That the proposed increased height and mesh infill at the side entrance gates is required for security to the church and the school within the building, and that the presence of mesh is easily reversible. That the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of this individual landmark, and the applicant will work with staff to determine a color for the mesh that is appropriate with the black of the cast and wrought iron fence.
Second, and all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved.
The next item is number 9, an application for a certificate of appropriateness at 11 East 89th Street in the Carnegie Hill Historic District, docket number 17-1128, Borough of Manhattan, Block 1501, Lot 7, a neo-Renaissance style townhouse designed by Arthur C. Jackson and built in 1912-13. And the application is to construct a rooftop addition, install fencing, replace windows, alter the entry, and install security doors.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Derek Danderam, Preservation Department staff. This property is located in the Carnegie Hill Historic District on the north side of East 89th Street between 5th Avenue and Madison Avenue. The applicant is proposing to integrate security glass doors behind the existing cast iron gates, enlarge and reconstruct the vestibule interior wall using salvage material, replace non-historic windows at the East 89th Street facade, and also with casement windows, some of which will not match the historic configuration, replace visible 1/1 double-hung lot line windows with single fixed one-line windows, and remove an existing rooftop addition and construct a new rooftop addition and fence visible from various vantage points. The architect here is present to show that.
Thank you. I'm Mary Burnham from Murphy, Burnham and Buttrick, and I'm here with my colleague Sarah Grant. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Derek. There are 3 elements that we'd like to review with you. The first being the facade window replacements, which we are going to be replacing with wood windows, the front gates and entry vestibule, and then work at the rooftop. This is the 1940s historic photograph that we have of the building. The new windows that we will be introducing are wood windows, more in character with the existing condition, and we'd like to reintroduce the casement configuration on the 2nd floor and reintroduce the glass arch transoms at the parlor level. We would like to also continue that casement configuration for the upper levels. We think this is appropriate for this building because of its non-residential use, and we have found precedent for this. These are elevations that show the current configuration, which, as we said, are aluminum replacement units. And this is what we propose, which are wood windows with details that we believe are more similar to what was existing originally. And then this shows you exactly what we have in mind for those casement windows. These are examples of buildings of similar vintage that have casement windows throughout the building. So we do think that this was something that was appropriate, would be something appropriate to this building of this vintage. The second area is the entry, where we plan to retain the existing cast iron gates and refurbish them, and introduce a level of pane of ballistic glass immediately on the interior of these gates to achieve the level of security that we've been advised is required. In doing so, we will remove this existing non-compliant hardware, and if you can barely see, there's sort of a two-dimensional sort of original detail on this second gate. We will restore that if we find it behind this hardware. But in any case, we will be replacing the hardware on these gates. This shows you the configuration as it exists for the existing vestibule. There's a set of gates on both sides, one of which is an egress for the lower level. And in order to make that egress code compliant, we have to remove the wall of the vestibule back several feet to retain the minimal dimensions that are required for that egress. We plan to do that by retaining and reusing and salvaging all the existing stone interior of that vestibule, and also restoring some of the lost elements, such as this crown molding, which is missing in this area. You can tell it's been removed. So we'll make that sort of whole again, and that interior now enclosed will be have historic fabric restored to it. These are the details that we are proposing for the front gate. There will be, as I said, a ballistic layer of glass immediately behind the gates, but they will be detailed with steel, so very thin frames, and we think very commensurate with things that were done similarly in other buildings of this era, and type. So the color, and our goal is to make it as minimal as possible. The east facade has a number of openings in it. We think many of them not original, and we propose to replace the existing double-hung windows with code-required lot line windows, and replace and sort of infill many of the masonry openings that have occurred over the years, and just fill them with stucco matching existing. This is a portion of the east facade at the top of the building, which describes what we're proposing. This is the existing condition. Currently, there's a play deck at the north end of the roof, and an existing stair bulkhead here. The current elevator does not reach the roof level, so we are introducing a new elevator bulkhead to make that roof level accessible as required by code, and we're moving it as far back from the street as possible to minimize its visibility. To achieve that, we're moving the recreation area to the front south of the building, and we'll be introducing, similar to, although there's a 10-foot fence around the play area, to the north, we'll be doing a more sort of sophisticated material that we believe has less visibility for our 10-foot fence. And then we're also introducing a kicker, an angled kicker at the front facade, so that to minimize the visibility from the street, we'll have a larger section to show you this in greater detail. This is the plan of the roof. Currently, there's a play area at the north end, and this is the stair bulkhead. This is the elevator bulkhead that does not reach this level, and then there are several tall, visible mechanical units here. We're, as I said, putting the recreation area on the south side. Here is this new stair bulkhead and the elevator bulkhead here. All our mechanicals will be in the rear. This is a building section which shows you how this is achieved. This is the angled kicker to sort of minimize visibility from the street. This is the vanishing coil fence, and to further north, the stair and the elevator bulkheads. This records in several photographs sort of a cinematic view of what you see when you walk down the street with the mock-up in place. So this is the furthest away, the building is here. This is a little closer, the building is here. This is a little closer. You can just sort of barely make out something up there. This is in front of the building. This is further down at Fifth Avenue looking back. So by now you can see the elevator bulkhead here. And then this is even further away, and we're talking about here. That's what we're saying, what we're seeing. This is a current photograph of the street from, we're standing sort of close to Madison Avenue and looking at the building from there. And then this is our rendered view of what it would look like with that fence in the front. This is from the opposite view, so I'm walking towards Fifth Avenue looking back. This is a rendered view. This is the existing view. And then what we've done is rendered an image from within the park to better sort of, because it's a little hard to understand exactly what you would see. This shows you where the fence would be and the elevator bulkhead there. This is from the opposite side of Fifth Avenue, the rendered view. So, yeah. We're proposing a cement siding to the bulkheads, which we believe are consistent with all the other bulkheads in the area, and we intended to be as neutral as possible. This is a vanishing coil fence material that is a very fine mesh that has been approved by Landmarks previously in similar conditions. And then this is the color that we're proposing for the windows at the front facade, which we believe is closer to what was originally there. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Any questions? Yes, Roberta.
The vanishing coil fence, is that what is that your fence? Is that your primary fence? That's what we're looking at in terms of the fencing?
Yes, for the roof. Yeah.
But this isn't your building, right? This is
a precedent.
Okay, can you show that? Can you go back to the slide where you're showing the fencing?
The view.
The view, yeah. This one you can't actually see, so you really can't
Look at the drawing 16. Yeah. You'll be able to see it in the handout.
But this is on the front?
Yeah.
At the front facade, and again at the side walls will be straight, and then at the front facade we've introduced an angled kicker to reduce the visibility right at that point from the immediate surrounding view.
But everything from here forward, this is all the vanishing coil. That's where we're proposing the vanishing coil.
So the parapet is solid, existing height up to a certain point, and the vanishing coil gets to that required 10-foot height.
Okay. Any other questions for now? We'll take, you'll have a chance, okay? So we'll just take testimony. Michael Hall.
Good afternoon, Michael Hall, Friends of the Upper East Side. The Preservation Committee at Friends appreciates the effort to move the elevator and stair bulkheads towards the rear of the building but the bulk of the rooftop addition is still highly visible. The vanishing coil fence indeed seems to fade into the sky. However, the frame remains prominent when viewed from the street level, as seen in the example provided at 1 East 91st Street. Our committee is pleased to see the new wooden casement windows proposed for the front facade, but questions their use on the upper floors. In the precedent shown, the casements at higher floors included divided lights at the transom. Double-hung windows would be more appropriate for the top 3 floors of the building, as well as for the highly visible lot line windows on the east facade. Finally, the addition of ballistic glass to the existing cast iron gates changes the nature of the vestibule from an exterior to a quasi-interior space. The application is vague about the proposed changes to the entry beyond these gates, but it appears that the second set of existing cast iron gates will be replaced by aluminum and glass doors. The applicant also proposes to cut into the existing facade to lower the window in front of the stairs to the floor. Unfortunately, the applicant did not provide drawings for the existing conditions of this area, and absent that information, we cannot weigh in. Although each of these concerns is relatively minor, the accumulated effect will detract from the character of this building. There is also not enough information in the proposal to make an informed decision about the entry work. We respectfully ask the Commission to deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC objects to the very visible proposed fence on the roof as it detracts from the copper mansard and strays too far from the architectural language of the house and its sister to the west. We ask that more effort be made to set it back and bring down the height so that it will not be visible from the public way. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lou Vanderwalk from Carnegie Hill Neighbors.
Yes, my name is Lo Vandervalk, representing Carnegie Hill Neighbors. We want to emphasize that this is a very significant block. It has many fine buildings, including the St. David's buildings, which includes the old Graham House, which was an apartment hotel near Madison Avenue, and then that links with the main buildings of St. David's, which are the cutting houses designed by Delano Aldrich for Robert Cutting's daughters, 3 daughters. And then at the Fifth Avenue end, we have the Guggenheim Museum. So all in all, this is a very fine block. The sister building, it was designed next door, a townhouse next to 11 East 89th was designed by Oscar Blumner, and it's a very fine house, townhouse, which is sort of eclectically designed with Art Nouveau and elements in a very traditional townhouse. So the block is important, and our main objection is with the rooftop fencing, which is which is still visible, even though it's crooked and set back somewhat. The posts are visible, and we maintain also that the vanishing coil fence will be visible once it's strung across those poles. And that visibility extends also as you go on the opposite side of the street towards Fifth Avenue, looking back. And also the actual rooftop play area is not that large. It's probably only 700 square feet. And we note that on the 6th floor, the fence is only 6 feet high. And also the court area has seating areas and planters. So we wonder if there isn't some way to work with the code to get that fence lowered. Finally, we think that the bulkheads, although they have come down somewhat by 4 feet since the proposal at the community board, we would look to and hope for some way to lower those bulkheads or additionally alter the configuration so that the generator is closer to the bulkheads and makes less of an impact overall. That's the extent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lou. The next speaker is Ira Kravitz.
I'm Ira Krowitz, Director of Communications at Park Avenue Synagogue. Park Avenue Synagogue is a dynamic neighborhood institution which has served the Upper East Side for more than 130 years. Through its activities, classes, and programs, it meets the social, cultural, religious, and educational needs of more than 1,600 families. Throughout these years, we have been good neighbors and strong supporters of all members of the community, young and old. As our programming and school have grown, we plan to prudently renovate 11 East 89th Street to accommodate the growing attendance at our congregational school and our young family and adult educational classes. A critical component is providing full and equal accessibility throughout the facility, as much of our population is comprised of young children and senior citizens, as well as everyone in between. This access includes extending the elevator to serve the existing play deck on the roof, to preserve the historic fabric of the Carnegie Hill District, and with respect for our neighbors, rather than extend the existing elevator at its location in the front of the building, we will be moving it as far away from the street as possible. I want to emphasize that the outdoor space is of critical importance to all the people who will be using the building. We have reviewed our plans with our neighbors, Carnegie Hill neighbors, and friends of the Upper East Side. We have made every effort to meet the code requirements in a manner that is sensitive to the location and to our neighbors. I thank you, Commissioners, for your time and consideration of our proposal.
Thank you. Kevin Hackett.
Commissioners, my name is Kevin Hackett, and I am the president of the co-op board of 17 East 89th Street, the synagogue's immediate neighbor to the east. We want to welcome the expansion of the synagogue's facilities from their current headquarters on 87th and Madison. We are excited to have this dynamic neighbor next to us. I am here together with several of my fellow cooperators to point out to the Commission that our focus and our concerns, which are collective, relate to the proposed improvements on the roof. We have undergone recently a very constructive dialogue with St. David's School in connection with their renovation of the landmarked Graham House. That dialogue stands in stark contrast to the lack of dialogue that we have experienced with the synagogue. I have submitted a letter to the Commission 2 weeks ago outlining our efforts to date to engage in a meaningful dialogue, which, if it follows the pattern of St. David's, would result in an iterative process resulting in a much finer result on the roof. The principal issue with the roof now is that it's so, in terms of its detail, vague that it's very hard to get our hands around it. We are one of only 2 residential buildings on this wonderful block, the other being 11 East 88th Street, and we're now going to hear from my fellow cooperators with specifics on the shortcomings that we see in the proposal. My message as president, however, is that we want to engage the synagogue in constructive dialogue as their immediate neighbor, and we look forward to that.
Thank you. Claire Marks.
My name is Claire Marks, and I am speaking on behalf of a number of residents of 17 East 89th Street against the mechanical bulkhead and particularly the 10-foot high fence proposed by Park Avenue Synagogue. We believe strongly that the currently proposed assembly of additions and fencing is far too prominent and would be an eyesore for the block, the neighborhood, and the historic district. I will speak directly on the impact of the proposed fence. The proposed fence detracts from the visual harmony of that building with its immediate neighbor, 9 East 89th Street, designed by Oscar Blumner. Together, these two buildings of similar massing constitute a pair of townhouses that is unique to this block, which is an important contributing block in the Carnegie Hill Historic District, including also the highly prized St. David's School buildings and the Guggenheim Museum. The proposed changes are inappropriate, and we hope the Commission will require the new owner to make changes in its plans that will minimize their adverse impact. Despite our repeated requests for correction, the mock-up is not accurate. The proposed generator, air handler, and cast stone parapet are not shown at all. The mock-up of the fence has been purposely designed to understate the scale and presence of the fencing on this mid-block townhouse. While the proposed elevator bulkheads are shown with the standard red construction materials, the fence has been made all but transparent through the use of only installed yellow posts, which are difficult to distinguish from the yellowish building behind them, and no filler between them. The photos submitted by the applicant do not accurately reflect the reality of the fence's impact. Per the pictures accompanying this statement, it is obvious that when fencing of whatever nature is strung between the posts, it will be visible from the Madison Avenue and 89th Street corner bus stop, the entire southern edge of the building which faces 89th Street, along 2/3 of the building's western side, which is visible from the Guggenheim entrances, as well as from the sidewalk across Fifth Avenue in front of Central Park, and lastly, from several vantage points in the park itself. Park Avenue Synagogue has been an esteemed part of the Carnegie Hill community for many years. We welcome them to our block. We hope that they will rethink their plans, as did St. David's School when they voluntarily withdrew their fenced-in terrace plan in the face of nearly identical neighborhood objections to its visibility. If that is not the case, we hope that the Landmarks Commission will act to protect this significant building, described in the Carnegie Hill Architecture Guide as, quote, characterized by proportion, classical detail, and rich materials, unquote, by preventing a 10-foot fence which will hover over its mansard roof faced with verdigris copper and which will be visible from some of the most well-traveled public vantage points in Carnegie Hill and Central Park. In conclusion, I wish to thank you for your consideration and for your continued service to our city.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Talton Embe.
Madam Chair, I'm Talton Embry. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and other residents at 17 East 89th Street against the proposed rooftop changes to the landmark building at 11 East 89th. For many years, the Trevor Day School occupied 11 East 89th Street. As part of the school's program, the rooftop was outfitted with playground equipment, and students used the space for recreation on a daily basis. The play space was fenced in towards the rear of the building so that the fencing was not visible from the street. Park Avenue Synagogue is seeking permission to replace the playground with an elevator-accessed rooftop garden. Its plans call for a 10-foot high fence to be erected along the front of the building, the installation of a large elevator bulkhead on the roof, and other mechanicals. Most of the additions will be visible from East 89th Street, Madison Avenue, Fifth Avenue, and Central Park. These additions are not in keeping with the landmark status of the building or the Carnegie Hill district. In addition, they do not seem to be necessary to fulfill the educational program that the synagogue intends to pursue. Based on publicly available information, the synagogue operates a day school at its main campus on Madison Avenue and 87th Street, and it will continue to operate the day school at that address. At that facility, they have a large, fully equipped rooftop with playground equipment for children and space for catered events for adults. We are being told that at most, they intend to have after-school classes Monday through Thursday from 4 to 6, and on Saturdays from 10 to 12 a.m. We have been told the children will not only be using the space, but occasionally for 10 or 15 minutes a day. In addition, we're told that the rooftop garden will be mostly used for adult group gatherings for which a 10-foot high fence is not required. As you know, because you're here, landmark buildings and districts are very delicate items. While change may be necessary, It should only be entertained when the need is compelling and the alterations as little noticeable as possible. In this instance, the rooftop garden is unnecessary and the alterations highly visible. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. The next speaker is Larry Davis.
Thank you. I'm Larry Davis. I'm a resident at 17 East 89th Street, representing myself and other cooperators. As has been stated before, we're in opposition to the application, and I'd like to focus on two primary reasons. I'm a real estate developer by trade, and I'd like to focus on the elevator bulkhead and the mechanical. With respect to the elevator, I had mentioned at the community board hearing that an alternative to having this extra 9 to 10 feet would be for the synagogue to put in a hydraulic lift similar to what St. David's ultimately decided to do, so that the elevator could go up to the 6th floor as it does now, and then separately have a hydraulic lift, which would not require a large bulkhead for the overrun for the elevator. I had mentioned that, but that's apparently not being considered, and given the visibility in the area that's been stated before, this is a real option that ought to be considered by the synagogue to mitigate some of the visibility. Secondly, with respect to the mechanical systems, it's very difficult to comment on them because really all they've done on the plans is put some placeholders in. We have no sense of the scale of the equipment, the amount of equipment, the noise that would be generated by the equipment. We've been told that there's an emergency generator. Presumably there are air handlers, but we don't know the sizing or whether they can be located in an area perhaps next to the elevator bulkhead rather than a separate area that further diminishes the visibility, rather increases the diminished visibility from the street. So again, I'd like to focus on those two issues, and perhaps the commission can discuss with the applicant alternatives that would mitigate some of the bulkhead and roof addition issues as discussed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Shelley Friedman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Shelley Friedman, Friedman and Gottbaum. We represent the board of 11 East 89th. You've heard from the previous speakers. The word vague has come up over and over again. That is what this application represents to us and to the community at large. You will see the community board resolution, quite uniquely in my experience, not only opposes the application, but asks the applicant at the committee level to meet with the neighborhood so that they would understand more about what this application is all about. That meeting did not occur, and at the full board, they voted it down and passed another resolution asking that the neighbors be informed more about this very, very vague application. You heard vagueness raised with regard to the architectural plans. Obviously, you hear the occupants of 11 East 89th very concerned about the use in that building, and I understand that use is not relevant to the Commission's findings, but in this regard, they are useful in two places. One, as Mr. Davis has just testified, we believe the mechanicals are outsized, and without a better understanding of what's going on in this building, there's no way for anybody to come to that conclusion. That's your conclusion to reach, not ours, but we ask that you ask the applicant for further information. The other has to do with the school uses in the building itself. It's been said that this is a playground. We have some doubts about that. We actually had to make a records access request and came down and looked at the file. There were floor plans in a submission that you folks haven't seen. And in that submission, the floor plans indicate not one space used for child education. Adjacent to these rooms look like adult education classes. We have no issue with the uses of the building, except we do not see where children are actually going to be taught in this building. There has been reference to perhaps after-school programs, maybe occasionally 10 to 15 minutes. We met, the residents met with the school finally in late July. Didn't get much more than that about the use in the building. And, giving the synagogue the benefit of the doubt, if it is going to be school classes, this will be unprecedented that you will be giving your approval to what is basically a school cage on a building that is not a full-time school. It is not a purpose-built school. It's not an adaptive use of a large building like Sacred Heart that was adapted for school use. This is a townhouse. And in my experience, the commission has never provided a school cage, what is basically a school cage, for a building that is not a complete and total school. Trevor Day occupied this building prior. They didn't need a school cage. They had one in the back of the building. And so we asked the commission this. Give the synagogue the benefit of the doubt. Tell them they can't have their cage now. But when they are prepared to come forward and say what educational purposes for children will be in the building, that will be the time that they can come forward and ask the commission for a school cage, which, as I say, thus far is unprecedented for other than a school. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Julie Ashcroft.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Ashcraft. I'm a resident of New York County. As an art conservation technician, I worked on the preservation of landmarks, including the Michigan State House, St. Patrick's Cathedral, and the Elmer Garnsey ceiling in the collector's suite of the U.S. Customs House. Before we could in-paint that polychrome ceiling, a layer of black carbon soot had to be removed. Carbon soot is produced by the combustion of diesel, the most common fuel in emergency generators. It is therefore reasonable to believe that soot produced by the emergency generator planned for the roof of 11 East 89th Street would dirty the pale brick facades of that building, as well as 17 East 89th Street and other buildings nearby. As you know, removing soot from buildings is a costly and potentially damaging process. Removing soot from artwork is an even more painstaking process, and it is reasonable to believe that soot from the generator planned for the roof of 11 East 89th Street would land not only upon nearby buildings, but also upon artwork contained in the buildings, such as the Guggenheim Museum, which is in itself one of the most famous landmarks in New York. Notice that the scaffolding company hired for 11 East 89th Street obtained an after-hour variance permit automatically by claiming in their application to the Department of Buildings that there are no residences within 200 feet of 11 East 89th Street. That is false. There are 4 apartment buildings within 200 feet. 17 East 89th Street is just 15 feet away, and the wind blows strongly from the direction of 11 East 89th Street into windows of 17 East 89th Street. Upon information and belief, the planned generator is less than 20 feet from a door on the roof, and therefore poses a carbon monoxide hazard not only to the children and adults in 11 East 89th Street, but also to the residents of 17 East 89th Street due to wind patterns. Diesel generator exhaust poses a special threat to children as their bodies are not fully developed. There are 2 schools on this block. I propose replacing the currently planned generator with solar panels, which are not only less tall, they're more horizontal, but they would also provide off-grid electricity 365 days a year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, there are no other speakers. Community Board 8 has submitted their resolution, and I'm going to paraphrase their rather lengthy resolution, but let's see. To the front, rear, side facades, they recommend approval. The rooftop work, they recommend denial, and they request LPC to delay action until complete plans presented to neighbors. Okay, would you like to respond to some of the comments that were made? I think what would be helpful is, since there's been a lot of discussion about the rooftop, could you just walk us through the changes that you're making to the rooftop, because we don't have plans, and just explain to us what mechanicals you anticipate and perhaps what the elevation level is, because that was also a little bit unclear.
So you want me to speak to the mechanical?
Yes.
Specifically? Okay.
And then we can talk about the fence.
Currently, the mechanical are located at the front of the roof, and this unit is visible from the street currently. So this is the existing mechanical.
with the installation of the new elevator, this will be our emergency accessible means of egress. So we are required to put in this generator by code. So we're proposing to locate the generator here.
Okay.
And you can see the generator will be approximately the same height as the elevator bulkhead here. So this is the generator, the top of the generator there. In addition to that, we're going to locate the mechanical units, which will include an air handler on this back portion of the roof here, immediately behind the elevator and stair bulkhead.
The stair bulkhead is the one that extends 23 feet 9 inches?
So the tallest element will be the elevator bulkhead.
Okay.
That's this.
Yeah.
And that's extending roughly 7 feet above the existing stair bulkhead. So.
Right, but what is the length of the stair bulkhead? Is that 23 feet 9 inches in your plan? Let's go to the next,
Back to the plans.
Yeah, at the lower level. So that's the extent?
Yeah, so this is the stair. This
Okay.
is the stair here.
Okay.
Below, and then this is a mechanical shaft below. So our ductwork will come from this air handler into that mechanical shaft. And then this is the outline of the elevator and bulkhead.
And just because there have been some questions, the amount of square footage or the footprint of these areas for mechanicals, is that already calculated? Do you need so much space?
We do. It has been calculated, and we have gone back and forth with our mechanical engineer, largely, one, because of visibility, but also because Park Avenue Synagogue wants as much of the usable roof as they can. So our goal has certainly been to minimize the mechanical equipment on that roof to the fullest extent possible. And the generator, the size of the generator is also code dictated because it's only sized to pick up the emergency lights and the elevator. So there are no optional loads that generator is sized to provide for.
Okay, and the proposed air handler unit that you've shown, what's the elevation level of that? Because it seems to be different from...
So that will be lower. That's going to sit on this roof here. So that will sit in this area here. And there will be an acoustic enclosure, basically, both for the generator and for that unit that will sit approximately here.
Okay, but its height you haven't determined as yet, or it's...
The height, no. We've been looking basically at the mounting details to try to keep it as low as possible, and we're going back and forth, whether or not we're going to have to provide full dunnage or curve, just to really try to get everything as low as we can.
Does it need to be enclosed, or...
No.
Okay, so it's...
Only for screening and acoustics. It doesn't have a weather enclosure. Right.
Okay. All right, and then I think one other question I have, which has to do with the fence itself, and so in terms of the visibility, a good number of views, what are we really looking at? Is it mostly the fence, or is it the mechanicals as well? If you could just show us that.
I think it is easiest to see here. So this is really the extent of the elevator and mechanical bulk.
Okay.
Elevator and stair, and the mechanical is behind that. And then this is the fence. So there are more places where you will catch glimpses of the fence. This, as you come, where is that map? So there are places where you catch glimpses of the fence as you go along 89th Street. It's really when you get down this end of the street that you see that elevator and stair bulkhead up against the neighbor's building beyond.
Okay. All right, yes, Michael?
Yeah, a couple of questions. First of all, would the rooftop fence work without a top rail?
Without,
In other words, with just the mesh coming up and
So
stopping?
this vanishing coil needs to be framed
On
on
all
all
four
four sides. It's not a rigid material, so it does need, the vertical posts will be thicker, and the framing, so we need a 4x4 post, basically, for the verticals, and then the actual frame that holds the material
So, you know,
is
we looked
quite
at
a
it.
bit.
It's only half an inch.
Okay.
But it will.
We looked at it, I think that on the High Bridge, they didn't have a top rail on that post, and it was the Jacob wire mesh stuff, which I thought was very similar to that, so I don't know. Second question is, would the security purpose of your glass enclosure in the vestibule be served by just replacing the front door and window with blast-proof glass and leaving the gates alone as open gates?
So what we're really hearing is that as a Jewish institution and school, they're really looking for layers of security. So it's what we're hearing from our consultant is that initial, that having just this layer is not sufficient, but the approach is really to have an initial layer here and a secondary layer here, and then actually we have a third layer within the building as well. So they really are looking,
And that first layer is a blast layer?
yeah, which is consistent with what we've seen other Jewish schools in the city, unfortunately, feeling that they need recently.
And I have an associated question. If this becomes an interior space, does then the vestibule become off regulation? Because now it's an outside space. If we permit them to put up the glass?
The commission, I mean, we would still, to the extent that it becomes interior space, we have in the past sort of treated it as now interior space.
Vestibule, even though it's sort of open.
I mean, if you can still see the original door, if it's not sort of, if it's solid, is what I'm saying. If it's solid, then it becomes an interior space. That's correct.
If it's not solid, it becomes an interior space?
It does not become.
So is what they're doing, in your opinion, would that render the vestibule to be interior space?
I'm sorry, I was out of the room, but is this a glass?
Basically, yeah, they're putting
Right.
glass in two openings.
So right now it's like an open vestibule, and they have.
I mean, I think we would treat this as an interior space going forward.
And
then-
currently, and what do we treat it right now?
Treats exterior space.
Okay.
You know, and then if that was removed, it would become back under, you know.
Does it have implications on what we're regulating now? So once it becomes enclosed, that's an area
Well,
we're
I
not
mean, I think it becomes
regulating?
I think it becomes a practical problem, right? Because once we could still technically take jurisdiction over it because we've allowed it to be enclosed, but I think as a practical matter, it becomes hard to know, you know, what's happening behind those.
Could we allow the glass but still retain control over the outside? Is that something that we could do through
Sure,
our through
absolutely.
our making?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and it seems over here, as a result of them, even though they're enclosing it, you've shown us what you're planning to do in terms of the doors behind, right? Is that something that has been presented to us?
So this second set of doors
Yes,
here,
right.
we are proposing glass doors. Again, this is something that was recommended by the security consultant. They want to be able to have full visibility from within the building out.
Right, and that's the elevation that we're seeing, right?
That's this elevation
Okay.
here.
And you also said the material that you're using in terms of the wall is the stone that you're relocating from elsewhere,
Right,
correct?
so this same stone treatment is currently within parts of the vestibule. So this portion is largely intact. Right? So this wall and the ceiling treatment around here. And then this portion, portions of the stone have been ripped out. All of the stone ceiling and cornice have been ripped out. So we're proposing to salvage and reuse what we can, and then to match and kind of complete this all with the stone wall this ceiling treatment that you see here.
So I think, Michael, your concern is that moving forward, if things are changing on those walls, we should still be involved. Okay.
Just so I can clarify. So if we approve the interior, the exterior new door, if they wanted to change the interior, what used to be the exterior of the building, they would still need a permit from the commission, and at that, because we would review interior work that requires Department of Buildings
Right, but you
review.
give them a CNE, if they wanted to paint it orange, you could give them a CNE tomorrow, but now they
Right, but
couldn't.
at that time, we can look at that and say, these are still exterior, these are still features that we are going to protect.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions?
Just in the beginning, when the architect talked about the reason for the code that required the stair, which code regulation was it that you were, not the stair, the elevator, which code regulation were you talking about that required the elevator go to the roof?
Right, so the elevator is required as a New York City code for accessibility, but also as
For accessibility to
Yes.
what?
Full accessibility, ADA accessibility.
To the roof.
To the roof.
Yes, but it depends on how it's used, right? It's not every roof that it's because the roof is.
It's because it's accessible to people, to the users of the building. If you have an area of a building that is not accessible to the users of the building, that's considered non-compliant.
For any public building, especially, and this is essentially, it is now as Trevor Day School and will continue to be with Park Avenue Synagogue, what is considered a public building. So they are required to provide full accessibility.
And it is a second, no, it's not.
Well, it's the accessible means of egress to the roof as well.
All right. Other questions? Okay, I have just one other question, which is you talked about the fact that you are trying to get as much use within the roof as you can. But it seems to me there are certain changes you could make that would diminish or lessen the amount of visibility, including trying to set back your the extent of the cage or of the railing. That I know that you sloped it back, but you could set the whole thing back. It takes away some usable space, but I think it may go a long way in actually reducing the impact, short of trying to reduce the height. And it seems the height is not possible because it's a 10-foot requirement, right? Okay, we've seen that, so I'm not going to argue with you on that because I think that's correct. So, but the 10-foot comes really from the use by children, isn't that correct? Okay. But you could sort of set this back, and I don't know if you've already explored that.
We did, and basically, when Park Avenue purchased the building, there's this current play area, which is 730 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
And then our proposed is actually slightly more than that. But we can't set it back a little bit because of the requirements for FDNY access. So this is an FDNY landing spot, and then they come through gates to access the rest of the roof. So we need this kind of 6-foot clear zone. So we would, the alternate would be to kind of set the entire thing back to that 6-foot line, basically. And
right.
Park Avenue did view that as a sizable amount of square footage on a relatively small roof to give over, basically.
Okay, although you have a terrace on the other side.
Right, so this is a lower terrace that's actually accessed off of the 6th floor, and this will be set up as an outdoor classroom, really. So this will have stone pavers and a table, and this will have a rubber play surface and a run around space. And both spaces are currently outdoor spaces.
Okay. It just seems that, we haven't seen sort of the underlying plans. I just don't know what you can do, whether you can shift certain things back. I don't know, but I think to me it seems that you should so you lose some square footage, but I think you should set back the railing or the fence. Okay. All right, other questions, and then we'll go to comments? Okay, shall we move to comments? Okay, we can close the hearing. Okay, comments?
I think that the fence is too visible. The posts are too visible, and the fence. So I don't know, but I don't think that this is one where we can, like, give a suggestion, a useful suggestion on how to change it, because I don't feel like we know enough about what the options are. But I'm just saying it's too visible, and I don't think that we should accept it this way, but I can't tell them what to change.
Okay. Diana?
Yeah, I agree that the fence is really too visible. I can approve the security, the downstairs security that's proposed, but listen to the discussion about that, and I think I can approve that. But I really think the visibility needs to be reduced, and there can be a plan to adjust what's going on the roof in order to do that, I believe.
Okay. Yes, Michael?
I don't know. I mean, I have a lot less difficulty with this rooftop thing. We've done tons of school additions on the Upper East Side where significant visibility is involved. And this is quite modest by those scores. And the fact, I think, I think generally as a rule, we've tried to be as flexible as we can with institutional needs for growth. So, I mean, it's not floor area, it's fairly light. If they can work with staff to make it less visibly, less visible, by manipulating the materials or the details, I think that'd be great. The thing that does bother me a little bit about it, and I agree with your suggestion, is that cutout for me makes a very symmetrical building present in a very visible way asymmetrically. So I think setting it back would be a significant improvement on that score. I'm more troubled with the vestibule, and I mean I feel very constrained by the need. If they need security, if they feel they need security, then that's certainly very important. But I am troubled by the fact that what is a significant aesthetic feature of this house is becoming now an interior. And I understand that it's reversible, and I think that I could support it for that reason. But I would urge the applicant to revisit that with the staff, and if it was possible to just harden and strengthen that inner wall, it would be a much better resolution for the building.
All right. Other comments?
Yeah.
Yes, Michael?
I agree with I agree with Michael about the amount of bulk on the roof is commensurate with, I think, what we've allowed on a number of buildings. I do agree that the fence could become more invisible. I'm not the security expert, but I personally don't see any way around having blast-proof glass on those gates. If you had it any way further back, someone could easily throw something between the standards in the existing gates. One more thing that I have issue with, there has been a kind of quasi-restorative approach to the front facade, but I find very difficult the justification for the changing of the upper 3 stories and windows to casements or to single light. I think it introduces a reality. We've got the original reality, which had casements on the lower and 1/1s on the upper, and then we have the existing, which is nowhere, and now we're asking to create a third reality, which there's no precedent for. I think by introducing 1/1s on those top 3 floors again, it's a much purer restorative approach, and that would be approvable for me.
And the 1/1 would be in wood, is that right? As they're proposing in the lower levels, the configurations.
I could live with.
Okay. All right.
What wood is preferable, of course.
Okay, I think that's what they're planning to do with the other windows. So it's just, okay, so it's a configuration of 1/1. versus the casement windows. Okay, all right, yes.
Over the casement window, the transom, are we keeping what's there?
We're talking about the top 3 floors, right? So,
On the mansard?
yeah, sorry, the top, those two, yeah.
Okay, so the, mhm.
Okay, so it's the 2 floors where it's going back to the original configuration.
Okay, so the second floor is going to have the casements with the window, not the filler piece that they had in there.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, Diana?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that the reason I find this fencing on the top difficult is not that it's a school or being used as a school in this portion, obviously, but rather that the building itself, the schools where we've approved fencing on top of the building that's visible have been much more modern structures that I found the fencing much more compatible with. To me, this is kind of disruptive with regard to this, this period building. That's my reaction to it. Because the building itself does not present as a institution in the same way. It's a lovely building and it's very nice, but to me, it doesn't have the same institutional character that sometimes we've approved, rooftop fencing on. That's just my reaction.
All right, but I think, okay, are there other comments? All right, to me, it seems that I would agree with Commissioner Goldblum and Commissioner Devonshire. We've allowed for rooftop additions for institutions often in this neighborhood, the Upper East Side, Carnegie Hill. I think that the bulk that they're putting on top is essentially mechanical. It's not even adding more school space or indoor recreation space. So it's really limited to things which are very functional and utilitarian and probably needed for the program of the space. I think that that setting back, I really do think that setting back the fence will go a long way in terms of its visibility. I think often what we have found is when we have rooftop additions and they're against a taller building, that sometimes mitigates their visual impact. I think in this particular case, and obviously there are concerns from the neighbors, is that there are windows along that lot line and they may be affected, but often we have seen that bulkheads and these type of accoutrements at the top against a taller building, in fact, are found more acceptable. So just in terms of consistency, I think those kind of changes that they make seem appropriate. I think that the issues of the restoration of the windows and the facade, I think Commissioner Devonshire's suggestions seem very reasonable. And in terms of the vestibule at the lower level, I think that using glass against the fence, the decorative fence, tries to retain its transparency and the fact that it's a vestibule, but it addresses the need to make the building more secure. So I think I am comfortable with that. So I don't know I think the rest of the commissioners probably agree with that. I don't know whether Roberta and Diana could feel you could accept the change, which is to set back the fence and change the windows on.
So the fence would be set back?
The fence, we can ask them to set back by 6 feet and align itself to where you have, I think it's about 6 feet.
So what we're saying is that it would not be visible from over the primary facade. Then you would not be able to see the posts.
Visibility will be, yes.
Reduced, yeah.
Will be reduced.
Why not eliminate it?
Yes, Jared, do you want to say anything?
So the applicants are stating that if it were set back to 6 feet, you would not see the fence over the primary elevation.
That's important.
Okay.
All right, are the commissioners okay with that? Okay. So then, yes, you want to...
We should,
Yes, you want...
have in the report about that the staff should view the entry in the future as being part of the public space.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's fine. I think that's no problem with that. Okay, good. So I think we had already closed the hearing. So, Michael, you want to read that with all those changes?
Okay, all right. Okay. All right, second. 11 East 89th Street. Okay. All right, regarding 11 East 89th Street in the Carnegie Hill Historic District, the application is to construct a rooftop addition, install fencing, replace windows, and alter the entry and install security doors. I find that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Carnegie Hill Historic District, and I recommend approval with modifications. Finding that the construction of the rooftop addition will not result in the loss or damage of significant architectural features of the roof. That the proposed rooftop addition, which will be most visible from the distance at 5th Avenue and East 89th Street and further west, will be seen only in the context of larger background buildings, helping it recede from view. That the volume and materiality of the rooftop addition featuring gray cement board siding, will be harmonious with the scale and materials palette of this building and adjacent rooftop additions. That the proposed metal coil fence at the rooftop recreation area will featuring an open mesh and simple posts with a dark finish, will maintain a sense of transparency and openness as seen from more distant views. That the integration of security glass door panels behind the historic iron gates will not eliminate or damage any significant features. That the frame of the security glass door panels will be minimally sized and painted black to minimize its appearance. And the clear glazing will preserve transparency into the formerly open vestibule. That the modifying the depth of the interior vestibule by relocating the inner wall will recall the historic appearance and design, proportions, and materials of the original. That the proposed fixed single light windows visible at the east lot line, which will be seen at an oblique angle through a gap in the street wall, will not detract from the significant architectural features of the building, and that the work proposed will not diminish the significant architectural historic character of the building. However, we recommend that the fence be set back 6 feet so that it goes straight across the front of the building. We recommend that the upper floor windows remain as double hung wood windows, and we want to note that even though the interior of the vestibule is to be enclosed, it would remain under Landmark's purview as if it were an outside space.
Okay. Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, this application's approved. And I just want to note that today is Derek Dan Duran's first presentation before the commission as one of our new latest staff members. So thank you, Derek. So, okay, and we will break for lunch and be back at 1:30. 1:35. Okay.
I do.
Okay, Commissioners, we're going to, we had two public meeting items. We're only going to do the one, and it's on the yellow sheet. And this is an application for, this is going to be the 857 Carroll Street. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 168028, 857 Carroll Street, located within the Park Slope Historic District, a Romanesque revival style row house with Italian Renaissance detail designed by Stanley M. Holden and built in 1892. The application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions and excavate the cellar, and this was last presented on August 4th.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Caroline Passion, Preservation Staff. This application was last presented at the public hearing of August 4th, and the components of the application included the construction of a rooftop addition and a rear yard addition and excavation at the cellar. At that time, a few commissioners had comments regarding the height of the rear addition and requested that the HVAC equipment be relocated and the top floor of the addition be lowered. The applicant has returned in response to your comments and has relocated the mechanicals that were previously on the roof of the rear addition, and they're relocated to the roof of the proposed rooftop addition. And it is situated at the rear so that it will not be visible from public thoroughfare. And this has resulted in a reduction in height here by 3.5 feet. And then the height of the rear facade of the addition has also been lowered and will now align with the height of the neighboring buildings. So in this section, you see what was previously proposed on August 4th, how it's been, the mechanicals have been relocated and the roof, the rear of the facade lowered. And then you see that here in the previously proposed elevation and what's now being presented.
Okay, are there any questions? I think they've done what we asked them to do. We wanted them to align the 1, 2, 3, 4th floor along with the adjacent buildings.
Right.
Okay? All right, great. So why don't we move to decision? Kim, yeah, okay. The yellow sheet, yeah.
Yes, I got it. Okay, in the matter of 857 Carroll Street, Park Slope Historic District, application is to construct a rooftop and rear addition, construct rooftop and rear additions and excavate the cellar. I recommend approval, finding that the rooftop and rear yard additions will not be visible from a public thoroughfare, that no significant architectural features will be lost or damaged as a result of the removal of the rear L and construction of the rooftop and rear yard additions, that the construction of the rooftop addition and rear yard addition will maintain the historic massing.
There, he just.
Sorry, please go ahead.
Oh, the historic massing of the building and the relationship of the building to neighboring properties in the row, that the proposed rear yard addition will retain the building's scale and character as an individual row house, that the height of the rear yard addition will align with the additions at neighboring buildings, that the cumulative effect of the added volume of the rooftop addition combined with the proposed rear yard addition and excavation at the cellar will not overwhelm the building and the row, that the rear addition will be clad in brick, which will be in keeping with the material palette of the building, that the proposed rear yard addition will not project further than any other existing rear additions within the block and thus will not diminish the central green space, and that the proposed excavation at the basement and rear yard will be designed and built in compliance with the Department of Buildings regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer to protect the building and the adjacent buildings. That's it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay. Commissioners, the next item is item number 10, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 171253, 314 Cumberland Street, located within the Fort Greene Historic District, an Italianate-style row house designed by Thomas Skelly and built in circa 1859. The application is to construct a rear yard addition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sarah Ripple, Preservation Staff. This is 314 Cumberland Street, which is located in the Fort Greene Historic District, just north of Green Avenue on the west side of the street. The application is for the construction of a non-visible, full-height rear yard addition. 314 Cumberland is part of a row of 5 Italianate-style row houses, all of which have historic 2-story rear extensions, as do 7 other row houses on the west side of the street. The proposed work involves the demolition of the historic 2-story extension and construction of a full-height addition in its place. Abigail Cooper-Hume is the designer, is here to walk you through the details of the project and to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Sarah.
Hi. Yeah, just to elaborate a little bit, here you see the existing front and rear facades, and you can see the current basement and first floor addition in the back. And here you can see the location, right in the middle of the block. And here you can see the existing envelope and the proposed addition in axon and section M plan. And then here is some renderings of the rear facade, looking at a way to take the existing brick detail of this building and the adjacent buildings and doing a modern interpretation to carry that across the new addition at both the top of the first floor and the roof. And here again, as Sarah mentioned, you can see the existing buildings and the additions that have been added over time. Here again, kind of another view of that, showing an aerial up in the upper left, and then one of the adjacent additions, recent additions in the lower left, and then you can see an axonometric showing those in relationship to the proposed rear addition at 314. Here is the existing front and rear facades, and on the left, the existing rear facade, and on the right, the proposed. So you see, we're keeping these double hung windows on the upper levels, and then proposing more open windows and doors below to allow light in. And then here are the floor plans, the existing on the left, proposed on the right.
All right. Questions? And any questions for the applicant? Yes, Michael?
Yeah, I must have missed this one the first time it came around.
No, this is a public hearing item.
Oh, it is, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other buildings in this area that have the full height additions? I saw one that was adjacent that had an extra floor that was one less than yours. So did any go the full height like this?
No, not in the immediate vicinity.
Okay, thanks.
But any within the donut?
No, not within that donut.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, why don't we take testimony and then we'll come back. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds that while the addition's punched window openings are a nice reference to the historic rear fenestration, the preservation of the top of the rear would be more appropriate. The proposed full-height addition would turn the reading of this house into that of a larger apartment building. Instead of this precedent-setting change, an addition up to the second floor would still read as an addition and would respect this house more fully. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? Community Board 2 sent in a letter saying that they waive its opportunity to review the application.
Yeah.
Waived it, meaning they decided, there's scheduling issues, so they basically could not do and they waived it. Right, okay. Are there any other questions for the applicant? All right, we can close the hearing and we'll move to discussion. Okay, yes, Diana?
Yeah, obviously, we normally would preserve the upper floor here just because, so that you can preserve the sense of the row, as was done on another addition here. And it's a very deep backyard, so actually there would be an opportunity, if they really need the space, to go out a little further with their addition. I realize they were trying to align with others, but there are a few that are a little deeper, so if they had a real problem with the space, it could be achieved in another fashion. So I can't...
I agree. I think that particularly in this donut, we don't see that where they've extended all the way to the full height. And it seems by just lowering it and having the extension go up to the third level and not the fourth level, they'd be able to retain the historic line that unifies the row of houses. Yes?
Especially since there really isn't anything nearby.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Roberta?
I guess I was just going to say, just in terms of, even though there's nothing, their neighbors aren't doing it, there's nothing nearby, still, if they had just set back the addition a little, it would not, I don't know, somehow it looks a little forced to just continue with straight up. The two floors at the bottom are there or not there? Not there. This is, these two floors. Right. So, but they come out to the edge, right? So I guess I thought of that. I just think that just in deference to the fact that there was something there existing, even if they're not showing our wall, which I would like to show the original wall, that somehow showing a more of a separation between what's existing and what's new would be preferable than just growing it up. It looks odd. Just continue it up.
Okay, but do you have a concern if we recommend that the fourth floor be eliminated, that would address it? Okay. Any other concerns? Okay, so we can close the hearing. I think I already closed it. Diana, do you want to read that?
Yeah. In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn, 314 Cumberland Street, Fort Greene Historic District. Application is to construct a rear yard addition. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the proposed addition will not be visible from a public thoroughfare, that the addition will not increase the footprint of the building, that the addition will not project further into the rear yard than other existing rear yard additions within this block, and therefore will not further diminish the central green space, that many of the historic two-level extensions found at the rear facades of the row have had additional extensions added over time. Therefore, the proposed addition will not disrupt the continuity of the row, that the decorative brick cornice at the parlor floor will be recreated in the new rear elevation, that the design of the addition featuring punched window openings and metal and glass doors at the lower levels maintains the high solid to void ratio of the historic secondary elevation, and that the proposed stucco finish is a traditional building material applied over time to the rear elevations of buildings within the row in the district. However, I find that the proposed full-height rear addition diminishes the building's relationship to the row across the continuous rear facades, and that the proposed full-height addition overwhelms the small-scale row house. And I therefore recommend that the rear addition be reduced in height by 1 story to maintain the historic plane of the top floor of the building.
Right, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, this application's approved. And I just wanted the commission and members of the public to know that Sarah Ripple is also, this is her first presentation before the commission, and a new staff member. Thanks, Sarah. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item number 11, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 173334, 201 MacDonough Street, located within the Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. It's an Italianate-style row house built circa 1873. The application is to construct a rear yard addition.
Is this her first presentation?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Parliamentary Preservation Staff. The item before you is 201 MacDonough Street. It's located 4 buildings in the corner of Marcus Garden. Sorry, 5 buildings in. The application is in Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. The application is to construct a non-visible rear yard addition. The residential building was constructed in 1872. Neighboring buildings have small-scale additions. No portion of the extension will be visible from the surrounding streets, and the presence of the extension will not greatly diminish the existing green space. Commissioners, please note that because less than 51% of the buildings on the block have rear yard additions, staff level rules for this rear yard addition cannot be applied. Michael Scudo, the architect, will be presenting the application.
Interesting kind of sheds.
Good afternoon. So this is the existing rear facade. Currently, fire escape it's been stuccoed over. This is a four-family, four-floor townhouse. And our proposal is to extend the ground floor, which will be the owner's residence, to basically create a larger space for the owner while maintaining the 3 rental apartments above, which make this project affordable for his family. As you can see, there's neighboring, I don't know if you exactly call these additions, but structures on the 2 buildings on either side of us. I'll just go ahead to the block plan and say that there are a number of other additions, most of them also 1-story additions, though ours will be slightly deeper than some of the others. It won't be visible from the street because there's the full block of Marcus Garvey has commercial spaces, so there's no visibility into the yards. Here's the section showing single-story projecting out 20 feet, keeping a 30-foot rear yard remaining. This is the rear proposed, existing and proposed rear elevation. Our extension will have a run of windows and a door to the garden in the back. And the only other sort of notable feature is we are adding a ladder because we're to maintain egress down to the fire escape. The roof of our extension will not be a deck or any sort of occupiable space. This will be bedrooms for the owner. This one's tenants stopping on 10. So other not shown in this, there'll be a skylight over 2 of the rooms as well. One of the bedrooms and the bathroom. And then other possible, there'll be a vent penetration. But otherwise, it's basically represented. These are views into the donut. This is a few doors down. There's a 3-story extension that's, and then otherwise there are a number of single-story extensions on our block and across the street. There's just existing proposed floor plans of the ground.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? Thank you. Are there any speakers on this item? Okay, no speakers. We received a resolution from Community Board 3. They say they're generally supportive of the proposed construction, but they had a series of questions, and my understanding is that the applicant has provided the Community Board with answers to the questions, correct?
Yes, they sent that last night.
You sent it last night, and you also CC'd the commission.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, let's close the hearing. I think this seems very straightforward. It's very modest. It's 1 story. It cannot be seen. Any concerns? Okay. Okay, good.
The only thing I would say is that it should be brick in structure. It calls for stucco on the back, but in the past we've generally asked for these things to be a little more substantial, not made out of very light things. Just.
You see that's critical?
It's critical. I think the idea behind it was that things that were kind of very light stucco, ephes type structures would not really weather well in a historic district. It was trying to keep the construction standards up so that it was commensurate with the buildings that they were being added to.
I don't know. So
it's something that came up in the past a number of times. It just occurred to me. It seemed like it was a good idea at the time.
But I'm still trying to understand. So the idea was that it would be a brick facade and not stucco?
Yeah.
But the floors above are all stuccoed.
They're brick. They're just stuccoed over.
Okay, so you mean, okay, so it's you're talking about the construction.
Yeah, I mean, if they wanted to stuck over the brick, I think that's nutty, but they could. But I think the idea was that we were trying to make sure that the construction standards were not cheapest, crappiest, that would deteriorate in a short period of time.
Okay, yes.
The last approval was stucco clad. So.
Okay, we've done that. So and we've done it several times, right?
It depends. Sometimes we can approve either brick or stucco. It depends on the context.
Right, but I think the issue isn't about the finish, it's right.
No, it was the structure that it was.
It's the structure.
Masonry structure as opposed to it. I mean, ephes is the main concern, that ephes is a product that even the building code has recognized is not very durable and is potentially, very short duration construction and block.
Traditional stucco, traditional 3-layer stucco over block. It's not ephes.
So it's not ephes, so that's okay. Okay, it's masonry. So, okay, we're fine with that as is. Okay. Roberta, no, Diana, I think it's yours.
Who, me?
Diana.
Okay.
She just read it.
What?
Diana's going to read
Yeah,
it.
okay.
Actually, I hope
Okay.
I've got the right.
I'm fine. I don't know. Okay. So in the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn, 201 MacDonough Street, Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. Application is to construct a rear yard addition. I note that the building's scale, style, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the rear of the building has no significant architectural features which would be lost or damaged by the construction of the rear yard addition, that the proposed addition will not be visible from a public thoroughfare, that the proposed one-story rear yard addition is modest in size and will not overwhelm the scale of the building, that the simple design featuring stucco cladding and punched window openings will maintain the facade's residential character and scale, and that other one-story rear yard incursions exist within the block, and that although the proposed enlargement does extend beyond the other existing additions, it will not substantially reduce the presence of open space within the central green space of the block, and that the proposed rear yard addition will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Stuyvesant Heights Historic District.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item number 12, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 171569, 543 Halsey Street, located within the Bedford-Stuyvesant expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. This is a neo-Gothic-style row house designed by M.Z. Hill and built circa 1884. The application is to legalize the installation of a lamp post and security cameras without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Commissioners, Ann Jennings, Preservation Staff. This application is for 543 Halsey Street in the Bedford-Stuyvesant expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. And it's to legalize the installation of this lamppost in the areaway and these 2 security cameras that were installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. You can see here, this is the designation photo of the house. It didn't have those security cameras or the lamppost. Here's the items circled. You can also see here close up. There's a little bit of exposed conduit leading to the one that's on the left-hand side of the building. The applicant is proposing to paint the security cameras and the exposed conduit red to match the brick, and then legalize the lamppost as is. The remaining pictures, the following, are the presence of security cameras throughout the district. This one is grandfathered, as is this one, window frame here. This one is, something like this was their designation, but it was changed slightly, so it might have lost its grandfathered status. Similarly, here's what's on the house now, and then the next door neighbor has that security camera. This one might have been installed without permits, but similarly, it's kind of hidden back there. And then here we have some more lampposts that you can see in the district, and some more lampposts. The owner of the building, Vimal Shah, is here to discuss the work a little bit more.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you can see from the pictures, over the time, we've added the lamppost, which I found in the backyard. When we had first done renovations, you can see from the photo, there was a lamp on the facade, which eventually fell off. But since we found this lamppost in the backyard that matches other houses on the block, we decided to utilize that and not replace the light fixture that fell off. The security cameras we installed because we have issues with neighbors where we've had rocks thrown at us, we've been stalked, followed, harassed every time we step out of the house, racial and homophobic comments. We've called the cops on several occasions, and we were told this is what you get for moving to Bed-Stuy. So hence, we have to take matters in our own hand and install the security cameras for protection. And since the issues have gone down quite a bit. We decided to put the cameras the way they are, and the wires do not run through the facade, because when we had the facade cleaned up, we were told the bricks are sensitive and we should avoid boring holes into the facade as much as possible. So the cameras are just affixed to the facade. The wires actually run on the outside, and they actually go along the cable lines that were existed, so they go over the roof and into the house. So because of the nature of the brick that's there, and to avoid any further damage, this is the approach we had taken for the cameras. The lamp post, we just felt it was to be consistent with all the other homes. Since we had one, we decided to utilize it. If you guys have any other questions, issues?
Okay, any questions?
So,
Yes,
so
Roberta.
the other neighbors have that lamppost in front of their?
Yes, the house next door to us, and then their other house across the street, they have this, see, there's a lamp post right there, it's the same one.
So were any of these brought here to landmarks, or were they just grandfathered?
Many of them in this district are grandfathered conditions.
I believe these are the Brooklyn Union lamp posts that were installed at some point?
Yeah, there was a program, I think, back in the 70s for Brooklyn Union Gas installed these light fixtures way prior to designation.
Okay, any other questions?
And in terms of the camera, was there a choice? Were there other cameras that were smaller or less obvious?
Well, these
Maybe it's
were
just the color.
the strongest cameras, and the body, as far as I know, either only came in white or black. As far as I know, they don't come in any other colors. I was told by the committee board that there may be some paint that I could throw on to cover it. I don't think it will match 100%, but maybe it will be less visible. So I don't know what other options I could do to cover them up, but we feel they're necessary for our own safety.
In our experience here, this is a relatively small camera. It's the body, and the body can accept paint. That's what we've done in the past.
I think you have to be careful, because some of these companies actually void the warranty on the equipment if you paint.
This is not through our company. I bought the cameras myself and had them installed.
I know, but the company that you bought.
Oh, I see what you mean. The camera will be.
You may just have to leave it alone, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Maybe you could cover it with something.
I would say try to paint it. You can paint it this color, that color, paint. I would suggest that we do the paint.
But just so you know, that there won't be an exact match.
Well, but why won't
It'll be
they?
less obvious.
Can't you get paint to match?
The paint that was recommended for this, it comes in a spray can, and it's for these surfaces. It's not a paint. They take a chip and then they match the color. So,
But can't you do paint for metals from color chips?
it will peel off because of the weather conditions. So
Okay.
we're open to trying painting, but obviously it would be easier to leave them as it is. But like I said, we'll take whatever your decision is, we'll try it.
Okay, let's take testimony. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the security cameras to be sore thumbs on this very well-preserved facade. If they are necessary, we would suggest the installation of black cameras that could be strategically hidden in the cornice or other locations that would not detract from the building. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more speakers? Okay. All right. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing.
So long.
Could I just make a comment?
Yeah, okay, reopen the hearing. Go ahead.
The issue with the cornice, when we had the roof.
Cornice.
the recommendation was to move the cameras up.
Oh, okay.
The wood on there is original and it is fragile, that all we could do was paint it. Any adjustments, it would fall off. So we tried to preserve the original woodwork that's there, and that's why we did not put anything on the cornice itself.
Okay, all right. Okay, now we can close the hearing. Comments? I think we have in the past had such cameras painted, right, Jared? That choosing a color or a palette that will allow it to blend with the wall behind?
Yeah, that's correct. We've sort of mitigated these installations with paint.
Okay, and do we, as staff, work with the applicant to choose the color?
Sure.
Does that seem reasonable? Notwithstanding that they may not get their warranty, but I think it will just, I think it just won't stand out as much as it does right now. That seem reasonable?
Yes.
Okay, great. Roberta, you want to read that?
So, in the matter of 543 Halsey Street, Bedford-Stuyvesant expansion, Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. Application is to legalize the installation of a lamp post and security cameras without landmark preservation commission permits. I recommend approval, modification, finding that the installation of the cameras, conduit, and lamp posts have not altered, eliminated, or concealed any significant architectural features of the building or streetscape, that the cameras and conduit have been installed at plain brickwork and are small in size, simply designed, and located at a distance from each other, helping them remain subordinate to the significant features of the building. That the amount of exposed conduit is limited and is only present near the edge of the facade. That painting the security cameras and conduit to match the brickwork will help them to better blend with the context and recede from view. That the lamp post is in keeping with installations of this type, which typically date to the 20th century and later, at areaways throughout the streetscape and historic district in terms of its placement, material, design, dimensions, and finish. That the lamp post is installed in modern concrete paving and is well scaled to the house and areaways, and that once the cameras and conduits are painted, the presence of these installations will not draw undue attention to themselves, and we ask that the applicants, or I ask that the applicants work with the staff in selecting the color of paint to be applied.
Okay, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 13, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 145362, 145 Gates Avenue, located within the Clinton Hill Historic District. It's currently a vacant lot, and the application is to construct a new building.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lori Padgett, Preservation Department staff. This property is located in the Clinton Hill Historic District at the southeast corner of Gates Avenue and Grand Avenue. So that's the lot right there. So the sample now. Current photograph is taken at the corner of Gates and Grand Avenue, shows the vacant lot in its context. And the 1940s tax photograph shows the house that originally occupied the site but was demolished prior to designation. That's the historic photo. Photos taken along Gates Avenue show buildings on the block and remaining buildings that are part of the original row. Please note that the row extended from just one end from this corner and extended all the way to Grand Avenue.
Do I have another one?
So the row was from 131 all the way to 145.
That's I took yours, I'm sorry, I apologize.
The applicant is proposing to construct a new row house on this corner site, and the applicant is here to present the application.
Good afternoon. My name is Dalkis. I'm representing the Office of General Caliendo in Queens, New York. We're here to present the 446 stories and cellars. Yep. You heard me well? Okay. We're here to propose a four-story and a cellar, brick and block, one-family home, which is located in the corner of Grant Avenue and Gate on the historical district of Clinton Hills. This residential area is have a predominant historical influence of Italianate style, and I will give you a brief introduction of the Italianate style. Is some of the characteristics of this style, some elaborate and bold projecting details, usually have in between 2 and 4-story buildings with a basement, with a brownstone facade, large windows 2/2, with a heavy projecting cornices and supportive brackers, rectangular brackers. And this is specific. Okay, these are some pictures of the 7 houses that conform the block along Grant Avenue. And this is some rear photograph of the houses. There are simple brick long windows in the back. Something that I want to is remarkable in this lot is been vacant for a while, and then we are proposing this building to conform the streetscape and the profile and have the remaining houses a full block of configuration of brownstones again, like it was in the past in the 1938s and 1940s. As you see, only the 145 Gate Avenue, one of the properties that were vacant, and is one of the missing buildings in the entire block. One of the part of the design is very important for us because we're trying to integrate it with the rest of the block. We're creating it. As you see here, what is my laser is the property line of this lot. We are projecting the planting area from the 2 fronts. So we are getting this approval by DOT to get this area developed. That way we can integrate with the whole context of the block. Here you can see the existing 7 houses along Grand Avenue, including the new project on the corner. This is an overall elevation of the new house. This is the site along Grand Avenue. The rear elevation. Okay, now I would like to speak very briefly about every single element of the house. The railing. These railings, we took a sample of the houses in 39, 33, and 35. They have this style, a round railing that is sharp and weld on the side. We're trying to keep the same type of design, so the owner will be in charge of get a good manufacturer that reproduce pretty much something very similar to the railings that we have at the site right now as a sample. The windows, we will have windows 2/2 on the upper levels. On the lower level, we have a lone 4/4 windows. For the doors, we have a double swing doors with a transom window on top, which is very a big remarkable characteristic of the houses on the existing road, especially on the house 135, which is the closest house to follow in terms of its style. For the sidewalks, the curbs, we will have to match the existing sidewalk color, which is a light concrete grade. We will provide samples. We will work with the staff and we'll provide samples of the actual color before everything is done. The same with the curbs. All these details even though this is the existing house, all these details on all these curves where the fence will be take place will be an red brown stucco over the concrete. For the brick, we will have a regular proposed brick bond with a flag strike joint. The joint will be around 3/8 of a quarter of an inch. And the mortar will be in a medium gray color. Also, we will provide all the samples and we work it out with the staff. For the cornice, we will reproduce, and actually we already contact a few manufacturers. They can reproduce exactly the same type of cornice, wood cornice of the houses in 135 and 139. So we will provide the same type of design and actually the material as well. Okay, is one part of the house which is in the rear. In the rear yard, we have this sunken area. We have a basement, and we want to have access to the actual rear yard. So we need to install a door to get to that place and have a flush access to the rear yard because the house as well need to be handicapped. So we are creating this open, deep area in the rear yard, which is around 8 feet deep. And as you can see here on this small diagram, what I'm trying to explain here is if a pedestrian walks in the middle of the sidewalk, which is around 12 feet away from the property line, which is here, he will not have that big of a perception of that sunken area. So the vision projection from his eyes to the bottom of this curb, if we project it to the inside of that area, we will not have that big impact to the pedestrian. In fact, this is a private single family, so it will have a lot of plants and vegetation around, so that will be the way to address it. And in general, this is the floor plan of the house. We have a cellar, we have a basement, we have we're kitchen and dining area. Then on the first floor, we will have, the bottom floor, we only have the dining table and an open area for family rooms. And in the upper floor, in the first floor, we'll have the kitchen, some breakfast area, and the upper floor, we start having all the bedrooms. Okay. Okay, so just to be a little bit more clear, this is my building, and this is the area, the sunken area that I was just talking about a few minutes ago. And the parking will be in this area, so we'll have these concrete grass pavers to give more kind of green to the block, and including these plant areas in the front. And this is all about to say right now.
Okay, are there questions for the applicant? Yes, Michael?
The mortar joints on this sample look grossly large. You will work with staff, I assume, to come up with one that's more appropriate to an Italian design? Okay. Great.
Yes, and going to speak into the mic, yes.
Definitely something that we're going to work it out with the staff.
Great.
Yes, we already saw it when we came, so it's something that we already discussed.
Okay, are there any more questions? Yes, Roberta.
The curb cut is, where is it again? And so it's beside the neighbor's house. It's far from your house. It's kind of.
You mean the
curb
cut?
For the parking.
Oh, for the parking? No, the curb cut will be over here.
So it's next to the
neighbor's property line, yes. But these houses, they don't have parking, so it's not curb cuts. By law, we're allowed to have in that part of the court.
I wasn't really speaking of the curb cut being just that curb cut, but more or less the curb cut and how it relates to the other building that is on.
Okay.
Kind of see it. Is there a straight elevation?
I'm sorry?
Is there a straight elevation?
It is straight.
That shows that area?
You mean if I have any elevations for the curb cut that shows how I will align
Yes.
my,
You have it in the perspective. I'm just asking if you have an elevation that just shows that.
to have an elevation, I have to provide like a street sidewalk profile that I don't provide it in these drawings.
On the Grand Street elevation,
Yeah, it's on, I think, A002.
No.
Sorry, 9.
you don't see it in this.
You don't see the
can't
line
see the curb
because
cut
the
there.
scale, but
Yeah, with that,
that will be in that corner. What is the? The curb cut is proposed.
So, but you could
Everything
have
is
cars-
proposed in the side, yeah.
But you could have cars right beside the other property, right? So you
Yes.
have cars right beside.
Yes,
your
because
neighbor's
along
house.
that block is no curb cuts because there's no parking. So that will be actually the only curb cut in that side of the block.
They may not get approved.
No, it wasn't so much the curb.
We have we have a DOT approval for that curb cut.
Yeah, no, I was just I was thinking about of the appearance of the car right beside the neighbor's house. So it's
Actually, I will not, even because I place in that new curb, I will not take any existing parking spots. And because on the off-street parking, if this is another of the concerns.
okay, any other questions? Are there speakers on this item? Okay, sorry, it's Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. While HDC does not object to the choice of a historic style for this new building, we do find that if this is the chosen route, more rigorous study of the details is needed. The bay window on the side elevation gave our committee particular pause, as the proportions and details are not quite accurate, and the bay should be square rather than angled. On the rear, our committee felt that the cornice should line up with that of its neighbor, whose corbelled brick details and lintel and sill design should also be replicated or referenced here. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. Okay, all right, comments? Yes.
I sort of agree with the comments about the bay on the sidewall. It's kind of wimpy compared to what would have been on an original building. I feel very confident that the applicant can work with our extremely capable staff to work out the details of
Okay.
a project like this.
That sounds good. Other comments? All right, I think this is good, right? So we'll ask them to work with staff on the details of the bay window. Great. Wellington, you want to read that record?
In a matter of 145 Gates Avenue at the Clinton Hill Historic District, the application is to construct a new building. Noting that the site is currently a vacant lot. Also noting that the lot was formerly occupied by a three-story row house that was once part of the adjacent intact row, and that a curb cut at the rear of the property was installed prior to designation. I recommend approval, finding that constructing a new building on this empty lot will provide a termination to this block and will strengthen the streetscape at this corner, that the height and massing of the proposed new building will be consistent with buildings typically found at corner sites throughout the district and compatible with mix of surrounding buildings. In terms of scale and massing, that the basic design elements of the new building, including running barn brick work above a cast stone rusticated base and stoop, with cast stone lintels and sills, panel wood and glass doors with transom, multi-light double-hung wood windows, and a bracketed wood cornice will be consistent with the design and proportion of historic buildings within the adjacent road. That the profiles and details of primary facade and roof elements, including projecting bay window, bracketed cornice, articulated chimney, and decorative lintels at the parlor floor openings, will be compatible with the character of ornamentation and level articulation found at historic buildings within the row and throughout the historic district. That the use of brownstone, tinted cast stone at the lintel sills, building base, stoop, and railing curbs will help maintain a uniform appearance in keeping with original brownstone elements found at other buildings within the row. That the proposed metal fences, railings, and gates will be traditional in design, typical in placement, and well scaled to the building and the streetscape.
Okay, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item 14 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 14-1301, 108 Montague Street, located within the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. This is a brownstone row house constructed in 1861 through 79 and later altered for commercial use at the lower floors. The application is to legalize roofing installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Derek Danduran, Preservation Department staff. This property is located in Brooklyn Heights Historic District on the south side of Montague Street between Hicks and Henry Street. The applicant is proposing to legalize the existing mansard asphalt shingle roof that was installed post-1980. Please note that at the time of designation, the mansard roof material consisted of hexagon-shaped slate. However, the removal of the cornice and alterations to the dormers occurred prior to designation. The architect here is here to present this application.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Tom Vandenbout from NV Architects. This is a very simple application. Obviously, it's to legalize the existing asphalt shingles on this building at 108 Montague Street. Currently, the building is configured with a series of rental units on the upper, upper 3 floors, the 2 floors here, and then the mansard. So there are 2 apartments and a 5th apartment at the top. Since the initial original tax photos, you can see that the dormers were had these sort of brackets on them that have since been removed in a much more elaborate cornice. Since the 40s, also there have been significant changes to the first and second floor, which would be like the garden and the parlor levels. Those have been converted to commercial use now. You can see there's a bagel store and Supercuts. What's evidenced by this photo from the 80s tax photo is that after designation, one of the features that the building still had in terms of sort of more elaborate original condition was the hexagonal slates. At some point between when this was taken in 1980 and when the current owner purchased, which was 95, it was replaced with the asphalt shingles. And a violation wasn't issued, I believe, until well after the owner purchased it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? So they bought, the current owner bought it in 1995?
Correct.
And the violation
There was no violation at that time.
And when was the violation issued? Has it been issued? Yes.
2013.
Okay, so after a good many years.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So the violation is probably occurring as the life expectancy of the asphalt shingle is expiring, which it probably has no more than 10 years left in it anyway. But here we are seeking to legalize this condition.
Okay. Questions? All right, why don't we take testimony, Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. The scalloped slate shingles on this mansard roof are an important feature of 108 Montague Street, a very visible building on this heavily trafficked commercial street. Our committee urges the Commission not to approve the asphalt shingles and asks that attention be paid also to the cornice profile, which appears to have also been altered. The restoration of the dormers back to their original design would also go a long way toward improving and celebrating this building. Thank you.
Judy Stanton?
Judy Stanton for the Brooklyn Heights Association. The Brooklyn Heights Association Landmarks Committee has reviewed the matter of roofing installed without LPC permits at 108 Montague Street, understanding that the applicant's request for legalization of the existing condition does not meet with staff approval. Our committee finds that the existing asphalt shingle rooftop is highly visible from Montague Street. It diminishes the historic integrity of this building, and we find it is not appropriate to the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. Thank you.
Are there any more speakers on this item? I have no other speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. Yes, I'm sorry, you'd like to comment or say something? Yes.
Yes, my name is Abe Gurgis. I'm the owner of the property, which I purchased just about 20 years ago. I did due diligence. There were no violations on the property. I don't know what else one can do except requiring the Landmarks Commission to go visit each building before you buy it. But I think most of us have to rely upon the title searches and the searches that are done that show no violations. I've spoken to people in the area there where I lived, and at least 30 years, that has been in the same condition as it has been. We haven't done anything to change it. And it would be a hardship to put up the scaffolding, which is really the expensive thing, probably about $30,000. And we try to keep, it's only a 5-family house with 2 stores, and we try to keep the rents down to a reasonable amount. And I think that after doing the due diligence, and as this has been in that condition, I think probably 30 to 40 years, it seems to have to, at this point, change that would be a hardship, and I would appreciate if you would approve the application. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, any other questions? Okay, let's close. Yeah, okay, we're going to close the hearing? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, in considering that the applicant purchased the building with the new roof without a violation, if this were a new application, I would say absolutely not. But considering that those shingles are probably going to have to be replaced within 10 years, and working with the staff, the applicant will replace the existing shingles with new slate, hexagonal slate, and probably copper flashing that will last until your great-great-grandchildren are your age, sir. I would be inclined to approve it at this point with a stipulation that the next time it gets changed back to the original.
I'd be fine with that, too. Are we okay with that?
Yeah.
All right, good. So we'll move to decision. Michael?
Commissioners, if I can just
Yeah.
say,
Yeah,
I think that if we're going to approve it, I think we need to put a time frame on it.
Well-
I think that we can, because we're all assuming it's going to
Well,
need replacement in 10 years, or it could be 15.
They went on in 85? You can't even get a 30-year, you can't get a 30-year warranty on shingles anymore, so they're probably going to be...
Just say at such time as it has to.
I know, I agree. Why don't we just say as time when they,
5 years.
well, do we want to give?
Let's say 7. Can we say 7?
But, I mean, you're saying it's, I mean, it's...
I don't know, they said 10, so,
I mean, we can say 10, I just think there needs to be a date in here
Okay.
for enforcement purposes. Otherwise,
Well-
it becomes unenforceable.
well, I don't know. I mean, they'd have to come back to us when they want to make that change. Why do we have to put a 10-year period on it?
Well, because we're presuming that this condition is going to need replacement in a certain amount of time. And in
Right,
fact,
but when
we've
when they
seen
come,
things
right,
last
but when
for-
they
it could
come
be
back.
20 years.
Set up
But-
as a situation where he's repairing the roof with duct tape until 10 years from now.
Yeah.
To me, it seems that when they have to change the shingles, they'll come to us. We have it in our approval. At that time, the staff will know that the intent was when they come back to us, they should remove it and go back to a more historical condition. I'm not sure why we have to have.
Well, because the situation here is not that atypical. This is not a unique situation where a violation is issued after someone's purchased the property, because the fact of the matter is the commission has a small enforcement staff, and it is not that uncommon that this happens. And so as a general matter, we don't say in those cases, well, you purchased it without knowledge, therefore you can keep this until it fails. And I think that here here though we're recognizing that we think it's close to its end of life anyway. And I think that on the assumption that everyone agrees, they've testified that they think it's got no more than 10 years on it. I think it's reasonable in this case to put some sort of end date on it, because it's more consistent with the way we've treated violations in the past.
I don't completely agree, but I think if the other commissioners feel that we want to put a 10-year period on it, we can. Okay.
Less, but okay.
10 years is the maximum.
Yeah.
10 years max.
Okay. All right. Michael?
In the matter of 108 Montague Street in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District, an application to legalize roofing installed without LPC permits. I recommend approval with a modification, finding that the facade is heavily altered, including modifications to the first floor, removal of the cornice, alteration to the dormers, and therefore the absence of historic slate shingles does not greatly impact the composition or integrity of the building as modified. The current asphalt shingle roof does not significantly detract from the special architectural historic character of the building, and within 10 years, the applicant will reapply to the commission in order to reinstall slates which match the original in material and texture and color, and new flashing.
Any concerns with that?
Well, we're requiring them to put back the historic material, or they would, the slate, or?
They're requiring slate.
I said the original.
Okay.
Or would they, or do they have the option to come back in 10 years and propose the?
Just 1 second. Let me just understand what is the question?
So we're precluding the option of in the future coming back to the commission to propose some other material other than, like the fake slate. So you want it to be?
That's the original slate.
Match the originals, okay.
All right, what would we normally allow by staff? I just want to clarify that. There are certain things that can be done at staff level even today.
Yes, for staff, we could put back, at staff level, we could put back the slate, octagonal, scallop-shaped. Any other material, a fake slate would need to come to the commission.
Commission, okay.
The original
All right.
have to go to the commission.
All right.
Okay, so did you complete the resolution, or? Okay, so
How do I do that? How do I complete that?
right. so-
If
think
if
the
the
easiest way
applicant
is that-
wishes to replace the existing shingles with original material, original slates, and flashing, it can be done at a staff level.
Comparable to.
Right. I think the motion is simply that we'll come back and get commission approval to replace, to put back on a new roof. And that can be either at staff level or commission level.
That seems better. Okay.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, this application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item number 15, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 165867, 42 Remsen Street, located within the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. This is a Greek Revival-style row house constructed in 1844. The application is to construct a rooftop addition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The application before you is for a building on the south side of Remsen Street, between Hicks Street and Columbia Heights. And the architects for this project are here to talk about the proposed alterations.
Hi, good afternoon.
Step up there and go to the mic.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Courtney Wallison. This is Kata Selinsky with Architects and Designers for our client at 42 Remsen. Is that okay? So what we'd like to show you today is our proposal for the top 2 floors addition of a mansard roof. We would like to just quickly walk you through our proposal so you can get the lay of the land, and then we'll go back in further detail about all the elements. So here you have our cover page that shows our proposed elevation, a model of what that mansard roof would look like with the 3 dormers, and the existing photograph as it is, well, as it was this winter. Here's a historical mapping of Sanborn maps, aerial photos, and a plot plan, a little timeline, and scope of work. This is the existing conditions of the front facade with the neighboring buildings and the rear facade. Photographs from tax photos, historical photos, and existing photos. The top 2 existing photos are from the roof of 42 Remsen, looking at 40 Remsen and 44 Remsen. I guess it's 44 on the left and 40 on the right. These are the proposed elevations for the front facade with the mansard roof and 3 dormers, and the rear facade with just a simple metal rail at the end. Existing and proposed floor plans, we can walk you through those a bit in a moment. Site sections with the sight line from the streets, and the site section which is sort of the tell-all of the project, so we'll come back to that in great detail. Our mock-up photographs, which are a little hard to read, that we outlined in red, hopefully that's visible, and a small map that shows where the photos were taken from, and again this 3D rendering of the kind of positioning of the mansard roof with relation to the neighboring buildings. These are precedent images and our location map illustrating in red which buildings have been photographed.
Which all have mansard roofs.
Right, so in red, it's the mansard. And in gray, it's not. So, if I can, go back to, actually I'm going to start with the section, which is the whole purpose of the proposal. Our clients live on the 3rd and 4th floor. It was, the rear of the building is technically 4 stories, and the front of the building is 3 stories. You can see here that there was this storage space. The dashed line is the old or current existing conditions. The proposal is to increase the ceiling height in that space only so that you can get an actual tenable ceiling height there. With restriction on the LH1, keeps the roof height at 50 feet, so it was a little bit of a tricky situation with trying to come up with something that fits in context without having a dwarfed sense of the building. So we'll go to perhaps talking about just the existing, the history of how this building came to be.
So in an attempt to reconstruct the history of this building and find a solution that seemed in context with the area, we were first struck by the fact that the neighboring building is very similar in scale and proportion to our building, and historical evidence tells us that they were built at the same time. So our first line of research was that possibly these were built as a pair, and ours had a mansard at one point. However, upon doing research, we weren't able to find evidence of an actual pair. Our oldest Sanborn map is from 1855, but that one doesn't have any height information. So the first one with any height indications is from 1887, and the key has a symbol that indicates which buildings have mansards. It's a little triangular shape, and ours does not have one. So as of 1887, there was no mansard. It was built in 1844, so possibly something happened before then, but we haven't been able to find evidence to that. However, it is interesting to note that the majority of the block does have some kind of mansard. And in particular, our run from 34 to the corner, only ours and 50 Remsen are the only two without a mansard roof. And 50 Remsen did at one point have a mansard, and that was removed somewhere prior to the landmark submission by added grade in the facade. So we felt that a proposal of a new mansard roof, while maybe ours never had one, is in context with the area and sensitive to the fabric of the street. However, because of the limited height district, we weren't able to match the neighbors exactly.
So the existing conditions are such that this stoop at some point was removed, and it was rebuilt from 2003 to 2005, completed some time ago. And the existing cornice is wood with a metal gutter, painted black. There's wood windows with brownstone material, lintel and sill. And the rear of the building is actually aluminum with just aluminum windows, black. And we're proposing to keep everything the same except adding the mansard roof, obviously. We couldn't go as high as we'd like to because of the limited height, as Cadis was just explaining. So that led us to this proposal where you see this line is the limited height, and then we added a parapet that acts as a mansard roof that gets us the appropriate height inside.
Does the 50-foot rule limit the height of the parapet?
In a way, because you're only allowed to build 42 inches above the roof construction.
It's usually the top of the last floor. And so you can add, I think you can even have bulkheads above that and parapets.
Yeah.
Certain permitted obstructions can come above the height.
And our finials will go another 6 to 8 inches above that 42 above the roof. So, and you can see that sort of in the last, we have a little bit of construction, sorry, I left that out. Construction details at the end, and you can see this 50, this was sort of our issue to deal with in a way. So, for the most part, we're keeping the existing conditions intact and then adding this mansard roof so that we can get this tenable space up here. The mansard roof will be at the same slope or pitch as the neighboring, and the 3 dormers are for the light and air. You can see here. Where am I? Yeah. And the new bulk, well, we're replacing this bulkhead with a new bulkhead. The floor, in the stair hall will continue to the roof via this new bulkhead.
So in the existing conditions, the last run of stairs happens over our client's apartment. So we're moving that to just continue the same public stair run all the way to the roof so that they can get more habitable space, which moves the bulkhead over to the side. And you'll notice in the mock-up photos, the bulkhead would be blocked from the street, from Remsen Street, by our mansard. So it's the only place it's visible is just barely from Grace Court in the winter.
Yeah, so this is the summer photo, which is really hard to see, but this is the same photo in the winter, right? Pretty much.
Right, so we outlined in red where the mock-up would be had we done it in the winter, just so you could get a better sense.
So let's go back to our proposal is to repaint the corners and the gutter and to add wood-framed dormers into the light steel gauge framed mansard roof with, we have some materials over here if you'd like to see, with slate hexagonal tiles, black steel painted finials on top, and the wood windows would be painted black. So fairly straightforward. You don't see the bulkhead from Remsen because of this mansard. Let's see what's happening. So yeah, you can see the orange or red from
That's the mansard.
street view here. Not to kill it, but again, just to talk about what the red indicates is mansards along the context. And then here's our details, the limited height, and then the construction of this kind of parapet mansard.
Okay.
And one thing to note in the mock-up photos, the red you're seeing from the rear facade is the majority of what you see there is the railing only. The bulkhead itself is very minorly visible, and from the west side is not visible at all because 40 Remsen is much longer than
Okay, yes, questions? Are there any questions? Okay, no questions right now. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC generally feels that adding mansard roofs at this late date is not appropriate. A modern addition that is set back so as to be invisible from the street would be a better choice for this house. In considering the proposed design, however, we felt that it was worth mentioning that the proportions of the roof pitch and the fact that there are 3 dormers instead of 2 would create only a quasi-historical cap on this intact Greek Revival structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Stanton?
Thank you, Judy Stanton for the Brooklyn Heights Association. We cannot support this proposal, which would undermine the historical integrity and authenticity of the structure and of the district as a whole. A fully visible, full-width, full-story, tall rooftop addition transforms the historic character, profile, and style of the existing well-preserved 3.5-story Greek Revival row house. The upper third of the proposed mansard is in fact a parapet enclosing a raised roof line and violates the intent of the LH1 50-foot height limit district. Any rooftop addition should be invisible from the public way and should conform to the LH1 district height limit in letter and in spirit. Even though the design draws inspiration from the historical evolution of similar houses in the area, including the one next door at 44 Remsen Street, treating this addition as a Second Empire mansard where none previously existed would falsify the history of this particular house. To the extent that the proposed design attempts to match the adjacent authentic mansard, It further muddles the story by suggesting a common history that the two houses do not in fact entirely share. As a recreation, it misses the mark in its proportions, detailing, and number of dormers. The low points in the varied roof lines of these blocks of Remsen Street are not missing tooth opportunities for vertical expansion. They are the fine-grained expression of the varied historical conditions that shaped these blocks and the district as a whole, and are significant character-defining features of the district's distinctively heterogeneous and layered historic fabric. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? Okay, Community Board submitted a letter waiving its opportunity to review this application. All right. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. We can close the hearing and move to comments. Sure, Michael.
I think that the creation of a mansion around the house is within the kind of modifications that these houses have had, and I think would be generally okay for, in my opinion. The thing that strikes me as peculiar about it is that it's trying so hard to match the neighbor, but not quite doing it in two regards: the height, because they can't, and the 3 windows instead of the 2 windows. So all I would suggest that maybe with staff they could work on making it a little bit less imitative and a little bit more individualized, so that it doesn't seek to look like a runty version of its next door neighbor.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, other comments? I would agree with that too.
You know, we had a discussion about something similar to this last week, I think. And I think that there are 2 different ways of looking at when it's appropriate to add the mansard. And I think what we talked about last time was the fact that there was another row where most or many of the houses already had that. So,
well, I think that
was the Carroll Gardens one, where it was all 3 stories, and then it was a 2-story, and they wanted to do a transitional mansard from the 3 to the 2.
I think the issue over there was in that district, which was, I feel like saying, was in Fort Greene?
Carroll Gardens.
Okay, maybe it was Carroll Gardens. There were very few buildings that actually had a mansard, even though on that social block across the street there were 2. I think the other issue was on one side there was a tall building, on the other side you would get the full exposure, and also we had received an application for the building that was just next door to it, where we asked them to just set back the building and not do a mansard. I think in this particular case, I think they've actually made a more compelling argument why a mansard is appropriate for the very reasons that I think Michael just noted. There are several mansards on this block itself. So I think that diagram which showed the fact that this kind of enlargement or extension or prototype exists in the district helps to make its case that adding this type of enlargement is appropriate. And I think the other thing is that it is sort of nestled between 2 buildings, so it doesn't really have much visibility from the side, but just from the front. And I would agree with Michael that they could work with staff to try and individualize this more.
I mean, then there's also something about.
So I think the point I was making is I don't think it contradicts what we said last time.
Right. No, I was just trying to say that I thought that there are 2 examples that you can give about when it could be more appropriate than the other, and that if that was so, then this falls in sort of the category of, maybe these are the elements that could make it more appropriate. But at the same time, I guess I would consider the comment that was made from the audience about, authenticity, and should it match? Should it try so hard to match? I mean, so it's going to be a mansard. Are we trying to make it look like its twin? And I don't know.
No.
So there are issues. Maybe they're not resolved issues, but they're issues. And maybe because when you do go to the 2, then we are trying to make it more like that. Just questions. Don't have to
Right, and I think, no, I understand there are different approaches. So if the applicant, in this particular case, it seems the applicant's making an argument for appropriateness for this particular mansard, saying that there are others within the block that have mansards, and that their neighbor has a mansard, and that they're drawing sort of inspiration from that.
One on the block right beside them on the other side is the one example that is not a mansard, right? On their block.
Right, the other one is a taller building which goes straight up.
That was compromised prior to designation, commissioners. With an addition, it had a different shape roof. It was not a mansard, but it was compromised.
So I think that just the enlargement, if it's visible, I think the idea of having a mansard is,
That's the historical.
It's more appropriate, yes, instead of going straight up, yes.
Yeah, I think that the mansard is very appropriate in this particular context, that there are a lot of them on the block and in the neighborhood. And I think really the issue is how well is this mansard design conceived to fit this individual building? Because I don't think it has to pair with the one next to it necessarily. I just think it needs to look appropriate. And I think that's what Michael was speaking to more than, it's pairing with the other, but just a few details that might make it even more appropriate.
Although, for me, I think even if it's, I think as is doesn't bother me. Maybe you could have two, it doesn't have to completely emulate its twin. But I don't see why having certain elements that make it similar is necessarily not appropriate. So I don't.
I was just saying that it's going out of its way to look like an identical match. Same cresting, same dormer, same shingle, but runty and 3 instead of tall and 2. So, and the buildings don't match. The buildings have different trim. The buildings have different stoop configurations, or non-stoop. I think that it just looks, to my eye, like let's face it, we're all engaging here in, this is a fantasy construction that is aspiring to put itself back in the 1880s or whenever. So it's all a bit a matter of taste. And I'm just saying that in terms of appropriateness, irrespective of taste, I think that if we're gonna play that game, we should play it in a way that is more successful and is more true to the way buildings seem to develop, in my understanding of how they develop, which is that, if this had happened in 1884, you would have gone down to the hardware store and ordered dormer 54B from the catalog instead of what your neighbor ordered. You wouldn't go out of your way to make it imitate. You would do your own thing. Just like they did with the window trim and the stoop.
Right, I understand that, but I just find it, I don't know, they could make the mansard more modern in its interpretation, for example. But I'd still, if they've chosen to come with this approach, I think the approach is perhaps a little bit conservative because it doesn't draw too much attention to itself. It tries to blend in, and I think that's perfectly fine within the district as well.
It's got 3 windows.
They could change the material. They don't have to match the roof material exactly, so it isn't pretending to be historic.
Oh, if the commission feels that they should take a different approach, I just don't know what it is.
It's the same form. No, I know that. I'm just saying it doesn't have to duplicate it entirely like
Right,
the twin.
okay, it doesn't have to, that's right. So our approach is you don't have to duplicate it, but they've come up with this proposal, so are we saying we don't want them to duplicate it?
All I would suggest is that they work with staff to mess around with the details.
Okay.
Do little things. Maybe do a regular shingle instead of a diamond shingle or whatever. Just do little things that
They're doing
I'm
hex
sure,
supplies.
without telling them how to do it, that would just make it a little bit more different and individuated instead of a
I think that's tough for the staff.
bad copy of next door.
I don't.
Yes, Vic, you could do it, right?
Minor things like that, like perhaps not the crenellation and maybe a different shingle.
Right, so they just make it somewhat different, so it doesn't try to be. Okay.
Yes.
Fine.
They could dump that.
All right, easy stuff. Okay, so we'll ask with staff to do the details of the.
Same, but not a
Okay.
copy.
All righty, so I think we already closed the hearing. Michael? Yes.
As regards 42 Remsen Street, Brooklyn Heights Historic District, the application is to construct a rooftop addition, noting that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. I further note that 13 row houses on the block of Remsen have mansard roofs, and that although the existing building appears to be 3 stories and a basement when seen from Remsen Street, the existing attic roof rises at the rear to provide a partial 4th floor. I recommend approval, finding that the demolition of the existing low-pitched 4th floor attic roof at the front of the building will not damage or destroy any significant historic fabric, that the addition of the mansard roof is in keeping with historic methods of adding space to row houses in the 19th century in this and many other historic districts, that the new mansard roof 4th floor addition will be set behind the historic cornice line, helping to maintain a sense of the original mass of the building and its relationship to other houses on the street, that their portions, materials, and details of the proposed mansard roof and dormers will defer to the historic structure while recalling adjacent mansard roof, other mansard roofs on the street, and in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District, that the alterations at the rear of the roof, including the railing added to the rear parapet, a stair bulkhead, and a trellis, will be minimally visible from Grace Court and will be seen at an acute angle and in conjunction with adjacent buildings, and that the proposed work will not diminish the special character of the building or streetscape. The applicant will work with staff to modify the details slightly to individuate the structure from its neighbor.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, this application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, last item of the day is going to be an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 169249. The address is 187-191 Prospect Park West, aka 496-498 14th Street, and 192-194 Prospect Park West, located within the Park Slope Historic District Extension. This is a neo-Renaissance style movie theater designed by Harrison G. Wiseman and Magnuson and Kleiner Associates and built circa 1928. And a commercial building built in 1922-23. The application is to demolish the commercial building, construct a new building at a rooftop addition, modify and create masonry openings, install storefronts, signage, a marquee, mechanical equipment, and a garage door. Replace windows and a marquee, remove fire escapes, and create a curb cut.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For Norris Preservation Department staff. This application is for 188 Prospect Park West. This is right at the Pritchard Circle, and as Mary mentioned, there's a 1-story commercial building that's proposed to be demolished. That is this structure. There are also alterations. Oh, sorry. The proposal includes demolishing this 1-story building in this location and alterations to the theater building adjoining it. The new building that will be constructed here will be interconnected with the alterations to the theater building. The changes to the theater building include removing the fire escape. They will be retaining the masonry openings but changing the infill at the upper floors. These window openings were enlarged prior to designation, so those openings will not be changed, but the infill will be replaced. They will be enlarging and making changes to masonry openings throughout the base of the building, including creating a vehicular entrance that will have glazing that's not going to be clear, and they'll be adding a curb cut in this area. They'll also be doing signage, so this marquee will be replaced by a new marquee. The signage will be illuminated. At the upper portion of the side wall, they will be removing large sections of the brickwork and installing new brickwork that will have a pattern that will relate to the pattern work at the front, and also installing new masonry openings. And at the roof of the building, they're proposing a rooftop addition, and the applicants are here to go through each of those aspects of the proposal.
Thank you, Bernadette. As mentioned, this application is for the rehabilitation of the Pavilion Theater and the construction of a new building adjacent on Bartle Pritchard Square, which is in the Park Slope Historic District Extension. You can see it down here at the extension at sort of the terminus of Prospect Park West along the park. The road continues, but the park turns. The existing conditions Bernadette went through, I think, pretty thoroughly. This is the theater itself, which was constructed in 1928, replaced an earlier vaudeville theater. There's been a theater on the site since about 1908. The theater is, I think, largely intact. These windows were enlarged in the 1990s prior to designation. And the marquee is not original, and some of the infill at the base has been changed. But overall, particularly the Prospect Park West facing facade is largely intact. The side elevation on 14th Street is a secondary elevation. It does have these large panels of brickwork, which we'll be using as the organizing for the new window openings on the building. This is some shots of the roof, which we show. This is the vaulted roof for the theater. We show this because in thinking about a rooftop addition for the theater, and I should say the theater building is being converted to residential use, we looked at this form of the roof as well as some of the precedents for historic theaters and how they had garden pavilions at the rooftop. So you'll see that in a moment, but we did want to highlight the form of this roof because that does come back in the new design. So this is an overview of the proposed design. On the circle, the one-story taxpayer, which is a non-contributing, no-style building in the district, will be replaced by a 5-story apartment building, which uses sort of very similar materials and ideas from the Park Slope Historic District. The light-colored brick, the use of string courses and cornices as organizing principles for the design. And then the theater itself, along 14th Street, we are proposing new window openings to allow it to be converted to residential use. The base of the building will remain as a theater. The theater will operate at the base of the historic theater, as well as in these retail openings that go around onto Bartle Pritchard's Circle. We will be removing the fire escape and creating a new balcony that recalls the fire escape on the front, and creating a new movie theater marquee with the sort of typical movable lettering, illuminated marquee. And then you can see up at the top the rooftop addition that's proposed at the theater, which takes on that gambrel roof form that we see in the existing roof. And then barely visible in this rendering, but you'll see it in others, there is a setback penthouse floor on the new building. That's set back anywhere from 16 to 34 feet, depending on where you are, so it's substantially set back. These are some views around the circle. This is the taxpayer. You'll see in a moment the evolution of that. But right now, it is a one-story brick structure with no ornamentation, again, a no-style building. Adjacent to us is an apartment building, and then across 15th Street on the circle is another row of apartment buildings. And then all directly across from us on the circle, outside the district, is a taller 1960s building, which replaced a similar set of buildings like this. Historic images of the theater, as I said, it opened in 1928. You can see here that it is largely intact. These are the window openings that were enlarged in the 1990s. The infill below here is gone, and obviously the marquee has changed. But even things like the signage on the side of the building remain. This is a later view from the 1940s and the 1980s. By this point, the theater had actually closed and reopened in the mid-90s as the Pavilion Theater with a new marquee, and eventually became its current configuration with 9 theaters. I mentioned the rooftop gardens on historic theaters, which we took as inspiration for the glass design of the addition on the Pavilion Theater here. particularly looking at things like as at the New York Theater, originally the Olympia Theater, with this cast iron and glass rooftop garden, and just the way that these sort of follies and pavilions were used on the top of historic theaters. So that and the form of the existing roof were really the genesis of the design for the proposed addition. The taxpayer, just to go through the history of that, it was constructed in 1923. This is the earliest photo we have from the 1930s. You can see that it did have some articulation and decoration. Over time, that slowly went away. By the 1980s, all of that decoration had been stripped off, and sometime after this photo and before designation, the entire building was reclad in brick. Again, it's a no-style building. So in looking at how to replace this with an apartment building, part of what we've been looking at, as I said, is how apartment buildings in Park Slope are designed. Many of them in the district and the extension come from a similar period in the early 20th century. The use of lighter colored bricks, the use of limestone at the base of our building will be limestone. The use of string courses to organize the base, the middle, and the top. And the very prominent termination at the cornice line of the building. We have a concave cornice that's quite substantial. All of that draws on this. The brick color for the proposed building, which is here, is a lighter colored brick, very compatible, I think, with the palette of the district, particularly along Prospect Park West, and designed to be compatible with, but not identical to, the theater itself. In looking at the circles around Prospect Park, there's a great variation in how the buildings are massed, but they sort of very, consistently address the circle in a semicircular, in an arc form. The heights of the buildings tend to vary a fair amount. The massing of the buildings vary a fair amount. It is, on Bartle Pritchard, fairly consistent at around 48 to 55 feet high, but then the theater itself is a little bit taller. So again, that sort of variety. We thought it was very important as this node on the park to do something that really addressed the circle and created something that was appropriate for that very prominent location. So here again are some examples around circles from Grand Army Plaza, Bartle Pritchard Square where we are. This is the building that's outside the district of non-contributing, which replaced this earlier three-story building, which again sort of embraced the circle in a way that this completely denies. This is an elevation sort of opened up through Prospect Park West and the circle. Again, showing the buildings. These are all inside the district, all the buildings in this view. These buildings range from just over 50 feet to just under 50 feet. Our building picks up around the height of the theater, and then the buildings going up north, this row along here, which have lost their cornices but have their historic heights. So I think that the height of the building is appropriate given this context. Before I turn it over to Morris to talk about the design, just running through the existing conditions again. This is the elevation on the circle with the brick non-contributing building, the theater itself with its fire escape balcony and fire escape coming down the side. Most of the changes have been here at the base where the marquee and the infill have been changed, and then these are the windows that were enlarged in the 90s. So I'll ask Morris now to talk about the design of the new building and the addition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Morris Ashby, the architect of the project. We did present this project to the Community Board, and we have made some changes as a result of that presentation. I just want to mention that we do have a model which is sitting on this table over here, which shows the previous design, which if you'd like to, I can get into some of those changes. But I'll just go through the project, and then if you want, we can talk about those changes. Let's see. I'll show you views, but one thing I want to mention is that on the elevations, obviously the rooftop addition is much more prominent, and it's actually set back substantially from all sides. 12 feet on 14, 16 and a half feet on the circle, and 34 feet and 12 feet on the front on Prospect Park West. As Denny mentioned, we're proposing to make changes to the existing building as well as constructing a new building on the or a new portion of the building on the circle. I'll start at the top. The roofscape is primarily in metal and glass on the theater and with corrugated metal punched openings above the new portion of the building. We did pick up there's a strong concave cornice here which runs the length of the building and refers to, as a reference to the curve of the circle, as well as a strong string course, one of the changes that we did make after the community board presentation that lines up with the cornice of the building next door. And the base of the building is limestone with steel and glass storefront. On the theater, we're putting new metal, aluminum frame windows in the existing openings, which were modified, as well as new steel storefront on the ground floor. The fire balcony is being replaced with something that recalls that, with a trellis as well as a metal grate on the base of that. I want to include this drawing just to show the setback, so you get a sense of how far the building is set back from all of the sides of the building. This is the north elevation on 14th Street. You can see we're proposing, as was mentioned previously, to remove the fire escape. There are these framed panels in brick, which have a detail, which I'll show you in a little while, which we're infilling with new windows and a decorative pattern, which we're taking from the front of the building, since we feel that this is becoming more of a primary facade. And this is showing the openings that we'll either have, which we're replacing either existing fenestration or bricked openings. And, there's the elevation of that, of the proposed building. And these are the decorative panels, which I'll show you in detail. I have details for all the portions of the building. This is the entrance for the residential portion of the building. The entrance for the theater will be below the marquee, and the parking garage entrance is here behind a frosted glass opening. On the upper right here, you can see both the pattern on the facade of the building, the subtle cross pattern in bricks, which are proud of the field behind it, and then the panels, which are framed on the side, which exist on the side of the building. And we're proposing to put a new windows and new raised pattern, which emulates that facade, the detail on the facade of the building. I'll just run through these details, but showing the limestone at the base with the signage and the storefront, the buff-colored brick, which we have a photograph of the brick next to the theater. One thing I will mention is that our building is set back 8 inches from the facade of the theater on Prospect Park West. The string course projects about a total of 6 inches, so that will die into the edge of the theater. Here's the detail of the cornice, the string course, and the windows. Here's the brick, which is a lighter version of what's existing there now. A couple of different views of that. There's details of the marquee and showing the signage here, and there's a reflected ceiling plan of the lighting, recessed lighting below, and the new is a section protrudes 12 feet 7 inches from the building. Details of the fire balcony, the roof, the garage entrance, more details of the raised panels, and then these are the fenestration for both the 5th and the 6th floor, which shows the operability of those windows here. And then now have a series of existing and proposed renderings. So here's looking west at the circle. It's a proposed building with the string course and the base of the building. This is looking southwest. 14th Street is here. 14th looking east. It's Prospect Park West looking south. And then I have a view from the park. So that's existing. I do have a series of mock-up shots if you want to go through those shots of the mock-up.
Okay. Thank you, Morris. Questions for the applicant? Yes, Michael?
Yeah, can you just help me understand why, make the argument for me that this is that the curved portion of your new building should be 5 stories and not 4, when the rest of the buildings along the curve seem to all be 4? Share a very uniform cornerstone.
Yeah, we wanted to make the transition from the theater building to the buildings on the circle, and we marked that the 4-story height with the sprinklers. We tried to address it that way.
Okay. But you've gone up in height.
Yes. Yeah, making the sort of transition between the theater building and the buildings on the circle.
Can you explain the design of why have you eliminated a cornice and created a corbel at the top of your building?
Well,
where every other building has a relatively hefty cornice.
Yeah, I think what I tried to do was both mark that datum at the top of the 4th story, and then also create a determination for the building itself, but not to accentuate that height that was above that 4-story datum.
That's also it's more of a curve than a corbel. So it was
even more egregious.
Well, it was thought of as, playing with the curve of the building and the circle.
Okay, other questions?
And what is the, on top of the theater, what is that? Is that something?
Gordon. What's the program that's going on?
Apartment.
That's apartment.
Those are apartments.
Apartments.
That's what I thought.
Okay, are there other questions right now? All right, why don't we take testimony and then we can have a more in-depth discussion. I know Councilmember Landers here or representative, oh yes, he's here.
Well, Landers is here.
Councilman?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Srinivasan and members of the Landmarks Preservation Commission for the opportunity to testify regarding this application for a certificate of appropriateness for 187, 191 Prospect Park West and 192, 194 Prospect Park West, currently the Pavilion Theater. As the City Council member for the 39th District, the former chair of the Subcommittee of Landmarks, Public Siting, and Maritime Uses in the Council, a longtime resident of Park Slope, and a frequent moviegoer at the Pavilion Theater. I'm pleased for the opportunity to talk to you today and to join many residents from the community. To begin with, I do want to take a minute to express real deep thanks to the Park Slope Civic Council, local preservation activists, Community Board 6, and the LPC for expanding the Park Slope Historic District in 2012 to include 280 buildings, including this site. And I just think it's important to take a moment to do that, because without the activism of this community and your support, we wouldn't be here at all. We'd probably see the demolition of the Pavilion Theater with no framework for the appropriateness of the adjacent building. And so I just think it's important to kind of note that it is thanks to the activism of people in this room and the community and the structure we have in place that there's any process for protecting this structure and making sure that the building fits into context at all. So we'll hear debate today about some of the elements of design, but where we're starting is in such a different place than we would be had that extension not taken place. And there was some possibility it wasn't going to cover this part of the district, and there was a real pushback and work together to do. So I just think that is an important starting point. When news of this project broke back in the spring, Hidrock Realty at the time was proposing not to preserve the movie theater on the ground floor, but to convert that to a retail use, kind of some sort of, you could imagine what retail uses it might be. And many, many people in the community reached out to me, including my own, but not only my own children, who have enjoyed many movies there. And I expressed strongly that to Hidrock that I thought it was very important for them to find a way to preserve the theater. And while I know that that use preservation is not part of the purview of the LPC and not part of our landmarks law, I do think it is a really significant preservation win for the community. Hidrock has expressed a commitment not only to preserve the movie theater use, so, you know, albeit a smaller use, a 4-screen, more art house type movie theater on the ground floor, but actually to go before the Board of Standards and Appeals as part of this process and have that made binding and essentially required by the BSA. And that's a significant act of preservation that I think will preserve quality of life and the neighborhood experience in Park Slope in a very meaningful way, and one that they were not under any legal obligation to provide, and one that the law doesn't provide any framework for, but that I think is significant. And having asked them for it and spoken up real loudly, I think it's important for me to stand here and tell you that. At the time, I also made clear that it was essential that Hidrock respect the character of the Park Slope Historic District, both in the renovation of the Pavilion Movie Theater and in designing the new building that they're proposing for next door. And I attended on July 23rd the Community Board 6's Landmarks and Land Use hearing, at which you've got many people that were here, and about 4 or 5 times that many people at that meeting. And you'll hear from people about some of the changes that they propose, several of which are reflected in the new design that you're seeing. And I think the 2 of which your questions reflect the remaining questions that people really had. It's not a surprise that people would prefer to see a building that matched the same 4-story height and that had a pronounced cornice like the other buildings on the circle. At the same time, I also want to acknowledge that meaningful changes were made. The number of windows were reduced, the color of the brick was changed, some other design elements like the string course were made. And certainly in my experience, a meaningful set of changes since the community board presentation, more so than I've often seen in response to the community board resolution, which you'll be hearing from the district manager and neighbors there. Now, I understand that a lot of people still want to see a building that looks more precisely like the adjacent buildings, but I do feel, given the strong preservation of the Pavilion Theater, the changes that were made between the community board testimony and today, and in particular, even if it's not entirely applicable to today, the use preservation of that theater on the ground floor, that an approval of the certificate of appropriateness is appropriate. And I thank you for your listening and for your time.
Thank you, Councilman. The next speaker is Craig Hammerman from CB6.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Craig Hammerman, and I'm the District Manager for Brooklyn Community Board 6. The Pavilion Theater is a visual anchor which stands at one of the gateways to Prospect Park and Park Slope proper at the Bartell Pritchard Square. The theater building has always enjoyed a distinguished prominence, standing above the roofline of all of its adjacent residential buildings. While we appreciated the care and thought that went into preserving the theater building, most of our objections and conditions were related primarily to the proposed construction of the new adjacent building to the theater. The subject properties of this application were reviewed in an extremely well-attended public meeting of our Landmarks Land Use Committee at their regular monthly meeting on July 23rd. And after hearing from the applicant, many of the neighbors shared various concerns with us, some of which we'll be revisiting in the context of the BSA zoning review that we'll be conducting or expecting to conduct this fall. It was the unanimous recommendation of our executive committee that this application be conditionally approved, subject to conditions elaborated. And I'm just going to paraphrase because you all should have copies of the letter. First and foremost, of course, we zeroed right in on the building height itself. We didn't think that there was an issue with demolishing the non-contributing taxpayer lot, but the new building that's proposed, we did suggest that if there was an unwillingness to eliminate that 5th floor, then at least a setback so that the height would be capped at the 4 stories. That is consistent with the context of Bartell Pritchard. And that's a point that I think you'll hear resonating throughout the community. We particularly noted that in the April 17, 2012 Park Slope Extension Historic Designation Report, that the theater building was treated as an institutional building. And so we think that treatment should carry forward with regard to any nearby residential buildings, that they should not have that same prominence and treatment in terms of height itself. Then in terms of the cornice to the building, of course, we think that the applicant has made some progress in making that string course heavier, but it still doesn't quite match the weight and the design of the nearby cornices at Bartell Pritchard, and we think that they can borrow some of the design elements from those and perhaps add a much more weight onto that fourth to fifth story transition. And in terms of fenestration, we're still seeing, even though the applicant has reduced the height of the windows on the newly proposed building, we're still seeing the symmetry that I think is really out of context with the Bartell Pritchard. If you look at the rhythm and the spacing of the nearby buildings at the circle itself, we think that they provide a closer model to what would be appropriate given the context here at Bartell Pritchard. And in fact, you could separate out the Prospect Park West facade using the theater to emulate some kind of window opening strategy, and the Bartell Pritchard facade using the nearby buildings at Bartell Pritchard again to emulate some kind of rhythm and spacing that closely matches the circle. We did like the northern exposure treatment on the panels on the 14th Street side of the building, where they were working within the context of the existing panels and borrowing that lattice brickwork design. We think that that is a good addition. And we also note that since the presentation to us, they have changed their color palette for the building to make it a warmer earth tone, again to match the context of the Bartell Pritchard circle. So we commend them for progress on that. And lastly, at the street level, the base design itself, it still is presented in a way that is suggestive of retail use, which we've heard they've committed to not putting in at the street level. And so that level of fenestration is unnecessary and should no longer suggest any kind of retail use, particularly along Bartell Pritchard. We think that they could borrow some of the elements from the nearby buildings along Bartell Pritchard to make that base more interesting. Perhaps some of the openings at the street level could be borrowed, if not for function, at least for design purposes, taking a different strategy for the base that would eliminate a lot of the fenestration that still appears in their renderings. We did not get a chance to review in any great detail the proposed entranceway, the garage door, and we were actually told at the meeting that the marquee itself would likely be the subject of a future hearing, because it's my understanding that they haven't selected a movie operator yet, and that operator would probably be given some flexibility in terms of design, which would, in all likelihood, kick another landmarks review in place. So that's a summary of our comments. You have our letter, and we appreciate your further consideration to see whether or not additional progress can be made on this.
Thank you. Craig, I just have two questions. So when you were talking about the cornice, are you talking about the cornice on the fourth floor or the fifth floor, or both?
Well, so what I was referring to as a cornice was probably more properly referred to as the string course. We didn't like the curvature suggestive cornice. It's more of an optical illusion than a cornice.
Okay.
And we do want the weight and the design to be at the height matching the rest of the buildings at the circle.
Okay, and my second question is that I think you pointed out that at street level, particularly around the circle, that you felt that the fenestration should read less like retail.
Yes.
But did you give some consideration that historically there has been retail along this portion?
We did, but even if you were to look at the taxpayer building photos, there was no prominence given to the fenestration of those buildings there. In fact, the previous building, the restaurant that was there, didn't really have the street level fenestration that would extend downward. It had a lot of brickwork there, and it was less suggestive of retail and more suggestive of something that would complement the apartment buildings.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. The next speaker is Peter Bray. Each person will be given 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Peter Bray. I'm the chair of the Park Slope Civic Council Historic District Committee. The proposed design of this project should be evaluated in light of the Landmark Commission's own rationale when it included the western half of Bartle Pritchard Square in the Park Slope Historic District extension in 2012. The Civic Council's proposal for this extension at the time did not include the square or the southern side of 15th Street because it crossed into an adjacent community district. So it was the LPC itself that rightfully added the square because it commented that the square in 15th Street constituted a quote-unquote formal gateway into Park Slope. And it's my belief that the Commission's logic should continue to inform the design of this project. What is a formal gateway? It's a structure that defines an opening. It has two critical attributes. It's symmetrical, and its individual elements are subordinate to the whole. And it has to form a harmonious ensemble. The proposed design of this project, the new addition, contravenes these criteria because the new building does not support this formal gateway. It overwhelms it. In contrast to the presentation that we've received, the new building is out of context with the square and with the Pavilion Theater. It's not the right building at this location. When they give the presentation and talk about it being contextual with other buildings in the historic district, they're talking about buildings that are, in many cases, blocks and blocks away, not talking about this site right on the square. I endorse the recommendation that the CB6 Landmarks Committee made, notwithstanding the minor modifications that we've seen talked about today. I still have many specific concerns. The height of the new building, by reducing it by 1 story, it will harmonize with the adjacent buildings on the square, and again, emphasize the fact that it's part of a unified gateway. People have mentioned the cornice on this building. This cornice, again, fights the unity of the square, does not in any way blend with the other buildings. The other buildings possess horizontal accent courses at all levels of the facade. With the exception of the 1-string course that's mentioned in the presentation, this building doesn't in any way pick up on the horizontality of the other buildings on the western side of the square. And these elements are really integral to that appearance. We've talked about the fenestration not being appropriate to the other buildings and to the fact that it doesn't really reflect the very nuanced base of the other buildings.
Sir, your time is up, if you could
Okay.
just...
So in conclusion, I urge the Commission to uphold the significance of the site that the Commission recognized in 2012, and I ask that you preserve the square as a formal gateway to the historic district and to maintain the prominence of the Pavilion Theater. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Grashow. Mark Grashow, please.
Hello. I come as the president of the 14th Street Block Association. I've lived on the block for 40 years. I've been the president for about 15 years. And I also grew up at Grand Army Plaza in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. So I love Park Slope, and basically I and my neighbors would like to keep it historic. We have a very strong block association. We meet on a regular basis. We send out emails. We sent out all this information to every one of our residents. And in short, we do not like this building. We are not against the development of this property. We are happy to have this property developed. But this design does not fit our neighborhood, and we are unhappy with it. First, it is too tall of a building. Again, it's almost, you'll almost hear this universally, that we think it's a story too high, that there's a line of cornices that extend from 15th Street, and we would like that to remain. We find that the windows do not fit the historic nature of the block. We also, again, in terms of the storefronts, we know that this is a commercial area. We're afraid that if these storefronts come in, over the years, this will be just like Fifth Avenue in Manhattan and not represent a residential neighborhood. I was there, again, in the 1970s when there were a few stores there, but they were hardly noticeable. In this new design, it just doesn't fit our neighborhood. We are concerned about the mechanics that go on top of the building. They can be seen from, blocks and blocks away. Again, if this building is this high and the mechanics are another story or so, again, it will be detract from the neighborhood. We are terrified that as people come up out of the subway, they'll come upon this building, and it will not be the gateway to Park Slope. This will be a building that you will look back and say, this building just doesn't belong here. And it's for you people to protect us. You know what the historic nature of the neighborhood is, and we want you to preserve that. So thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Zay? Barbara? Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC has many concerns with this proposal for the conversion of the Pavilion Theater in Park Slope. Designed by Harrison G. Wiseman, a very skilled architect and one of the foremost theater designers in New York City in his day, the Pavilion Theater should be respected for its historic contribution to the streetscape and the district, rather than stripped of its defining details and dwarfed by monstrous accretions on all sides. HDC feels that more effort needs to be made to retain and restore the theater building itself. While it is understood that windows need to be added to the side elevation to accommodate the building's new use, the fire stairs are too important to throw away. This would be an extremely unnecessary measure, both on the front and side of the building. Allowing them to remain, even if only as a wall sculpture on the side elevation, would not impede one's ability to use or see out of the windows on that facade. Concerning these new windows, HDC asks that the window bay closest to the corner be restudied in order to integrate more masonry. One fewer window or no windows on that bay would give the corner a more solid appearance and help to create a transition between the theater's facade and the newly residential language on the side facade. On the front, the 1949 sign above the marquee should be either restored or a replica of the building's original 1925 sign should be installed. The destruction of this type of signage is rapid in New York City. Its loss on designated structures is not justifiable. Considering the photo evidence that exists for this building, more attention should also be paid to restoring the storefront rather than obliterating historic fabric. Bartell Pritchard Circle at the southwest entrance to Prospect Park is described in the designation report for Prospect Park as a formal classical space, which is, quote, in contrast to the picturesque naturalism of Olmsted and Vaux, and inspired by the Chicago World's Columbian Exposition of 1893, which led to the City Beautiful movement and the use of classical architectural elements as a tool of urban planning. This formal space also creates a ceremonial gateway into the district bordering the park. It is a sort of exterior room in the urban tableau, meant to elevate the pedestrian and vehicular experience. The curved buildings encircling this street pattern are all the same height, forming a continuous street wall, another classical motif. The proposed new building adjacent to the theater ignores this rhythm entirely. A more contextual contribution would hold the same cornice line as its neighbors and set back the rest of the proposed height if it is needed at all. In fact, lowering the building by one floor would be far more appropriate. On the new building, HDC also finds the swooping brick cornice line to be without precedent in this district. Considering the huge amount of bulk being added here, HDC cannot support the additional rooftop structure, which would be visible from all vantage points. If the excessive floor heights were restudied and brought down, this would make a big difference in terms of visibility. We also question the barn-like profile of the uppermost portion of the rooftop addition, which is meant to reference historic rooftop open-air pavilions, but falls short with its massive aluminum sheets and lack of details. Further, this theater never featured a rooftop pavilion or garden, making this addition even less appropriate. Overall,
if you can just wrap up.
Overall, we ask that further a study be required to more accurately preserve this historic theater and honor its context. Thank you.
Thank you. Krista Belga.
Krista Belgoff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. We welcome the pavilion on the park with 2 reservations. The justification for the huge rooftop addition to the theater is untenable. Rooftop amusement gardens above theaters did indeed exist, but they were less noticeable than this, a feature of much taller buildings, providing not only cool air but fabulous views, as from the rooftop restaurant where Stanford White was murdered at his Madison Square Garden, or the New Amsterdam Theater roof, once home to Ziegfeld's Midnight Frolics. They were really nightclubs. This addition is in fact not a rooftop amusement garden, so unsurprisingly it does not look like one, much less like an historic one, whose outline would have been softened, as in the example shown, by frivolous details. They were the nightclubs of the turn of the century. The other problem we see is the fenestration on the 14th Street side of the theater. In adaptive reuse items recently, there has come to be a disconnect between floor plans and available spaces. There is an epidemic of shoehorning great rooms into little old buildings, but when large open spaces are actually available and would be totally appropriate for a great room, instead we see a multitude of tiny bedrooms crowding in and wrecking the exterior fenestration. The first Church of Christ Scientist conversion did eventually come around to window modifications. It would be highly desirable to give this theater's facade a little breathing space, to preserve its monumental appearance by limiting the number of bedroom windows smack up against the corner at 14th Street. Harrison Wiseman was a designer of an individual landmark here and of National Register listed properties. The preservation aspect of this project is laudable, and it is wonderful to have the cinema use being continued, but his building needs to continue to look like the 1920s theater that it is, and they didn't have rooftop additions like this.
Thank you. Douglas Schneider.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Douglas Schneider. I live in the immediate vicinity of the Pavilion Theater, and I have lived there since 2006. Peter Bray was saying that this Bartel Pritchard Square is the gateway to the neighborhood, and it is the gateway both in a physical sense, but also it is the gateway to development of Prospect Park West in this neighborhood. And whatever we approve here is going to reverberate into the future with all future development along Prospect Park West, especially on the south portion of Park Slope. I was struck when I was listening to the presentation about how they were inspired by the character of the Park Slope Historic District. And it reminded me of going to a movie at the Ansonia that was inspired by a true story. It was inspired by a true story, but it's not true. And this is inspired by the Park Slope Historic District, but it does not reflect the character of the Park Slope Historic District. And so I urge the Commission to tread very carefully here, because everything we forgive with this design will become the floor of the next project. And so the next project comes and we come again and we're going to be told, well, we already approved that with the Ansonia. And then we already approved that all the way down Prospect Park West. I would be the first person to concede that the Ansonia needs an upgrade. But that upgrade has to reflect the context, the cohesion, and the charm of the Park Slope Historic District. And in its current iteration, I would urge that the Commission reject them and send them back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Robert Edelberg. Robert Eidelberg.
Good afternoon. I live 2 blocks away on 12th Street, off of Prospect Park West. I'm a resident of 490 12th Street for the past 28 years, and when I moved into the neighborhood, the theater was vacant. There were trees growing out of the windows and the roof. The theater, I supported that the theater be reopened as a movie house. My dad, who was alive at the time, was very happy to hear me support that because he grew up sneaking into the Sanders Theater when he was a boy, and that was what became the Pavilion. My family goes to the Pavilion. It is a neighborhood theater. It is striking. And to quote real estate agents, when they talk about location, 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 I'd like to say context, context, context. I do not see the new building contextually related to the Pavilion Theater. I do not see the new building contextually related to the other apartment buildings closest to it. And I do not see the new building contextually related to the square as a whole. So I think that the new building is a disaster visually, contextually, and lots of changes need to be made so that it not only reflects the gateway that everybody has been talking about, but that it doesn't become basically something that is so overwhelming and overpowering that it frightens you away from Park Slope, and this would be good for our next community, sends you into lovely Windsor Terrace. Thank you.
Michael Padway.
My name is Michael Padway, and I've lived in the Park Slope Historic District for 42 years, 38 of them on 14th Street, just down the block from the Sanders Theater. I like modern architecture, and I believe that modern has its place, even in the Park Slope Historic District. But modern architecture should not be a disruptive element like the current Hidrock proposal. The ill-conceived designs for the Hidrock properties are totally out of place for the neighborhood and for the historic district. You can see just by looking at Hidrock's drawings of the new building how poor a fit it is on the circle. It is at least 2 stories higher, 71 feet versus 53 feet, than any of the other 3 historic residential buildings. The fenestration masonry ratio looks nothing like the historic buildings. The ground floor, which the developers plan to use as commercial space, is higher than the first floor of the adjacent residential building, causing a jarring effect, especially with large plate glass windows marching in a segmented row toward 14th Street. The same can be said of the new fenestration and entry doorways on the 14th Street side of the theater. Finally, there are mechanical penthouses rising 2 stories above set-back human penthouses like Lincoln-esque top hats. In recent years, the western approaches to Park Slope have been marred by poorly built 12-story apartment buildings on 4th Avenue. Must we now also have a poorly conceived architectural entrance on the south? The circle is a large public space that acts as the southern portal to 2 historic districts. Besides the historic buildings, this entry to the area boasts McKim-Mead and white columns at the park entrance. Even a modern building on that circle should look like it belongs there. It should not look like a prison, as one newspaper said, or an out-of-place 21st century commercial residential pastiche, which is what it will be. The developer and architect did not make any attempt at historical or contextual accuracy with this attempt, and should not be rewarded with a certificate of appropriateness for their lack of ability or interest in doing so. The developers should be told that the entire design should be scrapped and a new design submitted that flows naturally from the 1905 apartment on the 15th Street corner to the 1928 theater. It took over 30 years to extend the Park Slope Historic District. It would be a shame if it were to begin to dissolve within its first 2 years of existence as a result of poor architectural planning. We ask that the Landmarks Preservation Commission protect the integrity of our architectural heritage. Thank you.
Mark Weldekin. Mark Weldekin. I'm sure I've got the name wrong. Mark? All right, he may not be here. John Casson?
Hello, my name is John Casson. I'm a trustee of the Park Slope Civic Council and a 50-year resident of Park Slope. And I would like to bring a somewhat different perspective on the proposal. Imagine you're standing in the center of Bartell Pritchett Square. You see the 3 4-story apartment buildings, and then you see the 1-story taxpayer. What they are proposing to do is put a building in the taxpayer location that's too high, replacing it to too short taxpayer. They've put a string around the building, supposedly to tie it in somehow with the apartment buildings, but what it does is really draw attention to the building, the fact that the building is 1 story too high. This building was conceived of, this circle was conceived of by Olmsted and Bohr, and the map I have provided in the back of my handout shows it was in the original map for Prospect Park. And it was seen as a plaza. In fact, it was named the 15th Street Plaza, and meetings were held here. And when the plaza was dedicated and named after Bartell Pritchett, who died during World War I, 6,000 people were in this circle at the memorial service. Now, if you look at the gap, the 1/4 of the western side of the circle, if you use your imagination, a 4-story building there that tied in with the 3 other buildings that had a cornice, a base, and similar fenestration, you would have what in architectural terms is called crescent. Now, of course, it isn't the crescents of Brighton or Bath, but it's a small mini crescent in Park Slope if the building replacing the taxpayer is designed properly. There are some other problems with the thing which I spelled out in my handout, but basically the main thesis is something should be put there that integrates the theater with the 3 apartment buildings that surround the circles. This afternoon, the Landmarks Preservation Commission has a one-time opportunity to transform Bartell Pritchett Circle into an attractive portal to Prospect Park and Park Slope. To accomplish this, the LPC needs to ensure that the design of the pavilion on the park includes an attractive, contextual 4-story facade that serves as a missing quartile needed to create a modest crescent. The improvement in the design of the pavilion on the park would greatly enhance the appearance of Bartell Pritchett Circle. It also would provide the residents of this corner of Park Slope with an architectural treasure of which they could be proud. It is my hope that the Landmarks Preservation Commission and Hidmark Realty will take full advantage of this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mary K. Siri, who's representing Assemblymember Jim Brennan.
Thank you. The assembly member couldn't be here. He's nursing a recent hip replacement and couldn't quite manage the subway, but he asked me to speak for him. I support the views of my constituents with respect to this project. In their opinion, they have articulated that the project is out of context with the existing historic district. It is the responsibility of the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission to compel the applicant to more generally align the development of the site within the framework of the historic district. In addition, the neighbors object to a commercialization of the circle segment of Prospect Park West between 15th Street North to the corner of the Pavilion Theater. Virtually all of the buildings on the circle are residential. Additionally, the neighbors are of the opinion that the non-commercial context should be preserved. I encourage you to carefully review and take into consideration the compelling arguments of the neighbors who reside near the proposed project. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Are there any more speakers? All right. So would the team like to respond to a host of issues that have been raised? And I'm sure the commission will have questions as well.
We'll gladly respond to every issue that you want to discuss in detail, but I figured that I would start with the community board's conditions, and obviously talk about the height and talk about the design. And this is obviously at the end of Prospect Park West, where it meets the circle. Bartle Pritchard Square is a very important node. It's a very monumental place. The monumentality actually increases as you go up Prospect Park West. And part of what we have been trying to do with this design, particularly for the new building, which I think is where a lot of the discussion is focused in the comments, is really create something that mediates in, we're not trying to simply extrude the buildings on the west side of the circle through to our building. And that's why we decided not to bring lots of horizontals into our building, not to match exactly the brick color of the adjacent building, but to do something that is contemporary, that's clearly contemporary, that's well designed, that mediates in a way between the different contexts that we hear. The context of the theater versus the context of the residential building. This base here, it has always been retail. We will be having a theater operator in there. As the council member said, it will always be a theater. We don't have an operator identified, so we don't know exactly what program they might have. So we have designed it, we redesigned it based on the community board's comments to bring in more masonry. We also work very closely with Landmark staff over really the past year on this project. So there has been a lot of dialogue. The base of the building will be subject to whatever the operator decides. So there may be solids, there may be glass, but we've designed it so that it has a flexibility for that. The height on the circle, as I mentioned, most of the circles around Prospect Park West, they're nodes. The buildings have a sense of monumentality on the circle, a sense of presence on the circle. This circle, we do have a very strong cornice line along the west end, which we pick up in that string course. But again, we also have a very tall building next to us in the theater, so there is a mediation in there. The cornice on the new building, it is concave. That is a playful reference to the circle itself. It is substantial. It projects out 3 feet, so it's not a flimsy thing. It is something that I think very substantially terminates the building in the sky, which is what we're after with the cornice. There are many examples of these kinds of curved cornices historically. From Louis Sullivan on down. We're not trying to go that far, but we are trying to do something that is substantial and does create a presence and terminates the building. The fenestration on the facade, I should say that if you look at the model, you'll see that there's a lot more windows on the facade of the new building, both on the circle and on Prospect Park West. In response to the comments of the community board and working with staff, we reduced the number of windows, the number of lines of windows, so that there is more masonry, And we also reduced the height of the windows so that there's more masonry. So what we showed at the community board was more of a windowed wall, and now we have a lot more masonry to go along with that. Unless there are other specific things that you want us to address?
I think it'd be helpful if you just perhaps address the issue of a setback on the 4th floor, and whether that's something that you considered, whether you think that's antithetical to your design, whether it's possible.
Setting back this floor.
Setting back this floor. And I say that because I understand your intent about transitioning, but as it reads, it seems like there may be a way to transition between the lower scale and the building, which is the theater, without making it a literal match. And so it seems what happens is, because your height is sort of goes higher than a certain point on the theater building. I mean, the theater building is fascinating. It's sort of straight, and then you have the peaked roof on top. Yeah. And I think that setting back, potentially, I think if you set back that 5th floor from both sides, you'll be able to give more prominence to the theater along the circle. You still will be able to keep your floor. But again, I think the relationship between the new building to the circle and its, and I think that very strong curvature will be enhanced. So I'm just wondering whether, because the community brought it up, I'm sure you've looked at it, so I just want to understand what issues would come up.
I think that we hear the comments loud and clear. I think that it's something that we can certainly look at. I do agree that that would create a stronger line around the circle. The one comment I don't agree, or the comments that I don't agree with, are is the fenestration pattern on the body of the building as well as at the ground floor. Historically, there were always openings at that level. The idea is that this theater would not have the theater rooms adjacent to the circle. Those would be openings to let light into the lobby area and the cafe or public parts of the theater. But I certainly think we can look at the top floor and see if there's a way to push that back or make an adjustment to address the integrity of that crescent, as was mentioned.
Okay. Are there other questions on the new building? Yes. Any questions? I know you want to do comments, but questions? Okay. Yes, Roberta?
Just in addition to the discussion of the 4th floor, or the top floor, rather, I think there's also the issue of how the two buildings connect or join. You said there's an 8-inch difference, I guess, in the elevation of the two buildings, but they don't read. It sort of reads like it's blurred. I mean, if there were something more concrete, like a shadow or something that really
or reveal or something,
set them apart, because it just sort of looks like the new building is kind of taking over the other.
So
yeah.
Something that sets a little reveal back here. I mean, there is an 8-inch setback.
Yeah,
it's not really, it doesn't read that well in the rendering or in either rendering, but it is there. But that could be reworked to be more of a reveal. Maybe instead of having the string course or the cornice or whatever die into the building, maybe it sets off a bit to set it off. Is that what you're?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Jenny, do you want to move to the comments on the theater building? Do you want to respond to some of the comments that?
Sure. First off, as I said in my presentation, the Prospect Park West facade of the theater building, we're making very minimal changes to. We're keeping, or we're putting in a new basket balcony that very much recalls the fire escape. It has that utilitarian feel. It's not trying to be something different. We're restoring the marquee. I was actually a little confused by the comments from HDC because they talked about signage up top, which was 1949. The pavilion sign is from the 1990s. So maybe I misheard them, but The marquee was redone many times, so it will be a movie theater marquee. And the base here will have a movie theater entrance and that retail presence. Along the side street, we're using the existing panels, as I said, to organize the window openings. There was a comment about changing one panel. I don't think that was something that we consider. We really see that it is a secondary facade. So we're very much trying to keep the rhythm of the existing building throughout that secondary facade. And at the base of the building, we're largely using existing openings in order to create the residential entry, the garage entry, which is all the way down at the end.
Okay. Yes, questions, yes.
Had a question about, well, this is actually 30, but the view from 14th Street when you're, and farther out, when you're seeing the existing building, in addition to the existing building, what portion of that are you actually seeing?
Most of what you're, when you go a little bit north of 14th Street, there's about a block and a half stretch where this part of the building comes into view. Most of what you're seeing is this here, and then you see a little bit, you see the, I guess, sort of the tops of the windows of this left, sorry, I'll point rather than.
Are you seeing that roof at all? Aren't you seeing the roof as well, so to speak?
Yeah.
We sloped the roof back
just this,
to minimize the...
So you're not seeing much of that, you're more seeing the floor
So you
below.
see,
it is
That's what I wanted to understand.
this view, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the roof right there, that very, this very,
peak.
very small line here is the roof. And then that's the wall of that top floor.
Thank you.
And then this is the vertical wall below.
I understand, thank you. That's what I thought, but I wanted to clarify that, thank you.
Over there and see. That's right. It gives a different perspective.
I'm sorry, if you can just, okay, you've had a chance to speak. Thank you.
It would be nice if we could hear also when the questions are asked.
All right, okay.
You can repeat them now.
It's not a private thing up there. Thank you.
We understand that. We're speaking into the microphone. Thank you. All right.
I would just add,
Yes.
we do have photographs of the mock-up if you'd like to see those.
And the mock-up is still in place.
Okay. All right. Other questions?
No.
Okay. No other questions? All right. Then we can move to comment and close the hearing. All right. I just want to say a few things. I think there are various aspects of this project that are very, very positive, and I think it's a real opportunity on many fronts. I think there's the real opportunity to remove a non-contributing building and bringing back the curvature to the circle and form a real entrance, both from an urban design perspective, a planning perspective, and even a historic perspective. So I think that's just a great opportunity to have a building over there and remove something that really doesn't add anything to the district or the circle. I think the adaptive reuse of the theater building is also incredibly positive. I heard the council member, and it is kind of interesting that when Park Slope was first adopted, I think maybe in the 70s, that these two blocks just to the north were sort of left out. And in 2012, they were incorporated, and as the council member said, well, we never did that. We wouldn't be here. And I think that recognizing that this theater has also had problems in the past, but it is definitely a reflection of having commercial and institutional buildings in the development of Park Slope, and being able to preserve that through this program, I think is a very positive thing. The use issue is really not before us, but having lived in Park Slope for a short period of my life, I do think the idea that there's a theater there is a great thing as well. I think that the comments that we've heard from the members of the public do identify issues, that are legitimate and definitely worth exploring, and worth the development teams thinking in terms of either providing the rationale for certain aspects of the proposal or looking at changes that could make the proposal more palatable, more compatible with the historic district. And I think I've already raised one of the issues, which is about the circle itself and its height. And I think that we've heard recommendations that if you take off the fifth floor, things will be fine. But I think it's worthwhile for the applicants to explore other possibilities without removing the fifth floor, but still being able to address the concerns, and that is about maintaining the 4-story scale along the circle, as well as forming, I think, a good transition between that and then the theater. And just in terms of the rooftop addition, I think that it has a lot of visibility. I think the building, in my opinion, can take some addition to it, because historically some of these buildings had different types of shapes and forms at the roof level. But my instinct is, and looking at the plans, that I think that there's ways to just bring that 2 stories just lower in height that would make it feel much more like a 1-story addition than a 2-story addition. And I think those heights, if you look at the sections, have the ability to be reduced. And I think that would make the overall mass above the theater much more reminiscent of the types of additions you'll find on theaters. But then I know there's some details, but I think that overall I could see with certain changes that this would be a very positive addition to the historic district as well as to the neighborhood in general. All right. Other comments? Yes.
I agree with what you just said, but I think that the challenge is to do a design that has the 5th floor in the new section and make it, and as you were saying, set it back and actually make it work the way I think it would work if it was not there. Because it's clear that, I think that when the first thing you notice, or first thing I noticed when I looked at it, was that it would read in a much more, not that it has to be contextual, but it would read in a more contextual way, in a more probably respectful way of the existing theater if that top floor was not there. That's sort of, I think, the first thing that you might think. So I think it's going to be a real challenge. But maybe if you're up to it, to show how you can set it back and accomplish that.
Right.
So, but I think that that's the most.
The only reason I say that is because I think that in and of itself, I think the idea of having a 5-story building on the circle is not problematic to me. I think that I think the circle can take it. I don't think they always have to be the same height. And I think that we've seen different circles historically, and ones which are in historic districts, in the planning of parks and with circles, where you have variations in heights that work well. So I think that the idea of a setback and the idea of trying to find a better transition between the two buildings is something that can be explored with setback. Okay.
And I think it is just because the other building is the theater, although it's not, I guess, a landmark theater, is still a very distinctive type or building. And having that 5th floor, especially going up higher than the theater, sort of gives the idea that that the theater is subservient to the
Understood.
To the new thing. So.
Yes, Diana?
Yeah, I agree with both your comments in general. I think that it's all about the building, giving it the ability, the space to breathe and to retain its character. And for me, that's the appearance that the height of the addition to the theater kind of overwhelms it or draws too much attention to it, though, as you said, there could be something up there, but it's so high that you're very, it seems to be overwhelming it almost, even though it's a big building. And the building adjacent to it has the same problem, that it looks too high, and also, as we were talking about earlier, there's no real separation between the two buildings, so if it's going to be as high as it is, it needs to have more separation, or I'm not sure whether setback or separation is going to work without seeing it, but at the moment, it really seems to me too tall next to the theater, because it just seems like it's pushing on it almost, and there's no space for it, and the character of the building is such that it needs to have, its own space be established. I think the fenestration and some of the other issues I actually didn't have a problem with, but, those are the large issues.
Okay. Yes, Michael?
Yeah, I thought it was a really interesting presentation and a really challenging and interesting site. I agree with what you were saying. I think for me, the testimony raised a lot of important issues that made me think about the site and the project. I think the circles, in thinking about other circles, other plazas like this in New York City, there are many that are not, most of them are not like like a perfect Beaux-Arts French square or something where everything's all the same. And and this one's very unique and interesting. It's very, very uniform in terms of the cornice height, at least for the buildings that form the circle. So I think that is something that should be respected by the project. It's not uniform in color. It's not uniform in fenestration. It's not uniform in the rhythm of the fenestration. So I think that the issues that were raised related to the rhythm, for me, are not troublesome. I think that the choice of the coved cornice could work. I think it would be a lot easier to assess it if it were at the right height. But I understand why, a metal cornice is something that the rest of these buildings share too, and that might be something to explore. And certainly, Mr. Ajmi's office has done several tons of metal cornices in New York, and I'm sure could do something that would be appropriate. But I wouldn't dismiss it. I think the idea of setting something back, I think would have to be set back enough that the reading of the circle was maintained. And in terms of the front plane of the new apartment building and its relationship to the theater, one cue might be to look at what I think is a mismatch between one side of the circle and the other. I think that the side of the circle on the opposite side is actually set back a couple of feet from this side where the theater is. And that might be a way to try to align it and kind of set it back enough that it would make a difference between the theater and the other. In terms of the base, people talk about the base. I think that there was retail there, and the fact that this is going to be used as part of the theater makes sense. But I think that you could there do the kind of mediation that they were talking about with the building volume with the storefronts. I think that you could graduate it a little bit more so that it wasn't starting from scratch, starting from the very, very edge with full retail fenestration, especially if it's really not for individual stores. I think there is the opportunity to have it kind of grow in openness as you get closer to Prospect Park West. In terms of the reuse of the theater building, I think that the rooftop addition is problematic because it's trying to hide itself and not succeeding. And I think that you therefore have two choices: either succeed and hide, which is not going to really be the case, and I don't think it's necessary. He's shown that there are 6-story apartment buildings all up and down Prospect Park West. So I don't think that per se having a building of that height would be inappropriate, and I think that the building, in terms of scale and proportion, could accept it. So I think that the solution is not to make it try to hide itself, but to give it the kind of detail that they used in their reference, right? All those rooftop gardens were known for the kind of lightness and laciness that they had as a kind of a rooftop accretion in juxtaposition to the weightier base that certainly Mr. Ajmi has done in several buildings as well. that would really be very successful here, I think. Something with more detail that was purposeful and light on top of the building, but not looking like a kind of flush glazed mansard that kind of reminds me of what we saw this morning on Canal Street on the circle there, you know, where it just looks too much. I think that the fenestration on the side of the building is very interesting. And I think that the comments that Ward made belie the proposal. I think the proposal shows a carryover of the residential buildings' windows and of residential buildings in general, a kind of simple one-for-one opening. Whereas the building itself has a very hierarchical kind of layout where you have a very tall piano nobile that's kind of like stretched, right? And then you have smaller windows on the top floors. I think you could very easily imagine how the windows that move along that 14th Street facade could integrate that kind of more public scale without harming the usability, but while kind of keeping and strengthening the quality of the building as a public building and not as a you know, something that they just punched holes into. And I think the idea of kind of carrying, I think the cage that's done on the front facade was really neat. And I think that one of the comments was that the stair is something that the neighborhood is very accustomed to and is kind of a landmark of this building. It might be possible to consider using that same detail on the side facade to bring that back.
Okay. Other comments? Yes, Michael?
I agree with much of what my colleague has mentioned. I sort of created a wish list of things that I think I might find approvable on this. It's far too prominent when you walk down Prospect Park West, when you see that circle, which to me is actually a much more favorite circle than Grand Army Plaza because it's much calmer. You can actually sit in the middle of that circle with a Connecticut muffin and you don't feel like you're going to get driven over by someone. And so this to me is the gateway to the park there, and it's also the gateway to Park Slope. I feel that this building is much too prominent for its neighbor, the theater, which is the original anchor here. With regard to the height of the addition on the theater, I do also think that it's not incredibly too large. I've visited this site now several times and looked at the mock-up. It deserves to have that which makes this usable as an adaptive reuse. I think it needs to be a little bit smaller. With regard to the basket balcony, I find that actually at this point relatively gratuitous, and I'm trying to imagine now walking down Prospect Park West and seeing barbecues sitting out there and people's Joe Fresh, you know, athletic suits hanging off the balcony, and I'm not sure if it's really necessary to maintain that. With regard to the new building, as I mentioned before, Louis Sullivan is turning over in his grave for that one, Denny. B, it needs to be a step down from that prominent theater. It needs to have a cornice that actually says something, not just the curve. With regard to the brick, if you walk around that area and see what colors characterize these buildings, I think you would agree that that is far too cool, as in cold, for the surrounding buildings. And I would like to see, and that lightness makes the building much more prominent. I would like to see a change in the rhythm. If you look to the apartment building to the west, you'll see there's really an exciting musical rhythm about the fenestration versus the masonry that this building totally lacks. And there is also that lack of an establishing masonry corner on this building that to me describes something much more industrial than an elegant residential building in this area. with regard to the ground floor, again, I think Connecticut Muffin is the only commercial building on the circle. What I fear is that with this kind of Soho established commercial ground floor, what we will see and that which we will not be able to control is a complete, at nighttime, a complete wash of light coming out of this new building that is completely out of character with the rest of the neighborhood, with the residential character of the neighborhood and the kind of commerce that takes place on the streets here. And so I think it's going to be far out of scale with what else is going on in this neighborhood. Have I forgotten anything? Yeah, possibly. But I think that's enough to ask for a rethought.
All right. Okay. Other comments? And yes, Remsen.
I just want to commend, all the participants because it's rare that you get to preserve a neighborhood theater, and I commend everyone for the work that they put in. And I also agree with what most of the comments of most of the commissioners, including the chair. I think there's much work to be done here. There's potential for refinement, the setback, the texture, the articulation of the separation of the corners, and I think that there's, I think that it needs further refinement, and I won't repeat what has been said already. So.
May I say one other thing
Yes.
that I forgot to say? That I admire and respect the work of this architect, and I believe if anybody can meet the challenge of this very important spot, it's you, sir.
So what we'll do is the team can come back to us, and we look forward to that. I know there's a lot of suggestions that have been made here. I'm not sure it's necessary for me to recap on them. I think you've got it, right? So, okay, so we look forward to seeing the changes when you come back for us.